is the end, then why we pretending? Why we don't listen? It been like this all of my life. All of my life. If this is the end, then why we pretending? Why we don't listen? It been like this all of my life. All of my life. This is our nation without revelation. I'm losing my patience. I feel like I'm wasting my time. Like I'm wasting my time. Learn a lesson or two. Earth is dying, it's true. Yeah, the human race is a brew. Pollution age isn't cool. If this is our home, then why are we raging? The fighting and anger don't help us at all. No, don't help us at all. No. The fighting don't help us, it only prevents us from paying attention and showing our love to our home. Instead we just moving along, ignoring what matters the most. Like it or not, Earth is our home. We guess on this shit, not paying respect to it. We acting like pests, and we don't seem to rest a bit. No, we don't seem to rest. Would you look at this mess? Will our kids have to live with it? Will our kids have to deal with this shit? If this is the end, then why we pretending? Why we don't listen? It been like this all of my life. I wanna see change in my life. Learn a lesson or two. Earth is dying, it's true. Yeah, the human
What up, Mojo?
is a brew. Pollution age isn't cool. No.
What's up? देख रहा है क्या? देखा क्या मैच? एजेस वाला ब्लंडर फ्रॉम आईजी.
35 minutes in, and Vici
क्या थ्रो किया?
taking control of this map. It's going to be a minute until Aegis is up. Most likely, the vision from this clockwork will be the big turning point if they're able to make a good fight happen for IG and, of course, JT's plays.
Yeah, and that is a hard thing to even figure out right now for IG. What is a good fight for them at this point, right? It feels like it just has to be straight up a blow up on the Ori. Like, that's the most likely scenario to me. You know, he's got Satanic, he's got BKB, but they certainly have the heroes where you could chain stun and kill him very quickly if there's not a fast response from Vici.
Well, this game, you can see the differences between them. Both
हाँ वही.
mid laners doing so much damage, getting involved in the kills. A couple more deaths for Ori, but they need to be absolutely perfect here from IG to finish this one off.
And they've recognized what IG need to do on the side of Vici. And so you've got Old 11 with the locked up Aeon disc, right? He's ready.
Yeah.
DY gonna buy it next. You have PYW working just about towards that as well too. So they know it's one big fight that IG really need to get back in this game, like one big buyback crazy Roche fight, and they don't want to give that one burst of a hero away. And you know,
Light नहीं है
you
ऐसी वैसे.
don't really care if you're dooming people with your Aeon going, right? You just want
तो
to
अभी कैसे online है तो?
remove them
Yeah.
from the engagement.
Exactly. So, will they be able to make that work? We've got the standoff across the river from each other. And Kaka and the skeletons hanging out. Roche is up. Fly flag. Does he decide to go in?
We actually just got a late tome delivered to Emo here too.
फोन.
Okay.
So फोन से देख ले.
Up him to 25, I believe.
Yeah.
DY face check.
So उन्होंने IG went and took Roshan,
What a timing. So two more
or no one
light
from
charges.
no one from IG realized that nobody picked the Aegis. Aegis was on the floor, but Vici realized. So for literally like 30 seconds, Aegis was on the floor. IG smokes and goes to gank. Old 11 realizes that Aegis is not picked and goes in and steals Aegis after like 30 seconds, I guess.
They're not jumping into this fight right now.
Oh, good discipline by IG to hold off for the moment. DY looks for another lift up, has it there on the bird. And Emo gonna push
मजा नहीं आता.
as Vici
Hey Avlak, what's up? Welcome.
find an opening here. This could be huge for them. But that double
अभी आके जब जिम जाके आया, नहाया भी नहीं.
Emo surviving.
I want to watch the match. I'll take bath later.
Staying in front. trying to pop smokes,
Noob team.
trying to be the sacrifice here.
Well, close game though. Even after the ages, they are still having a good lead.
Gotta expect he's the one to make that big turnaround play.
Only a couple of them there. Yeah, he's got one opening right now. Only the Ember and the Mag have buyback on the Radiant. Jump in, Horn toss.
Bye bye.
TY. He has buyback if they kill him here. He's caught up on that.
Why didn't he ulti?
We'll bring him down.
Did he not have ulti?
Right? Yeah, just horn toss.
Oh, he didn't want to commit there.
Right now. See if you can force that buyback.
He could. Oh, he went down.
Buyback ready. Looking forward. The toss back potential there. Or just have a toss up in the air. LSA afterwards. Bringing him down low. Do they have enough for Ori? Yes, they do. Now the horn toss catching onto Ori. See if they can do it. They have the egg in the pit. But the big jump comes out afterwards. Old 11 hoping to keep the control onto Mac. He's dead. Ori ends up falling afterwards. No buyback for that Lina. Is this the fight that IG have been waiting for? They've got Mag coming back in a few minutes here. The big RP connects there. The double kill.
Fuck, what a fight, dude. What a fucking fight, dude, IG.
Walks back in now onto Fly.
What a fucking fight.
Get right on top of that Wraith King, but instead they turn their sights on Evo.
Alright, 3-3. 3-3.
Triple kill for all the
3-4.
The man, the myth, the legend, doing it all for Vici on the big stage, but they buy back on the two cores. Now Poyo, he's in trouble. JT gets the skewer back and away. They have vision on top of that Tiny. Old 11 looking for another jump up.
Fuck, what a.
But it's not enough at the end.
What a fight, dude, IG.
Fight. There's still
Fucking
two
good,
buybacks
crazy
left
fight.
on Vici.
Just watch my mouse pad.
Give up this Roche.
They had
So what are
many
you using now?
there, too.
What will you use even?
When the play was coming back at the end,
IG will win. Yeah, looks like it.
trying to make a save on
That
Poyo,
fight
but
was
they're
fucking
fully
crazy.
confident they were gonna get the kill in time here. So IG waiting for the moment they find it. What an absolutely fantastic egg in this fight.
Whoa.
Ollie has carried them through the majors on this Phoenix before, and just finding that perfect spot where there's just no way, right? He's abusing the cogs that were laid out there from Kaka to ensure that he was going to be safe. That Sunray's doing so much work. for your
Dude,
team.
that egg. That fight.
Unbelievably impressive showing. And of course, you talked about that 25 being done for Emo right before
Yeah.
the start. I mean, in that fight, he did 9 sleight of fists throughout the whole course of it. And IG
2 minutes to dry. No, you should not. You should not use when it is dry. Your mouse will spoil. Sensor will spoil.
Lead in the late game.
Sorry, when it is wet.
No matter what happens early, as long as you get the win in the end, doesn't matter
Moisture
if
will
you
be
beat
there in that.
or two.
well,
And if you use it when it is wet, you will spoil the texture of the
buybacks are making
of the
more out
pad
of this.
over
Smokes on
time.
3, they have buyback on the
So
two.
when once it dries, it will feel different.
You see this with an 11k lead, that someone's just in your base, taking these buildings.
Jump in, Hex, trying to get some separation. PYW in trouble. Aeon Disc afterwards. Lift up now onto the Doom. He didn't get that BKB off. They take down the Lion.
What, dude? What a play by IG.
Have that much left now. Evo turned upon. They also have the control onto Kaka. He falls. No buyback. 6 seconds. Fly. He walked into the sentry though, but old 11 getting a little bit of separation and dead. He's coming back in a moment. They get the
Egg dead.
on the high ground. They weren't able to do it. RP afterwards onto 3.
Okay, okay. IG is throwing, bro. IG is throwing.
Chase and find themselves a couple more kills. In some trouble. Fly.
GG.
He too will
IG through, dude.
minutes, no buyback. Emo trying to salvage this for his team as JT also heads away. BG Gaming respond emphatically with that one.
That was at a high cost though, for sure, right? That was a lot in terms of losing your base. You have a buyback there on 11, which can turn to, well, a dieback in the end. Can turn into something in the next fight there too. That'll still be there. Maybe you get Poyo as well. He did buyback during that mess too. So some dangers here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this game on a knife's edge at this point.
This time हो गया अभी धूप पे है अच्छा okay
Potential for just like dead heroes for 2 minutes, you know, on the side of Vici.
Yeah.
You do not want to be the one who gets horn tossed back to the tier 4s and dies.
will it dry completely in 10-15 minutes my pad takes an entire day to dry
4,000
the Steel Series Heavy
really like to
takes an entire
utilize
day.
those buybacks that really determine how this is
Even then it wouldn't be completely dry.
afterwards. And the buyback only being on the Phoenix and the clock.
Tiny is broken.
Everybody else
Tiny has been like this from before, dude. Tiny is not broken.
timer.
Tiny shines in some drafts, especially if he has farm. But there are also counters for him.
And they could wait for
Broken
tier 2 and
definition of broken
would
is
actually have the buybacks on all 3
where there's a hero that hits his timing that cannot be stopped. That is definition of broken. So for example, Monkey King, when he was announced, he was broken because once he hits his timing, no matter what hero is there in the opposite, you cannot kill Monkey.
Can see IG playing very defensively, staying inside their base.
Just not like your.
So he's going to be dealing out some serious damage in these fights.
If you get an opportunity to buy heavy, but definitely buy heavy. It is really good, but it's very in demand, so no stock in India. No new hero this TI. They might announce it. No, maybe on the last day or later today.
And imagine that Kaka would love to have found that.
They normally announce it on the finals day. I think that's what. Even before the grand finals is when they announce the new heroes. Even last time that was the same thing.
He needs a lot. Need to keep it going here on IG to continue to build that momentum. And for now, at least, Vici waiting for, of course, the next Roche, but also that next big set of items. With the AC done on Poyo, it does help to mitigate that physical damage quite significantly.
And this is the stage of the game where Dota gets a little bit weird because you.
But I'm broken and mouse भी लेना अच्छा से Lenovo के default mouse से खेल रहा हूँ.
Very good escape mechanics and like TP boots and everything. So
Yeah, you'll need a good mouse. You want my mouse? I can send it to you.
Because you can't just like flare all the way around. You can only really ward where you're.
And if you want to buy it also, I'm ready to sell it. My Zowie, that is.
They're gonna have a very hard time figuring out what angle.
I'm selling the Zowie with the bungee for
A ton of vision right now. Emo thinking about going in to start this fight onto DY.
4,000 or something like that.
Aeon Disc going to proc.
So if anyone wants it, let me know. And if you want to just use the mouse till you buy a new one, let me know.
D-wards here. You know, they're just gonna check the common spots.
What you want to do here,
Thanks.
IG.
Okay, cool.
Look to suffocate Vici with
Alright.
and queuing up the rapier next for Emo.
Look at this courier down bottom too. It's just sitting there and waiting.
Yeah.
Rapier time.
Off that refresher here for old 11, and that will be masterful. Get the double doom out in these fights.
I mean, double hoof stomp, double.
Oh, he has
It's all good.
Spell Prism.
Well, speaking of which, though, it's
Pressure
also
done.
done for JT. All these fights are gonna.
Tiny has Penta Sword, dude.
I mean, it's either very simple.
Plus
or very
45, I guess. Or first plus 60, I don't know.
Heroes get RP'd.
and
That,
who gets
that can make it
doomed?
really easy.
Timeless Relict, Trickster
Looks like who
Cloak.
gets doomed.
Yep.
Put Tiny, dude. I want to see what Tiny has.
But bottom lane gonna get pressured in again by Vici.
Titan Silver.
So IG will hold this side of the map.
Rick.
Because that
Select Tiny.
got reclaimed so quickly after
45 damage, 100 attack range, melee only.
if anybody steps too far forward
Okay.
and gets caught, could be the
45 damage, 100 attack range, melee only.
There's just so much burst damage on both sides.
Definitely. Oh, and Ollie also going for a refresher.
Yeah, that's right. Ollie actually still not having a real saving item here. Just has the Yules, so the positioning of Ollie perhaps the most important.
Right, if he gets doomed at the start of the fight, that just changes everything.
He's just gonna hope that
Emo.
he dies so he can buy back.
Shows DY, walks high ground, rooted, hook shot afterwards. They find a good one. That's old 11. DY, Aeon Disc out afterwards. Gonna pop the ulti and try and go in for more. Breaking the Lincolns on Emo. Now old 11 has an opening.
That's gonna send him back.
Trying to find it. Old 11 gets the catch there. On to Kaka now. Also zoning out JT, who's looking for a big jump.
Jeez.
Now the Yule Scepter lift up onto that Tiny. Egg is down. Fight getting very weird as they lose the Lion. What else do they have left now? Oh, gotta be careful, Fly. They throw out the stun. Poyo looking to cover. JT doesn't get the skewer back. The retreat together from Vici. They still have that.
Sound doesn't matter in Dota, only combination matter, right? No, not true.
Just holding on to that. Nice play from Emo. Just BKB
Sound matters because certain spells, when they use in close proximity, give off sound cues.
fight so much easier. I feel like every
So you'll know if someone's in the fog
all
or someone TP'd,
and that makes it so
etc.
much
etc.
easier to
So
play.
sound plays an important role too.
Opens up his game like crazy. And PYW, I mean, just doesn't really have a way to save. With
But
the
not as important as how it's in CS.
Has an aesthetics now though, so there you go.
Now, Fly.
Oh
Poyo.
man, Poyo's crazy. That's the kind of territory where you see, I mean, just like Sumail, right? Of course, he was on the Tiny as well, but like that's where the Horn Toss can just get you.
Now, and they still have a minute until those buybacks are back up. Old 11 still some amount of gold away, but he's going to regain that super fast. As almost everybody has buyback up, IG do, and by the time this Roche fight happens, I think everybody in the game wins.
10 heroes maybe, you know? Can we get another one of those?
There's a chance.
I feel like this time there would be diebacks though. I think this fight might be it.
Yeah.
It's all culminating here.
Rooted. Looking for it.
He missed. He missed. He missed.
Pops the BKB. Now the back out.
He missed a horn toss.
Ori wrapping as well. They've got that vision on favor of IG.
Keeper light once fell.
Why?
Keeper of the light.
He's
Yeah.
playing loose, this guy.
This Aeon disc just now came back up. But they proc it. And then the runaway. Really nicely done there by Emo. So important in those fights. Have that Aeon disc done.
Dude, he fucked up the horn toss.
IG can know right away between the flares, just leaving a helm creep in there. They're essentially destined every time to know first.
Yes.
VG, it's a bit more of a question. And there it is, and Flyfly gonna go right in. They don't see any of this right now for VG.
They're in
It's
the
an
middle
Ember
though.
zoning them back.
DY caught. Oh, but the hex afterwards, and then the jump in.
On toss.
Do they have enough to kill him off?
Yes.
DY dead. Buys back immediately, and now the fight separated.
Kaka dead. Kaka's bot.
Two buybacks so
Old
far.
11 is just not here. He's running.
The rest of them are nearby.
Dead.
They turn, they try and get the kill, and they'll get him. DYW down and dead, but that's BKB's also down.
Yo, Radar, what's up?
Ground, and DY
I like.
Back in the pit.
क्या
Flyfly
type कर रहा है
away
तू?
at Roche.
They have to know about this.
Got some buddies helping.
This is
Divine
serious
Rapier,
time.
boys. Divine Rapier on.
Have that rapier done for Emo. A ton of damage ready. Looking for the opening, but DY, he gets the ulti off. Now the turn. Doom, almost throws it out there. Doesn't get it onto the Lotus Orb, but they have 2 rounds of it.
The Phoenix.
Rapier's
lost
still
up.
there. They're looking for that opening. Try to take him down, but he gets the Evil Scepter.
Lina.
Control, does he get the egg off? They do the other one. Now Ori ends up falling. The RP afterwards. Do they have enough?
GG.
Try and kill them all off, and they will.
GG, GG.
Doing way too much damage in this fight from Emo. They have no control at all, and IG.
What a fight, dude. What a fight.
Because it doesn't really look like it does. It just keeps walking at you and swinging. And Ali, this Phoenix.
I'm good, man. How are you doing?
He can't do it by himself.
Mojo hai on nashe. Yeah, dude. Mojo, don't do nashe. Oh, dude. One more. One more. Yes. Go Roshan, dude. What a fight. Oh, take Roshan. Take Roshan. Smash it. Magnus fucked up.
There's no vision. They don't have it. So much healing out from this Phoenix. Ollie eventually will go down, but it comes at the cost. As the Ori is the only one left now. Toyo comes back alive though. LSA off the mark. Ollie turns.
Oh, dude, that was close.
Look at the Daedalus. Crit comes out.
GG.
Toyo wants to salvage. This is a triple kill for the Tiny, but he's all left alone. Nobody left on his team. Toyo
GG.
eventually two will fall. Emo
GG, boys.
down in that fight one little bit.
Screen की screen टूटी हुई कैसे टूटा? They called it GG.
That was unbelievable from Emo. What a play from IG from losing and leaving.
What a comeback, dude. What a comeback.
Who needs it?
I told you, they were fine. They were
Who
never
needs it?
concerned.
Unreal.
They played that last fight so well. I mean, you can honestly just go back and only watch Emo through that fight, and it was absolutely thrilling the way he just like spaced perfectly the entire time through that engagement. Remember, we're dealing with a double Doom, and it didn't feel like it, right?
No.
Early game felt like Old 11 was hitting everything. Late game, things just switched. The 3 from IG there, JT doing a fantastic job of controlling the match in the late game. Really come online with that Magnus and proving once again why the hero is looking really strong.
And I mean, we said the fights in the end, they can either get really simple or really complicated. It was a little bit of both. The real simple
That
thing,
was a good, just won
bringing
2
up a
wins
rapier
in national
Ember.
tournament.
Mhm.
Hey, nice shoot. Congrats. What tournament was this?
If the fights just keep on going, eventually it's going to fall apart.
I mean, you pretty much did everything you could ask
What
for.
tournament was this?
Oh,
Everyone
yeah.
had their Aeon disc. I mean, we're missing a few of the items on the sports, I suppose, like those big ticket ones, but it's all there, it's all available, and it comes down to just like who's seeing everything, who's getting the big plays. And honestly, I really do think that vision played such a massive part in this game. Every time I look, it just feels like IG see it all in the fight, and that's why Emo can play like that. And again, like using Ollie with this Phoenix, They've proven it time and time again. We always talk about Kaka and the Lion and how good he is and everything because he covers that egg so well. He looks like so masterful all the time. But then JT saving that egg with the RP,
Oh, so
amazing
good.
stuff.
Amazing plays and a lot more amazing action to come after this. Gonna head now back to the panel.
Thank you so much, guys. You look absolutely gorgeous today, by the way. But we've got to talk about things
Well,
slightly
nice.
ugly in
गिर
the,
गया था.
the first half of that game between.
कोई नहीं, नया फोन ले ले. तेरे पास SIB 2080 Ti है. Mr. Bundy, good afternoon. I am so sorry that I forgot to invite you for a Face It game yesterday, dude. And then you went offline.
In all its glory, right now.
Valorant tournament.
Hopefully.
Nice, dude.
I think
Congrats.
we're still feeling slightly awkward about it, to be perfectly honest with
I
you. Do you
thought
want to introduce?
you wanted to actually.
Yeah, I was like,
are
are you
just
looking at me? Am I supposed to?
is
I
Kyle
was,
the team?
yeah, I was looking for you to pluck that one out. I know you like to be the bearer of bad news, Kyle. For
Yeah.
IG. I mean, IG won. It's just momentarily it looked like they might not because they won a Roche fight. And then, well.
Yeah, this is the thing. See, they either like see, they left the Aegis over there.
Like Ember was gonna take it.
He made a spot.
Sometimes you just leave an item on the ground, right, Kyle? Yeah, I thought Frankie was about to slam Kyle for sure. Kyle's had an ups moment. He's been one of those on the stage.
Yeah, okay, look. Dropping something is different. Okay.
Okay.
I had done that
True.
previous times. I tried to pick it up.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't just forget.
It was just
You know, there was
unfortunate
a-
timing.
there
Yeah.
was
At least you didn't
unfortunate
deny it. There were times when
KYXY.
if you remember, denied the Aegis.
KYXY.
This time around, it's a gift. It's a gift to your
Yeah.
running.
But I just like how crazy because realistically, right? This is Ember's Aegis.
Just we have to win one more to go to semifinals. You'll win it, dude. Don't worry.
Taken it,
I wish you best of luck.
somehow plays this phenomenal game anyway. How does that not break you?
It's
Please,
insane.
aja.
It feels like IG and Emo are a team that they thrive under pressure. And this Aegis, this giveaway, actually helped them in a way. The top fight that came afterwards, that came after this Aegis being stolen by Old 11 was horrible for them. I thought that their whole game plan was broken. And it truly was. You could listen to their coach. He said, their team is extremely greedy. This is going to be easy. It's not easy if you give them that Aegis, if you hand it over.
Yeah.
I just want to say how nice Lizard is on the desk. He's just like, yeah, them like not picking up the Aegis, that actually helped them win the match. Me asking stupid questions on the desk, he makes me feel better about them by trying to, give me an out. This man is too nice potentially for Dota too, but we're very grateful to have you here because IG potentially did look a bit shaky, actually, even before they forgot the Aegis in the first part of that game. I mean, Purge, was that something that you picked up on?
The early part, they looked pretty confident once they got the Roche. Then things got a little shakier because they had to play more passively. So, and there was a big net worth advantage on the VC gaming side for a long time after that. It took a while. It kept getting bigger and bigger, and all of a sudden they finally won some good fights. I think the one thing that I did really well that game.
It was best of 3.
My almost entire.
Okay, so what about my PC is on hold, dude? Everything is expensive. I don't want to spend that kind of money simply overpaying 2 scalpers. Because of the silicon shortage, everything is super expensive.
But, they eventually come back and make it work.
But Kyle, you weren't 100% convinced.
Why does this look weird? Tournament prediction.
I mean, you get to a point where you see a Doom draft which has all 3 cores at the top of the net worth. Like you're going to be a little.
Okay, wait.
spooked, but
Something
like,
was there here.
the Mag, Wraith King, and really just Emo's play. Like at the end of the day, IG's triple core is just strong, especially when you get so late into the game that you've got heroes at level 30. Like at that point, it's as Dendy's always said, like it's not. There's no thinking anymore. It's not Dota. It's just chaos.
I mean, Emo absolutely caused chaos on that match, but in that game, I should say. The match is not done and dusted just yet, my friends. Carl, what did you make of the way that
These lanes. These impossible lanes. I've solved over 322 Overwatch cases on this map. But this one?
So what spec are you looking for? I was looking for 5950X and RTX 3090.
She floated in like she owned the place. Fiery attitude, fiery eyes. Kind of fire fueled by those who'd done her wrong. But something about this one told me she weren't a stranger to making her own wrongs. So, Miss Lena, you reported every single teammate in your last match. Says here you even reported your own sister.
Cold-hearted bitch.
All right, take it easy. Look, I'm gonna take your case, Miss Lena. I've seen my fair share of Smurfs and account buyers, but I don't work like those other schmucks. I'm not gonna just sit here and watch some no-context VODs. I'm bringing your teammates in for a full interrogation. No one gets away with this stuff in my town. I'll bet my behavior score on it.
Thanks.
Stuns on creeps.
3090 is over 40k. 3090 is right now selling for close to 2 lakhs. Actual price is 1 lakh, 1,10,000 or 1,20,000, but it's selling for over 2 lakhs. What up, Salim? What am I watching? This is a skit by TI, dude. Dota TI. I'm waiting for the match.
I saw Dragon Knight on the anime.
Sorry, I missed something. Chapter 2.
Stuns on creeps, meme hammer rush, and look at this. 2 different kinds of boots. I know you're a Smurf. Your teammates know you're a Smurf. Now I want to hear it from you. So talk. Don't play dumb with me. Look at this booster account. 150 friends, 10,000 hours in TF2. Hundreds of games on Steam.
I saw Dragon Knight on the anime.
Minute 10. Minute 20. 30, 40, 60. Ringing any bells here, champ? How about a little story about sitting in lane the entire game with a shadow amulet? And you're not a griefer? Huh? I know you're there, you son of a bitch. You're going down to low prio for this. Now get your filth out of my office. Tell me what items you see here. Power treads? Okay. Magic stick? Checks out. You see, the post-game report shows you buying a Daedalus, but I don't see a Daedalus. You didn't destroy your own Daedalus. Did you, sport? Did you just break that stick? Oh, you just couldn't help yourself, could you? You people make me sick. Says here you're being accused of stealing farm. That's a pretty big accusation for a support crystal maiden.
This farm's all natural, bro. You got nothing on me. Look,
Slacks.
I rotated mid to help my sister like 3 times. Yeah, maybe I took a range creep or 2, but that's TP tax.
TP tax?
Yeah, TP tax.
Get your frosty, new meta ass out of my office.
Okay. Hey, do you guys validate parking? Because I can... I rotated mid to help my sister like 3 times.
Rotated mid.
Bet you thought that was pretty funny. Lightening me up like that. Getting me to chase my own tail. But I don't need a clarity to see straight anymore.
That was smart.
No comment.
It says here you were playing a support, Lena.
Yes.
With a Vanguard?
Yes.
And a Butterfly?
Yes.
And you went mid?
Yes.
Harold? This is Harold? The trench?
What did you expect?
Shit. In the end, some cases you close don't bring closure for you. But you gotta let it go. That's Harold Town. That's Harold Town.
That's good, dude.
What the? Oh. Ah! Get out of here, you son of a bitch! Oh.
That'll be the link, yeah. Separate. Alright, what is this prediction live? Oh, okay, this is them voting. Never mind. Right, always remember detectives case and my caching if favorite is my character. Oh, Frankie, do is silent.
Silent, thank you so much for joining me. Now, in the last game, Virtus Pro targeted Collapse, and now they have targeted him in the draft. Do you feel confident about his chances in this game?
About our chances or just
about Collapse?
Collapse.
Two COVID cases at TI. As part of our daily testing, we have discovered and confirmed two have been isolated. In addition to all the contact traced to the password have been isolated as precaution. All members of the event continue to be taking extra precautions to ensure the safety of every event participating in the event. Okay, someone got tested.
Only one team left standing, and I know that there's a lot of people fans of players, and they're very excited to see their team do well, and when they're doing well, they're very excited for them. But I'm here to tell you that when your team's not doing well, they also need your support, and I think it's sometimes a little disappointing to see people just abandoning ship the moment something goes wrong. All the players we've seen today, they've had a long road their entire career leading up to this, but it's not the end of their career. They'll move on, they'll move forward, and you gotta support them through thick and thin. What good is it if you're a good weather supporter? Then you're not a true supporter at all. So get your stuff together and support your idols even when things get tough, or rather like the best, support them the best you can when things get tough. And Tsunami, things get tough at TI.
Don't be a bandwagoner.
Yeah.
I think
The whole should not pass. Wait, did the match start? Okay, not yet. What else is going on? Mistake. Forgot yes something. Chinese mafia. Alright, so what is happening in CS? 7. Water bug is finally fixed in. So somebody made a clear this location thing. Reports will be enabled with security improvements. What's the next key? First kill from C after joining FNATIC and purchasing.
Wait, this is it. This is it. Complexity's gonna do it. Oh.
What the fuck? Rip.
Just a bit here.
Wow, what a round. Right,
Happened.
map is
We
right.
saw Lena against Ember. I'm pretty sure slightly Lena favored, and Emo was winning that pretty much from level 1, and then his impact in the late game was just, I'd say, a few levels above that of Ori.
Absolutely. It was a big surprise that Lena didn't do as well as we thought she would on lane, but I guess we didn't even touch up on that clockwork pick. It felt like it did do a lot too in setting up the fights and
It's the
jumping on
chaos
those backline
factor with
supports.
Magnus.
What is my
Somebody
bracket
throws
looking
Lux
like?
in the equation, your positioning falters, and the RP just becomes that much more powerful. We're not going to see that this game, though. Thank you. I was really hoping one of the teams would ban out Magnus, as I've seen enough of that.
Yeah, I was surprised they banned out Mars over the Magnus last game. I asked you, and you were like, I don't know why. There we go. And now they start out with picks that we saw very prominent in the group stage, and that they've still been picking, which is Snapfire, Monkey King. How is this open?
Well, to start with, I just think it's very interesting
Where is my prediction, dude?
value Phoenix, because I don't think we've seen another team place such high priority on this hero.
True.
And if you think back to
IG, so this two is correct.
with this hero in almost every game in the
Here FNATIC came, here Quincy came. This is wrong. T1 came. This is wrong. So this is correct. So came here.
So it's nice to see a different team with a different style of taking on.
Where is secret?
It's like a nice alternative to IO, right? Because it doesn't get punished by the AO.
Where is secret?
It is a heal support that you're scary to go on those beefy frontline cores because of that sun ray.
Oh no, never mind. Secret is here, right? No, secret is here. IG lost. Secret is here. VP is eliminated. OG is eliminated. I called OG winner.
Don't underestimate the value of early production sunray, especially if you have a spirit player like Emo on your team.
Alright, Raydan. Enjoy the game. Good luck.
Suddenly you go up in value as a Phoenix just because
Good
of
luck,
the
good luck.
damage that you can provide something like a spirit hero, right? But of course the approach that Vichy take to this Phoenix are the Snapfire, just probably the best counter in the game. You just have this little shredder and right click.
Salim, you there?
Of course there are play arounds to it, but it makes sense that it was picked here. Monkey King, we've talked about the vision that he provides and how useful it is and his flexibility before, so I don't know if we want to touch on that a little bit more, but the only other thing to comment about in this opener is the stuns are not really instant. There's Boundless Strike for the Storm Spirit, but that's about it, and it's dodgeable, like if the Storm sees it coming.
IG definitely saw this opening coming, as they've picked Monkey King on the side of Vici pretty much any time it's been left in the pool. I see it out of their 8 main event games. They've first rounded it 5 times. And also, the fact that JT is such a well-known Mars player for IG, the fact that they passed up on the Phoenix Mars combo says a lot about how highly they prioritize this Storm Spirit, that long-range catch. It's nice for the tree destruction on top of the Mars. Both heroes will catch that Monkey King, but I think it's the fact that the Snapfire, you can either prevent her from hitting the egg with Arena, or you can just jump her with the Storm. So I think that's going to be a big part of their team fights.
That's a really good point, because if you look at these two supports, Storm should not struggle in killing them, or they shouldn't pose much kill threat to him. Also, if you want to think about Storm's gameplay in around the early mid game, these two are not going to be much of a threat in terms of just like smoking mid and killing him the way that Vici like to play, because PYW and DY, they're known for their catapult rotations. So I don't think Storm should have too much of an issue here.
Take care. Thank you, dude. Even you.
Also, one more thing to note about IG's Storm Spirit is they're so confident in first phasing it for Emo. They do it whenever they can. He has absolutely no fear when it comes to Storm.
I also know that Emo has a special build that he likes to build on Storm exclusive to him. What's the strength of that?
He actually, well, I think slowing is a pretty broken item and underrated, honestly. And Emo was the one who kind of brought it back on Storm Spirit, because 5 months ago, 4 months ago, he was building it in every game. You could see it in iLeague, you could see it at OGA, and I think a lot of other mid players picked up on it because now if you just open any top live game, you will see Storm Spirits is soaring. But it's just very cheap. It gives you extra tankability and just the mana that Storm needs.
It's also the fact that you get so many bottle charges in the mid lane now. That makes Storm's game incredibly reliable, and soaring as an item doesn't increase his max mana pool, so you're effectively getting way more out of your bottle than you would with such, say, something like Mana Boots or Kaya. So not only are you getting the extra mana from the soaring, but you're also increasing the efficiency of your other items. And we see Earthshaker. That gives them the instant stun that they needed in team fights. Monkey King's Boundless is okay, but Snapfire's abilities are relatively clunky in order to land on a spirit mobile hero like Storm. And now I would imagine some save disruption like Silencer to break up this combo that Vichi's representing.
That could be quite good. And now that there's an instant stun in Echo Slam or Fisher from a distance, suddenly the chain stun potential of a cookie is so much higher. So the Storm Spirit that looked good with just the first two now looks like he can be threatened by the heroes on Vichi's side.
This is a reverse from game one, am I wrong?
Yep.
IG let Vici have Lion Doom. They just complement each other so well, but as opposed to going for the Wraith King, they go for the Morphling because they have the Shaker combo. I think they were calculating
1 second,
that, 'cause
guys. I have to do something.
Doom and Lion on paper are pretty good against Morphling. It's really hard to play without Lincoln's and BKB, and you also need the Ags. So there's a lot of items that he needs on the Morphling, but I just don't know if he's going to be able to get there.
So you don't think Morph Shaker is enough to power through this?
It's the be-all, end-all. If they get to that point in the game, their stuns will be insanely overwhelming. Storm will get bursted, they will get locked down, but he can't play, like, it doesn't matter how many stuns you have in your abilities if you can't cast them. And Doom, Lion are just so good at preventing Morphling from doing so. So he's going to need the Lincoln's BKB Ags, maybe like a Scotty, in order to operate these fights.
So there is going to be a timing in this game for Morph Shaker where they're actually much stronger than IG if they don't get overwhelmed at any point in the game. And yes, like Morph is under threat with the instant disable by way of Hex from the Lion. But if you look at these backline supports in Phoenix and Lion, they're going to get blown up by this Shaker Morph combination. So I think IG really needs to pick a more tempo hero because Doom, while he is very strong, you know that the team's going to play a bit of a slower game when they have a Doom because typically they will build the Midas and they will farm a little bit more and they don't necessarily rotate with every Doom initially.
The last picks, I'd like to ask you first, BSJ. What are we looking for? What do we need to fix here for Vici's draft? What could complement the Morphling Shaker enough?
Just a momentum mid-game hero. You need this 8 to 20 minute mark to not be game losing for you. You need to not let IG snowball the kill potential that they have. They want on the side of IG to get 1 or 2 pickoffs with Finger and Doom, and then sit back and fire for 2 or 3 minutes, and then go again. And that can be crucial to just blowing the game wide open in this mid-game portion. And because Morphling Shaker, that's where it's most fragile. That's the kind of hero I'm looking for. So I want to see a mid lane matchup that's in his favor, but we kind of talked about that last series or last game. It felt like Emo was the better mid laner.
Absolutely, and you can see that IG actually thought the same way that BSJ just did because look what they ban out. They ban out the Puck, who's a momentum mid laner, and the SF. And they actually had great success with the SF yesterday, so it's interesting to see respect placed on that hero that we really haven't seen that much during this tournament. And I suppose it would have had a lot of synergy with the Snapfire, and it would have just given them Roche, which is kind of awkward for them at the moment. So the Dragon Knight also fits the bill, so I think the bans on IG's side cover it quite well.
So you're looking for also a consistent mid laner because you've been talking about Ori, he just needs to be able to do decently in that mid lane. SF and DK kind of fit that bill.
Yeah.
Are there any other heroes you can think of that fit that as well? Against Storm as well.
Against the Storm. Well, what's left in the pool right now?
Well, we got like an IG's pick first.
Well,
All right, sure.
I think they might just go Void Spirit here.
Okay.
But Ori has, I don't want to call any specific player out, but Ori has been underperforming on his Spirit heroes compared to the other ones in this tournament. So it feels like they're shying away from them a little bit, which could explain why they wanted to go for that Lena draft.
I would love to see Spectre or TB for IG. Spectre makes their teamfight execution way better. The chaos against combos is always nice, and then TB's just, he's not the best individually against Morphling, but they needed a lot of tower hitting and a lot of wave clear, so they go for the Spectre. They either could play for the team fights or play for the map navigation. The TB would have been better for lanes, but Spectre just makes these single target heroes like Lion, if you see a Lion walking through a ward with the lineup they have so far, it wasn't all that scary unless Storm was nearby, but now every single hero on the side of IG represents solo kill threat as long as that Ags on Spectre comes out.
Yeah, BSJ the Prophet. And just to add on a couple of points to this, Spectre is one of the best carries in the game versus Blink Dagger initiators, just because you press Hunt and she just stops it. So that makes the Shaker pick go down a little bit in value, and also she can
I know, 1 second.
in the trees.
Might be a Lesh game, maybe?
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but it's also one of Fly's like signature, right? We always talk about he wants to carry the game, but also wants to team fight. Spectre does exactly that. TB much more of a farming-oriented hero. But yeah, I actually like the Leshrac pick. I was thinking the same thing.
Lesh or TA, something like that.
But Lesh against Spectre is really bad, though, is the problem.
Yeah.
I think Leshrac would die a lot here. There's not really any kind of synergy or hero to save him. If he gets jumped on by the Storm, followed up by Hunt, he's just dead.
Yeah,
so
the Spectre ruins
I
it.
don't want to see that hero particularly. The thing is, it looks like they should go for Void Spirit, but not only has Ori been not doing too hot on it, they might lack some damage in the early mid game if they do go for Void here. So they're taking their time thinking about this one.
We're seeing they're taking their time here. Partially, perhaps they are considering the idea that like we need a consistent mid laner as well, something that can't go badly, but also a tempo. It doesn't feel like there's anything that really fits this bill for them just yet.
You need something that makes early moves, and the only reason I mentioned Lesh, it's not the best for Spectre, but you need a tower hitter as well. Like Morphling can't reliably building siege for a long time.
Is DP possible here?
Yeah, DP. Actually, yeah, I like that a lot. Against the Storm, it's a good matchup.
That's a good suggestion.
Yeah, they go for the
Let's go
Lesh.
Lesh.
It's bad against Spectre later on. If he dies once or twice in the early game, I think Ori's in for some trouble. They have a lot of burst, but if he can get to like the Sanj and Kaya, Eternal Shroud, sustain through the Doom, if he's got his ultimate on, they could absolutely buy enough time for this Morphling Shaker combo to come online.
I will agree to that, but just to reiterate a little bit, I think that a good Storm jump with a Lion follow-up in the early game should be a very easy, or a Spectre follow-up later on should be a very easy dead Lusher.
For IG, what are the strengths that we're seeing from them in this draft?
They have really good scaling, and if it gets to a certain point in the mid game where Doom has his BKB and Spectre has her Ags and whatever items she chooses to go after, they should overwhelm them in team fights.
You think it's going to be an Ags, like the Ags hunting Spectre game as well?
I do think so, because she's playing with Storm in lane.
Well, we're going to have to hear from the coaches themselves, as this time SaTurrrDay Slacks has met up with Vichi's coach Fenrir to ask him about their draft.
Thank you very much. We're about to head into it, so I'll make it quick. We talked to Super last time. He said that you guys had a greedy draft. This time I'm interested what you think about theirs.
上一把 Super 说你们的阵容非常贪心，这一把你觉得他们阵容怎么样？
阵容怎么说呢？阵容是贪心了嘛，但是也有赢面嘛，只能说适合我们吧。
你觉得他们阵容怎么样？那你觉得他们阵容怎么样？
他们的阵容选的跟我们想的差不多吧，但是这一盘阵容可能他们选的会比较好一点。
Well, last game I didn't think our lineup. I know that my lineup was greedy, but I think that we could have won. However, this game, I think that they had the better pick.
All right, fantastic. Well, we'll go ahead and jump into the game and see if that's accurate. Let's throw it over to our fantastic casters, Trent and Lyrical.
Oh, thank you so much, Slacks. Yes, always great to get the little bit of the interview before we go into the game. It felt like he had the better picks. That's not something we normally hear from the coaches at the exit.
I feel like he's trying to pit them against each other here. Like, eventually, I don't know, if we don't settle things down here, you might get them just play a 1v1.
I like that idea a lot, but let's get into the game right now.
I think I'm taking Super.
Hey, no, what's up, dude? Welcome to Give me 1 second.
That's fair enough. Support players, though, right? Yeah. That's the way it goes. But we're already into the game now.
Right.
As you can see, both teams heading out across the map. None of those big five-man smoke-up movements that we've been seeing pretty consistently.
This here.
But IG is all sitting right in the river by the tier 1 tower and going to try and get some vision down. See if they get any of those early.
Right, happy.
So,
Sorry, I was doing some office work. Who kills the barracks first? Vici. What will first happen? 3 to 6 minutes. Highest number of physical damage a hero will do to another. Will do to another in 1 hit. Monkey King.
Cool. So you have Hex, you have Doom.
Killed by.
This single hero overwhelming you at some point in the game. And they have
Submit.
excellent abilities versus that sort of a strategy.
इतना काला काला क्यों है? काम कर रहा था इसलिए. What?
VG are gonna
Closed,
be back
dude.
to
I couldn't even submit.
pick up a
Rip.
couple of them. Yeah, it's going to be something interesting to watch for, and of course,
Mr. Dubda, how does it feel after winning your finals?
later on, when you have either that storm
First of
jump
many.
or the Spectre jump later on, and just a heck of a lot of things. So it's going to be a tough one for Ori, and need to build into a lot.
I couldn't submit it, dude.
As this game goes later.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised by the Lesh pick because I thought they listed some really good reasons why it was a very risky one to go for here from Ori. I thought maybe they'd lean back to one of the spirits or like the Kunkka or just something that was a little bit more, I don't know, like
survivable,
two-dimensional. Yeah, survivable. And that's great. I almost feel like they actually want to up their
Dude, he's just
like maybe bring in the morph a little
going
bit,
at him.
not play so hard towards the morph shaker and just try and play this out because I really think just going like all in on morphling seems very dangerous this game.
Going all in on any hero when you have a Doom is pretty scary. As early on, Emo 3-1, Lesh 2-0. Emo getting the better of him. I think that we saw a stat from the stats group that we're in that it was the most damage done by a hero, at least throughout the entire tournament, by his Ember Spirit, and maybe potentially one of the ones of all time as well. He just absolutely shredded on that physical damage Ember build.
Yeah, when those fights get later in the
It's
game.
good, but lost one semi yesterday. It's like you're saying you got lucky. Nah, do nothing like that. You should not go to tournaments thinking like that. When you go into tournaments, you should not have any superstitions. Just focus on the game and work on getting better.
Definitely moved into more of a like dancing around the map and the team fight sort of game. But,
If you second guess yourself and you second guess your team, then you'll always be second.
The theme of vision just seemed like a serious problem for Vici in the last match, and so just kicking things off with the Monkey King, already making things a bit better, but I really think that IG, like they go back for that Spectre at the end, and it makes your fights so much easier to play when you have that Haunt. So to me, VG taking fights during Haunt is going to be a serious problem.
Fissure comes out right there. Ollie.
Misplay.
Clapped by that boundless strike. So we'll
Big misplay.
there the last second. Yeah, I think that the lack of clockwork is going to be a big win. Most likely, the vision that he provided, and of course, like you mentioned, the Haunt. If you do go for it, gives you that full reveal of everybody, but it's a pretty big commitment if there's not an opening for a fight afterwards. We'll see if Fly can continue his impressive spree so far.
It is ridiculous though that you have Haunt and then you have like it gives Storm the zip, it gives Lion the blink hex, and it gives Doom the blink stomp Doom.
Yeah, it's everything.
It is so fight winning if they catch a Haunt near your team.
In the meantime, at the same time, we're seeing the Snapfire on DY. Potentially a good amount of damage that can come out as Kaka actually going to get ran at. Cookie afterwards.
What?
Target switches over to JT. And with the rundown, that's enough for
Nice first blood.
Not bad from Poyo.
Nice, very well done. Very, very cool. They're just like checking out the spells, watching the mana pools. It's like, okay, now we found our chance to go, right? Now up top UIW one.
What? Why?
Boundless, and even this time not able to get the finish.
But look across the lanes right now. They're crushing it across all three for Vici.
And that's part of what that pressure does, right? Driving back Ollie, giving more freedom to Old 11 right there with the 1-1-1 at level 3. Has quite a few tools here in the lane.
So far, so good for Vici, who so often I feel like have been sort of identified by their potential and consistent desire to go into the later stages of the game. But if you got out to a hot start like this, it could be really solid for them. Changing things up a little bit here in this game number 2.
Yeah, Lesh one of the best heroes to have, of course, in those situations, since you can take the objective so easily. So, Vici, there's no reason they need to sit back. Like we talk about this, like eventual timing with the morph. And the shaker.
Told what?
You don't want to panic too hard and just play for that, and not try and grow your advantage if you get one out of this laning stage. But in the river there, DY.
Was it 0 to 3 minutes?
Not going to amount to very much.
Okay. You're smart, bro.
Oh,
people understand this game. It's so confusing. Starting it is confusing, but once you learn it, it's amazing. People don't understand it because they give up before they, before they're able to figure out it.
Just a very relaxed laning stage here, right? It's TI sometimes.
Like Mojo, yeah. See, when Mojo was like, he didn't like the game, now he likes it.
Simultaneous in the top lane as well. They're jumping out of Fly. Got a lot of damage.
Spectre in
Dead.
trouble. Ends up going down. Old 11 picks up the kill. So only 11 last hits at this point for that Spectre. Fly is not having a great time.
Yeah, and it's not like it's a mystery that they're going to be trying to pick up this Phoenix for Ollie too, so it feels like maybe trying to find some sort of a solution.
Dude, I want to see Secret LGD, dude. Why don't you start streaming Twitch? It's very hard to grow on Twitch, dude, and plus, you know, I just like to chill. That's it. It's not like I want to grow my channel out to become do full-time YouTube or full-time streaming. I'm just here to chill, enjoy some talks, relax. That's it.
On the storm. This is going to be a tough kill if they try and go for it. Boundless strike into the stun. Do they have enough though? The zip comes afterwards. Emo actually sticks around for a second.
Need some lasses.
And getting the tower hits also onto PYW. Dude, Emo is not afraid in a little bit.
He actually just got all of those.
Bottom Snapfire dead.
Gets the kill. Not bad from JT.
How is your stream coming along?
But as you said, like, yeah, you don't get the kill because he's level 6, but it's still a lot of pressure. And of course, we're moving on to 6 minutes now. So moving to that top rune.
38, 34, 40, 31.
Unfortunately for them, though, it is top. So
Phoenix has one creep, dude. That's it. Poor Phoenix.
Come fill up his mids bottle. Yeah. So a slight lead all across the lanes. The main one that's hurting right now is Fly. And obviously without a Magnus or anything, there's no catch-up potential necessarily.
Man, that is rough. They've done an amazing job in this top lane.
Yeah. Really putting that pressure on. As Emo farming in the jungle, no bottle, and is going to have to walk home after clearing out that stack.
Yeah, and Fly, you know, on the Spectre, not the hero you really want to be heading to the jungle to on the earlier end, right? You cross your fingers to the chip vest at this point, hoping for a comeback mechanic. And look at Old 11 just feeling so confident, dragging the wave with them too. Just like, yeah, you want to turn and fight me? I'm level 6.
Yeah, he's got that echo ready. If anybody shows up, they get blown up. And Fly will get a couple of these CS here. This is on the catapult, but regardless, not where the Fly Spectre wants to be, but these other heroes having an okay time.
Look at this. TPing top lane now from Emo, the turnaround play.
This is big. 11 pulled back in, has that echo still available, wants to drop it, hits there onto 2, but
oh, that was close, dude. Should have committed that time.
Every time. Every Earthshaker. You know, you gotta know, you have that feeling when you play Shaker, you're like, I know this won't kill them, but maybe this time, you know? You've tried it like 50 games in a row in that exact same scenario, but early on it just doesn't quite have the oomph.
Like that. They brought a couple heroes down bottom, hoping to find
Couldn't stream since the past few weeks, was focused on practice, plus now college also started, so all the free time gone goes in practice. Yeah, that's also true.
Yeah, the kill did also go to Emo, he said there, so not the biggest help for Fly to get a little bit of space on the lane, but Emo looking for some more plays towards that mid lane. There's the coverage there from PYW with the Boundless Strike, as well as DY here. This could be Kaka dead.
Oh, this would be a nice pickup. There it is, immediately into the stun, but Emo shows up, and now Kaka living a little bit longer. Won't be enough to save him, but the stun afterwards tries to turn on the Emo. Do they have enough? They're going to keep alive the Lesh for a second, but only a second longer.
Dead.
As everybody else comes in from IG.
Dead.
PG lose 2 in the river.
I thought Ori was away for a second, and then JT just comes. The music starts playing. Slays him from behind, so nice stuff there to get the cover.
That was a good gank.
A kill on a Lion, obviously not very worth it there for VG.
We'll try to be regular this week. I mean, focus on your studies also. Don't just be on streaming. Streaming is anyways you're doing as time pass, no? So focus on your team, focus on your studies.
You have to imagine if they get this kill up top, though.
All right, he's got to live, though, right? I mean, they had the obs in the jungle. Did he leave too late?
Oh, no. He was right underneath the observer ward as he tried to head away. The slowdown needs to throw out a fissure on a Kaka, but it might be too late. No.
Barely.
Barely getting out of there.
Perfect timing, dude. Perfect timing.
Also starting to pressure this tower.
All right, so that is the price of that ward, right? Like, that's all because of that ward up near the top outpost. Because he saw the rotation coming up top, so Shaker plays tight for a little bit, then starts backing away, so they're still going to try the gank, and then knowing this...
No, 600 more for Blink
attack mid lane, right?
on Shaker.
Rotating up top with the Storm Spirit, we can get a great trade here. And what a costly trade, too, losing that mid tower. Last Rack 3 points in the Edict, immediately comes to the bottom lane behind JT with the wraparound.
I don't even know if they see it. They know he's here.
Yeah, they don't even know. He was thinking about doing some tree plays with the Edict.
But instead, they're going to back out to their own jungle, get down that good observer ward.
Dude, that ward is just killing them. It's spotting Kaka and Ollie moving through here again to that top lane.
Yeah, all those movements, given some good vision.
And And look how PYW is playing mid here too, right? With Emo being so close to Ori, PYW, not only can he be there for defensive boundless strikes, but perhaps he can even get a good aggro initiation.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of initiation. Hold 11. A little scared up there.
Yeah, and actually they're gonna wrap on him now.
Oh, that's a creep too far, my friend.
Gee, bye-bye, Archie.
Very prepared for the kill. Throws out the pack. It's not even gonna be there in time. Old 11 throws the fissure. Flyfly kills him, I think with dispersion.
All right.
And now JT. Underneath the monkey, PYW. Backs out again. But you can see the tempo that VG want to play. They want to make this a little different here as they force down that bottom tier 1 tower. They're setting the tempo.
They really are. This is looking fantastic for them. Falcon Blade as well as into the early perseverance here for PoYo. So tons of sustain to stay out on the map right now as a Morphling. It can start playing a little bit solo as they want to group up around this Leshrac and push parts of the map. Meanwhile, you still have Old 11 just back up top.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep going here. I'm going to keep trying to slow down your Spectre. She's still the poorest core in the game. And you know, Flyfly just not able to get that big jungle acceleration that a lot of carries can do.
And we have a smoke up now. 3 heroes in the mid lane. They're gonna run right at that storm. Emo caught, stunned, but the heal is out. Will it be enough? Needs a little bit more, and he went in. God. Emo is out of his mind. He still managed to get out with the Snapfire ulti. Dodging, trying to get out.
Oh, dude, so close, dude.
And afterwards, Ollie
Monkey died. Snap died.
Looking good.
Emo with it. Dude is absolutely wrecking.
That was some nice plays. They were so focused on finishing off the storm, they're just dying, right?
Yeah.
As the other heroes rotate in, all they can cling to is that attempted kill on the enemy mid. Those are the kind of plays he's gonna make here. Not something you see too often from like a storm at this point, right? You think it was more as like the mid and late game, not so much like 11 minutes making the zips. Well done, and Storm, one of the best parts of this hero, 0 cooldowns, right? You're just ready to go again. You know, no big long ones whatsoever, so they're going to smoke up. They're going to lurk behind their Spectre here. Probably knowing that she's a big target on that hero, right? You know, you really want to take down the old Spec, knowing that she's the one who's being bullied. And instead,
Don't blink on him. Why are they going on Storm without like proper change standard? They have Earthshaker, they're not going on him. What? What? Dude, they got destroyed, dude. IG is just running at it.
So JT tried to blink, sorry, not JT, obviously. 11 tried to blink off to the left, and Kaka, who got the lion this time since IG have it, manages to catch him with the Hex right there. Beautiful stuff. And then finished off there as it's, I believe JT who picked up the kill there too. So once again, not the richest this game though, as that is still going to be our Morphling. Something that VG can hold on to. They're pushing these towers still, getting that done. They are moving IG around the map a lot, but they're still succeeding in a lot of these kills, so they're not the most punishing rotations.
I had a
but it's still a gold lead
region.
Bringing in the shaker. Old 11 looking for the opening. Finds him. Echo, fissure, combo.
Stun. What, dude? What is wrong with these guys? What a misplay, dude. What a misplay.
Why should ya?
No, I don't know what the fuck. How are they fucking up a gank on Storm Spirit like that?
Alright, well, if we're going to follow the trend of last game, what's going to start to happen soon is that, you know, Old 11, he's popping off so far, or sorry, he's not doing well so far. You know, having a pretty rough game. Last game he popped off early, and it didn't quite finish out the game. Meanwhile, JT, he had a pretty bad start.
Told you, yeah, that should never happen, dude. There's like 3 times they have gone on fucking Storm Spirit without change turn.
Well, he's going to try to motivate a little bit here with the chat line.
And these guys are like fucking old players. How can such old players make such stupid mistakes, dude?
Very fast farmer. And in the meantime, Emo can just play.
Earthshaker went in without when he knows that Monkey's boulder stack was on CD. He goes in there and he doesn't even change stun properly. He uses everything at the same time.
No, they're committed to keeping Flyfly safe, that's for sure.
That's fucked up, dude.
Nearby in the trees.
To make plays like that, you definitely deserve to lose.
Flyfly to freely take this tower. And I say that, now they're going to smoke. They're coming through under this ward from IG, so perhaps a false sense of security. Takes a long time to push this. JT's going to help out a bit.
has
What
the
is the
boundless.
initiation with his duels, though?
They spot him right away. Has to jump out. They don't have old 11 here, though. I mean, this is the Blink Dagger Shaker.
Blink Dagger Shaker, yeah, but Shaker doesn't have.
That's the Lincoln's reveal. And now old 11 showing up. Jumps in.
Doesn't have work. Okay. Wow, perfectly executed. Perfectly executed.
The time taken to actually finish off that tower.
See, that is how you should fucking be playing.
On the side of IG, they just
Perfect execution.
the way they performed that fight, too, right? PYW sitting in the trees, giving them the general idea of what's up, and then he almost like baited them to the left as he starts running away. They're like, "Oh, can we get a catch on this Monkey King?" And suddenly, out of the smoke comes Ori, and that's when the panic set in.
That was a perfect execution.
7 to 10. 2K gold lead, and Emo getting closer to that Orchid.
Yeah.
That's the 2 Oblivion staffs done.
Part of the reason he wasn't down there, right? He's farming that up, trying to get that first big item for himself. And,
No, but the plays that they made early when they went on Storm Spirit, that was definitely no place. That was definitely no place. But now what they did was perfect execution. And we completely forgot about Morphling, dude. Morphling is fucking 8k, 8.8. And that also when Doom is there in the opposite team. And he's beating Doom in farm. 9,000 net worth on Morphling. I like to play Void Spirit, so much fun. Yeah, Void Spirit is good. Now they're making plays, dude.
Didn't end up mattering.
Monkey King scouting around that area as well.
Shaker has Epi. Going BKB. Why is Shaker going BKB?
Feels like they've kind of got a weird timing, right? Because on the one hand,
Bro, Shaker, get a fucking scepter, dude. Get a scepter and get a shard.
Yeah, just doubling up and making sure there wasn't any like support nearby. I'm sure, or like hoping there.
Go scepter. Here I see BKB. Scepter has not Spectre. Sorry, Earthshaker has BKB queued for some reason.
The actual tower push very weak right now from IG. It's never really going to get much better with these heroes either. That is perhaps one slight issue here.
Spectre is getting again him scepter.
Obviously, that's what punished them in the bottom lane, and without a catapult, it's pretty tough for them to keep this pressure up. Emo's going to do his best, but Poyo's trying to pull the wave, and now towards here comes PYW with the smoke.
Looks for it. Kaka there. He doesn't hit on the stone.
Perfect. Perfect execution.
They back out of there just in time, and Kaka didn't have vision for that stun. Ori dodging back into the trees, and now they're going to find Kaka for a follow-up kill afterwards. Very well played by Vici.
Yeah, he became Storm.
Playing so well, but part of that is because he's taking
IG is noob team now.
And eventually you're going to get caught in the mousetrap. And that time, he most certainly did. Very well done here, but it's that lack of push that I feel like they're not even respecting their own lack of push. Like, still just trying to force that tower and just... I mean, this is why Monkey King has looked so good at the International, just helping to set up in those really long-range boundless strikes, helps combo anything. And a great catch there from Ori in the trees.
And now, with the tier 1 towers taken, this is always the big testing point, right? Like, you can find these kills on Vici, you can turn them into the tier 1 towers very easily, but getting that second tier objectives has been real testing.
If they don't want, if they want to do more Shaker, they should go scepter.
Got the shift off, so
Morph Shaker, that's what you meant. Okay.
In order to get those tier 2 towers,
yeah, he should go scepter. Wow, what a timing, dude.
Almost gets him.
Nicely done. But that tends to be the focus after, right? So you see the vision already being laid down there up top here from Vici. DY pushing out that lane, some obs. The sneaky ward that Vici views quite a bit near that pit as well, where it's kind of like hanging on the cliff there. Very well done, looking down into the river.
Always so important to be able to scout out those fights before they break out.
And for now, IG just waiting for that haunt, though. He got the eggs, but it was still 90 seconds away from the haunt, so after that, Flyfly's just been farming it up here. And you imagine that JT probably really wishing he had that Blink Dagger here, too. Has the BKB, so if it's an aggressive fight from Vici, can maybe just like get in there onto the best possible dude target. Up top, though, Kaka, he gets aggroed on. It's the morph for Poyo. That's beautiful. Very nice, Kaka. How do you like it?
Keeps on catching him with that one. And this is, you know, a big problem. Lion needs to be that one initiating on top of them.
And the worst part is you don't have a recourse. Like, what are you going to do? Like, the timing's just not going to be there for you to get through the Lincolns and cast a spell.
Yeah. Have to be like instant on it or preempt it to some extent, which is incredibly difficult. But in the meantime, Vici continue to hold this area. They've got some pretty solid minus armor and DY heading into the pit. Are they actually going to...
Morph is getting Scepter.
Seems like Polio is not quite as
Shaker almost done with BKB.
Tower. Luckily, don't want to make that trade for free.
He's 500 gold away at this point from getting that Aghanim Scepter on the Morph, which can open up the game that much more quickly. And they do still have some really good control on IG. You know, you've got that Orchid ready, you've got Doom still, even though he's still a little ways away from that Blink Dagger on JT.
Look at that scan from 11 too, though. He actually just scanned the trees near himself up top there, so not a great idea from Vici as to what IG are actually doing. They're just wondering, like, surely they're coming for someone, but who is it? And, well, the answer is the mid lane. Don't want to go into that Lincoln's. Ori has the fresh BKB and the Yules.
They break the smoke, Hawk comes out, they jump immediately on a Morph, not going to catch. Old 11 now backing away, they catch Ori, but maybe the counter initiation play with the BKB out. They could have this.
Go, 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 chase, go chase.
They want to chase. Old 11, he's got Blink Fissure in 7.
What? Why didn't they chase?
And now they have that.
They used everything, dude.
Coming out for Poyoyo, so he's going to also have 18 most likely.
Ollie using that egg, probably saving Emo as he did get stunned up in the middle of that there, and no real defensive item to help other than this Essence Ring.
Here we go. So often, this has been the combo that feels impossible to deal with.
Oh, Shaker went Scepter, dude. No, that is Morphling, never mind. Shaker also went Scepter. Wait, I'm confused. What does Shaker have?
I feel like this is the fastest one.
Oh, he's switching to Shaker.
I've seen quite a few Morph Shaker games, but
Never mind. His Morphling has the Scepter and he's switching to... So Shaker went BKB. Okay, that makes sense.
And you're struggling to get even just the Blink Dagger, and that makes this combo
Morph went Scepter. This guy went BKB. The portrait animation is confusing. Portrait doesn't show as blue.
Gotta imagine there's a lot of pressure on JT, but he has that Blink, he has the BKB, so perhaps JT can do it again here with the Dooms.
It's going to be important that they make that happen, but the tier 2 tower they're going to have to give up in the top lane, which looks to be claimed here in just a moment. Because that is one thing that you can sometimes do, right? Is we've seen teams go for, like, you know, a Haunt play or something like that and then kill the Shaker, and then there's no longer that combo. But in this instance, the BKB on it, becomes a lot harder, or Shaker a lot harder.
You might see some of the plays that they've been trying here too from VG. The last time that Haunt came out, they tried to pop a smoke in the backline for the support, so trying to almost like force the Haunt in from Flyby, just be like, all right, well, you know, what's going on here? So they've already thought about a couple of counter plays, and now we have the Force Staff done for DY as well. Help it break up any of the chain stuns, also just disengage Poyo in certain engagements too, I'm sure. But they're just going to keep knocking on your towers. We've talked about this, the lack of push here. Oh, down bottom.
Perfect.
Solo, why not? That was huge. They blow him up there with that Fey Grenade.
Game 3, boys.
That's the combo you need, and given the tip, that's a huge kill.
I mean, they said Spectre was hoping for a chip vest earlier, but you're always hoping for the Fey Grenade here with the Morph and the Shaker combo. The Shaker absolutely loving this thing. You get the totem damage on the throw.
Holy shit, to 900 damage.
They put their hopes into Poyoyo and jump in. There's going to be the cookie afterwards. Do they have enough? Waveform through, bringing down JT. Has to pop the BKB.
900 damage, one hit.
The Boundless to stop the initial cast of the Doom, and then Poyo throws the Lincolns on top of Ori, and so JT's just like, okay, well, I guess I just can't
I'm out of here now.
Yeah, at least he didn't waste it, right? Yeah. But excellent. Just like, they know the stack of how the fight's supposed to go, right? They can see all the spells in the order that IG want to go for, and you're just trying to disrupt that.
Well, this is one of those moments where, you know, you put the game into Poyoyo's hands and hope that he's going to be able to hang on to it.
Well, there's that. I also just think that Ori's also having a really nice game, too. Like,
holy shit.
If they break the Lincolns, though, it doesn't matter. The double fissure, and now the chase.
Holy shit.
Do they have enough, though?
Old Levin's coming through.
He's got with the Aegis, they just don't want to go for it. Poyo waveform tries to get him, adaptive strike.
Oh, close, dude.
So JT gets away. They've got to wait out that Aegis.
Meanwhile, Emo is still just down here. I'm sure feeling a little nervous hiding here. Doesn't have a TP right now. Nighttime gonna try and use the lack of vision to escape. This is some dangerous stuff.
That was very close to death. I mean, again, it feels like right now IG are kind of trying to wait this out, at least until the Aegis comes down. They still got a minute and a half. Vici, do they try and push that tempo that much further with two tier 2 towers down?
And look at them, they're just camping
already.
Hiding near this outpost.
Beta.
He's already been one shot once.
Fissure.
Bye bye.
Done. It happens so quick.
Oh, meanwhile, Emo gonna show on this wave down here. Is there any real punish though? No. It's DY with a force and a cookie. Not enough teammates. Okay, well, unless he's not careful with the zips, but
he's out. Well played.
This whole map now belonging to Vici. Game 2. This is a whole new one for them.
This is called broken. Yeah, this is broken. This is broken. Morphling has hit their timing. They have nothing to do to deal with Morphling.
See if they can catch this Morphling, but Puyo not making it easy. Soon
and 11 jumps in, finds the Spectre in trouble. Going to fall soon. Fly almost able to get out of there and will. Saved again by Ollie. Old 11 went for that dunk, but it wasn't enough.
Oh, once again proving why they like Phoenix. Sunray save there.
They've waited out the Aegis. It's going to expire now, 15 seconds. If you're IG, do you kind of have to go now, or is it still too dangerous to fight in a Morph Shaker?
I think you smoke out and go, and you try and find a fight with Haunt before the potential timing for the Roche, right? Because you want to have the Haunt back up when the Aegis fight could occur. So push out your waves, find the smoke play. There's not the best vision right now, like really deep from VG, so there's a good chance they can get away with this smoke. Meanwhile, unfortunately though, IG, they also don't really see that much of the map. I'm not entirely sure where VG Gaming have gone.
PYW shows for a second with that boundless strike in the mid lane. But IG looking to hold their own high ground for the moment. The other thing here is just like the XP lead is going to start to stagger way into the favor of Vici. Those outposts being taken as well. This entire game swinging into their favor. Off the back of this Morph Shaker combo.
They have hit a big item now though. They do have the BKB for Emo, so he's been working on that for a while. And combined with the Essence Ring, has a lot of survivability. Can try and disrupt some of these plays, and as you said, like maybe try and find the initiation on Old 11. As can get that finishing damage.
Smoke up.
If they use the Haunt to find him first.
Ori shows with the Lincolns on him, and Vici look ready. Jump in, Kaka breaks it. Now the turn. Fissure out. Doom on to left.
Bye, Lion.
Waveform through. Emo wants to get a target for the kill. They get one. No buyback on Ori.
What the fuck? What a fight, dude.
No buyback on any of them.
What the fuck?
Man, I don't know. JT and Kaka are just so quick on that. I feel like we see this all the time, but placing that
Holy shit, okay, that was crazy.
Drain into the Hex, into the Chain Stun disable, into the Doom there too, just absolutely no chance. And then on top of that, to find the non-shifting Morphling was just like a massive bonus. You know, he's got a lot of tools here, but he does not have a Dispel. So getting pulled and orchided there for the kill from Emo.
Wow.
Okay, bye-bye.
Old 11 trying to find a little bit of retribution. Will go for the TP out. Does manage to escape after that shadow step.
Jeez, that is a frightening amount of damage, though. The Manta being ready there from Flyfly. I would say impressive how Flyfly's game has gone. Like, think about where you've seen Flyfly in this match. It's basically like the safest possible farm. Oh, nice solo pick.
Monkey is dead.
That DD rune to keep them in the game here. But Flyfly, I mean, lowest score in the game for sure, but I think recognizing just how important it is to number one, not drop any further by just getting, like, you know, picked off and feeding, but number two, always be ready and set for that Haunt, because it's so crucial to how they want to find these
Dude, if VG throws this fucking game, then they deserve to lose, dude. They were in such good position. 17,000 net worth on a Morph. It is impressive that IG, even after like playing on the back foot, they're still maintaining. Spectre is there, Storm is on top, Doom is on top.
Probably won't go for another fight until Aegis, or rather another high ground push until Aegis.
Only their support's a little bit weak.
Drawing a sort of like stalking wraparound play here, but it's like they're not sure if they want to commit to that.
Arcane, but just going to keep that pressure on. Has that Aghanim Scepter done? And going for the Lotus next. So the gold lead, as it has felt throughout this series, consistently into Vici's favor, but IG are the ones that were winning that last big fight. And Emo, the one that's setting the tempo.
Oh, it's going to be a very tension-filled couple of minutes here. It's a really long respawn. Oh, they spotted that one.
Monkey dead.
Quick and easy. Emo, he's a player.
You know, they're actually pinging like, oh, they have a ward up here, but I don't even see a ward. I'm not sure if that was just a, like, you know, they always do this sort of play.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Just understanding inside the heads a little bit right now. 2 minutes away from Roche. Emo going in to check it. And in the meantime, for Vici, it feels like they've really stalled out. You know, they got this big item timing combo very early on, took down some tier 2 towers, but these last couple fights, things starting to feel a little bit scary for Vici here.
Yeah, and their team fight's pretty empty if they don't have the Morph and the Shaker together, so Morph also doesn't want to be like on the other side of the map right now farming up this BKB, so everyone, it's like a giant gravitational pull towards the Roche pit in these moments, particularly at TI it feels, you know. No one wants to make that mistake, miss that crucial engagement, and so the farm speed's going to slow. They have to give everything available to Poyo here to try and get that BKB before that fight starts. And they're going to be very fortunate they're still another minute away because this BKB can be the massive difference here, especially if they go for the Doom onto the Leshrac again.
You're also getting towards some of these other big items that can make a big difference. Shiva's pretty soon on the Doom, as well as Scotty being worked on for Fly to help mitigate that regen that you get from the Morph when you're swapping between the two forms. So it's going to start to become more likely that they can kill Poyo. He doesn't have that BKB. More and more of these items that get picked up.
Well, IG once more going to try and control the vision game here, though, by having that gem onto Kaka. So they can clear up and just ensure that, like right now, we know there's no wards, obviously, on that side, but this is giving them the confidence, too.
Smoke.
And especially if something gets dropped down here when they want to look for that high ground play.
Fly, they got vision. They want to go on him, though. Killing that Spectre is so difficult. Level 11 revealed for a moment. Fly sees him, baiting the fight, the jump in. They decide to take the bait, but do they have enough to save? Force-stack, keeping him alive for the moment, but dead. Fly goes down. And now looking for more. Up on the high ground, they catch Kaka. That BKB, it's not going to be enough. And tries to get control. The silence is out there. Wow,
The throw, dude. What a throw. What a throw. He went chasing a fucking lion and got juked against a tree, dude. What a throw, dude. What a fucking throw.
Left and right, just swinging, dangling there with the chum, and you know the buyback haunt's coming, but they thought they could get enough kills, they would be worth
Fucking
it.
throw, dude. What a throw.
All in on the BKB.
Now
No morph, yeah.
60 seconds with no morph. I mean, we'll see if this is enough to stop IG
To
from
kill a support, he went chasing, dude.
That's like almost all of their team fight.
It's literally support gives less gold than a fucking creep wave.
They use the egg. They use the Doom, so there's not a lot of incentive for IG to fight there either, but we also recognize just how crucial the Morphling is. I'm a little surprised they're not going to push for something. Feels like maybe they'll just smoke in for kills. And that seems to be the plan here. The scan hits. They know there are heroes.
Emo, there's
They
a
spot the
regen
Shaker.
rune also over the jump.
Took.
Old 11 caught, under
Dead.
control, in trouble, going to die.
What, dude? VG is throwing like anything.
There onto DY, who's chased down by the combo. Emo low on mana though, and now the turn with the stun. Emo, he doesn't have that much left with the BKB out. Old 11 now wanting to chase this one down. What else do they have left in the tank? Morphling's back up in 2 seconds. Emo went in
Emo
so
died.
deep and ends up getting punished for it. What a
now the
great
chase
fight.
down.
And looking for Kaka. The chase is there.
Okay, now he
There
gets
for
it.
the finish. And now they're force out these couple of buybacks. Kaka's coming back, but can they take down Roche in time? They're actually just going to stick around for this one. He has to walk back out.
Oh, the Solar Crest too. They're getting the big damage on really fast here. Thanks to GY.
He's Easy peasy, gotta be
look at the
careful. Storm
distraction
buys
on
back
high
as
ground.
well, and yeah, he's gonna run in on 11, trying to play a little bit of interference, and that's enough to get the Aegis on Poyoyo. Still in Earthshaker form, retreats back again, and that is enough. Man, Vici got away with one there. Old 11 just throwing his body on the line.
Yeah, very dangerous fight there. Whoa, they came
the
back.
turn, and the egg, the BKB out, he's done. Evo
Okay.
trying to salvage this with Ori.
Okay.
Can he do it all on his own right now for Poyoyo? Fly, walks away and then through it. Vici decided to go back in on this. We'll see if that ends up being punished now. As JT walks in, hook stomp afterwards, switching down. This is not the way he's supposed to go.
He is gone.
Gonna be reclaimed, and do they have a second round of it now? Lincoln's still on cooldown. They get the Doom off. The chase down is there.
Bye bye, Morph.
And Poyoyo to fall. 3 dead for Vici.
What a fight, dude, by IG.
Just half a
Perfect. Even after losing 2 supports, they're like perfectly come back.
Very scary, obviously, fighting to anyone who has the Aegis.
Roshan start.
More
Where is the
shaker,
drop?
No shaker. You know, you're not built the same as a normal morph, right? You're not gonna have that same tools available to you, and you've invested so much in utilizing this combo. Find a very big punish here from IG. Bold to go for it, but
That's the shadow.
they
Okay.
sort of had an idea of what was happening through a lot of that too, because they placed that really deep ward as well up on that high ground.
Right.
After the, when the previous fight went kind of poorly and they lost the emo.
But again, the decision to go back in for that quick pickoff.
Yeah.
Like, it felt like a bit too greedy in the end as they eventually run down Poyoyo.
And then even like having everything ready after the Aegis there too.
Right. There was just nothing left in the tank, and that Lincoln's coming back off cooldown. You can see JT feeling himself.
Yeah.
And Vici,
not so much. It's like, ooh. Well, time for them to regroup here. Made Morph Shaker, still terrifying. And they actually still have the shard sitting at the fountain right now, so that will be on the Morphling once the respawn is there.
20 seconds away.
Oh, in this room here. Oh, they
Bye-bye.
11. Quick pick. Emo. Tried to look for more afterwards, but there was nothing else doing.
That ward from so long ago paying off big time.
Radiant's middle tower under attack.
And that's going to keep them offset too, right? Like that's actually a massive loss for Vici, because that's another 70 seconds. And
Stormcrafter.
That was a dieback again from the Shaker, so they can just go for these
Doesn't tell what it does.
any threat. So that means that Vici, they got to improvise here. They got to find some sort of a solution with this Morphling without the Shaker.
IG
They
one.
wanna just give these up for free here. I mean, especially when the Doom's not up.
Looks like it, the way Vici are playing. I don't know. The initial burst that is coming out from Morphling is only going and killing the supports. They don't have nothing to deal with Spectre, Doom, and shit.
It's speaking to a problem in Vici's draft. Without that Shaker there, Morphling really doesn't have that much damage.
Well, IG, they're not going to
Leshak does damage over time. Monkey is support.
Sit back. Just gonna hang out in the
Snapfire also damage over time.
Now Emo has an arcane.
Morphling is there, Shaker is there.
Also eyeing up the scythe, so you're talking about these BKBs and maybe looking to catch and punish, particularly onto Ori as well as Old 11.
Ori actually decides to take the shard instead, so they're going to have the split earth.
After all that, I like that considering the game state, right? That is definitely a very defensive shard when they try and come high ground. Perhaps a worrying sign for how VG are feeling about this game.
And just look at the vision that you have right now from IG. Like those 3 observer wards scouting all of the movements that Vici might want to make.
So they have smoked and they're following Ori. Trying not to let their presence be known here, but you know, the bait of the Spectre was successful. Very much doubting this one will be, and whoopsie.
Oh.
The fuck?
Just a simple shadow step, causing the BKB to come out.
BKB rip, boys.
I'll just pop my BKB if the shadow step.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what's so scary about it, though, right? It's just like any vision. You don't know what's coming in. Like, he doesn't want to just get, like, jumped on by the storm or something, so he's sort of panic BKB.
Or doomed or what have you, any of those things. Like, if he can get the Pulse Nova off and then BKB, that's maybe going to be enough damage dealt out by him to make it worth it. But 40 seconds. And in that time, IG don't have an Aegis themselves, but can play pretty aggro out on this map. Play around their high ground vision.
JT just has to make sure he doesn't make a misstep here again. I would be so scared if I was him, trying to ensure that I'm not going to hamper my morph in another engagement.
Oh, you mean Earthshaker? Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry. Jeez, man.
Old 11.
I don't know why I'm so upset with JT Shaker today. Can't get it out of my head.
Nonetheless.
But JT as well.
Yeah.
You know, on this
very
dude.
important.
Yeah, nailed it. It's only like the 6th time I've done this game. I'm sure it's fine. Telescope picked up here.
Okay.
All right. That's not bad. It's not really great this game for any of them, particularly. It's pretty nice for Snap actually. Give me some neutrals here. Any guys saving neutral items this game?
Radiant are scanning.
Do IG group together.
Okay, we're a little busy with the game deciding fight. Okay, I gotcha.
They're
That's
showing.
cool.
And speaking of neutrals, that ninja gear, that's pretty clutch for the Doom.
Oh, that's actually so frustrating to play against.
You can see that IG, like Fly just has no interest in doing anything but haunting in for a fight.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like this is kind of the same mentality that you need on Old 11. In terms of just like, I need to live.
Oh, he just ran into all of them. The Echo's not enough. The BKB came out. Ori in trouble. Ori dead. Just like that, it happens. And is there anything else?
Why is Morph going? GG, bro. Morph is going behind supports, dude. What nonsense.
PYW's gonna get ran down by Fly. And at this point, the TP out. He ends up not even getting out of there, indeed.
GG, boys.
Vici lose 3, lose 4. IG are just too good.
We talk a lot about the ease of execution in Dota, and you can just see it there, how easy these fights look for IG because of that haunt. And the confidence that Emo has in the team to back him up.
I think that was like, Emo saw him walk back into the
Fuck
trees.
all,
Like,
dude.
"There's
Fuck all
somebody
play by
who
Morph.
just hide in those trees and wait for a fight and just started it. No fear from Emo.
Morph is their carry. He bloody farmed the entire game and is going behind Lion. When his entire team, who matters, has BKB. What up, Nijo? Welcome to stream. Goodbye, Vici. Yeah, goodbye, Vici.
Felt like they kind of had this lead. It was building up.
What a throw, dude. What a throw.
Unbelievable performance so far, and with 40 seconds left before the heroes start showing back up again, they've got 30 until Shaker. IG might just be able to go for it all. They turn their sights now onto these tier 4 towers, try and close this one out and secure themselves further battle. NIT TI10 knocking out Vici Gaming. Can they do it though? Last couple of seconds, tier 4s are hard to go through. They don't have a ton of tower pushing potential themselves, so a little ways away. Old 11 gonna buy back. Have they gone around too far here? BKB out. And just like that, they're going to TP away. The game continues as IG...
I lost bet money on it. Never bet, bro.
Yeah, I mean, they were tier 2s up on the other lanes anyway, so like, might as well push and pressure. Maybe you can force out that like 10-second left buyback on the Morphling and just really end this one.
But Morphling fucked up, dude. Vici fucked up. They were in such a good lead. Going again and again behind fucking supports.
You have to imagine that they know about this on IG.
But now the sight is there too.
Oh,
Vici fucked up big
so
time.
much control. Jumps in.
Emo has a
Fissure
regen,
opening. Maybe an opportunity. Waveform through dead. That's one. Kaka breaks the Lincolns. Now looking for more. Jumps through. Tries to catch for the kill onto Kaka.
Again behind supports, dude. Like, what is this? Why is he behind supports, dude?
And gets away. BKB out, but the Fissure not enough to keep him alive. Emo out of mana, but the jump back in. JT catches him again. The Doom is out.
Again and again on supports, dude.
But he just doesn't have enough. He'll kill Kaka, and actually, with Fly walking back in, they might be able to do something. Good Yule Scepter lift up, muted. This Doom is last.
Bye, Morph.
They got a second one as they chase down Ori. Dead again. IG. Bring them all back home.
What a fucking throw, dude.
Talk about something wonderful from every single player on IG.
Who would have thought DJ will lose after they beat VP yesterday?
And the way that he's enabling his team in these fights, always holding up those perfect
First game of the day, never bet on the first game of the day. If you look at the history of TI, every team that has played first game of the day, like, you know, underdog teams or good teams are rather lost. OG lost due to the first game of the day. Long time back, Secret lost, Liquid lost. First game of the day is always random. Depends who wakes up fresh. In this series, IG looks fresh.
Huge lead right now here too. Like, there's no buyback on this Morphling. Everything is on the table for this next fight. They're gonna push through one of these tier 2s. have them all done. They're gonna get base, and that could be the end. Like VG, you're sitting there right now in that booth. You're just thinking like the next fight, that's the end of our TI run.
That might just happen right now if they're not careful.
Literally through both of the games, yeah.
Wait for him to open. Jump in from Emo. So often he's been the one to do
Bye,
it
bro.
as they try and chase, try and get the pullback. Do they have enough for the kill? All the control in the world. No more Morphling.
GG, boys.
They turn now on to DY. He too will fall. Oh, Old 11 comes back in the fissure, but the 2 cores are dead. All the damage is gone. Emo will eventually die there, but has the buyback come out immediately afterwards. And IG
Looks so good yesterday.
100 seconds left.
Yeah, I guess VP they looked good, but I guess IG they look shit. Yesterday IG looked bad, I think. Did IG play yesterday?
I guess. It's like, guys, we have
I don't know.
We can go kill Roche shortly and come back to the base.
Yeah, that's ruling spawn right there. You know, they want to get another gotta practice the Aegis pickup.
You know, he's actually gonna have enough dooms that he can doom all the remaining heroes on Vici.
That's right.
I say we give him the triple, guys. I think IG can do it.
See if they can make it happen.
I love how they're still scanning here too. Like,
yeah, they are not wanting to give this one up. So Aegis into the hands of Emo.
Double doom, triple doom.
Ready to go with that arcane blink as well.
They still look so serious right now from IG.
But does he have mana for triple doom? 1058. It doesn't have.
Can't afford to throw anything away here. So they run it down the mid lane. Old 11 looking for the jump. The big echo.
Whoa, okay.
Catches him. Kaka goes down dead, but Blacklight shows up and the BKB is out.
Bye bye.
Is there. Egg afterwards. All the Vici fall in. All
GG.
well played. All IG top 4. They got a date with Spirit.
Good luck next here from Vici. Their opponents throughout the DPC. They're gonna toss the torch over. As at least one of these 2 teams will continue. IG.
GG.
I don't know, pretty dominant 2-0, honestly. Like, VG had their moments where it felt like they were in the lead and they should have been controlling the game, but it was very brief. It was like flashes of like, oh, VG have got this, but
Oh,
there was
man, I'm so
this,
sleepy.
like, overarching just like theme of IG just looks so good right now.
Yeah, and I think, again, like how solid this performance was, you got to think it's going to give them some good prep and readiness for their series later on today. But for now, let's head on back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Lyrical and Trent. Well, Coach Fenrir of Vici Gaming did say going into that match that I know my first draft for Game 1 was greedy, but this time the draft was won by IG and so was the series. It was something maybe we could see coming literally from the start, especially that last
Winner of
pick
PSG
that
and
had
Secret
Vici
will win
quite
this
blind.
TI.
Why was that?
It's just you know,
And that's what that's what everyone's saying, but you never know. Especially teams that come from lower bracket, sometimes are like full of adrenaline, and sometimes they win. I favor PSG. Yeah, on books PSG looks good, but I want Secret to win.
Really fearsome in some of those skirmish fights, but when you have a Doom on the enemy team, it's like once the Lincolns is broken and you're doomed, Morphling's job, it's over. It's same for Leshrac. So once it gets Refresher, the game just got a lot easier for IG to find those perfect fights.
And if you go a little bit deeper into IG and how their lineup works and activates
I'll be right
each
back.
other, when it comes to the heroes.
Hi, Coach DI. Yeah. I just want good games, dude. I don't want games like this stupid throwing games. I want good games. I want to see those games.
Morph teams, like a Morph Shaker, especially when they have their combination online. Like
The stupid, what do you say?
How do you prevent getting deleted?
One-sided games and throwing games is pissing off.
Gaben was even trying to help Vici, giving Fey Grenade to the Shaker. Like, how is it even balanced? Like, he blinks bottom, like, Fisher, Fey Grenade, Enchant, dead. Like, nuts.
that there's a lot of damage coming from that. But for me, coming from the draft, I felt that IG definitely had an advantage looking at the way the heroes matched. But you can never forget about Morph Shaker. It's just way too strong. And Vici Gaming almost managed to pull that one off, but
Well, sadly, they did not, and so we have Avo standing by with Fly. I believe not Fly. Apologies. He, of course, is standing by with a member from Vici Gaming.
Thank you. I'm actually here with DY. So we're going to be asking him a couple of questions. DY, your team has been regarded as one of the strongest late game teams. You make 2 impressive comebacks in the lower brackets. Can you give me a bit of insight on the communication in the late game for your team?
想问一下 DY， 就 VG 变成了一支后期令人很敬佩的队伍，然后在回顾整个 TI 时，你们有
What up,
2队
Kuldeep?
都是
Pro teams throwing like us?
然
Yeah,
后
dude.
可以跟我们分享一下队内的后期的吗？
因为我们队打到现在失误会比较多嘛，但是说实话，我们已经习以为常了。相比于自己失误，我们更擅长的就是说，对面抓到我们失误而沾沾自喜的时候，我们在想怎么去给对面来个颜色看看。
Well, we make a lot of mistakes and we realize that, early mistakes. However, we try to catch our opponent's mistakes and we'll show them.
Do you have any message for the Vici Gaming supporters?
有没有任何话想跟 VG 的支持者说的？
今年倒在6强挺可惜的吧，但是我觉得并不遗憾，对于我们队伍来说，也希望支持危机的队伍后面也能为剩下2支中国队加油，希望他们能够把冠军队捧回国。
Stopping at top 6 is a bit unfortunate. However, we have no regrets. Hopefully, VG will cheer on the other Chinese teams and will take the Asians home back to China.
Our journey for TI-10 ends here, but still a top 6 finish is beyond impressive. Back to you, Frankie.
Thank you very much, Avo. Thank you to DY for talking to us, and thank you for Helen for her fantastic translations as well. And you know what? DY's got a point. This is a very, very strong year for China, and there is a likelihood of the Aegis heading back to his home country. Purge, why is this region so strong at the moment?
It's kind of hard to say. It feels like almost every year they're a strong region. That's almost always the case. This is probably the strongest they've looked in recent memory, and they have really shown those results. I mean, if it wasn't like secret upsetting in the upper bracket, it would just be like, oh, it's all Chinese teams up there, for example. So the fact that they have now been forced to knock each other out is going to be really tough for the region, because it really could have been like 3 out of the 4 top teams are Chinese this tournament.
Well, I have a feeling that Invictus Gaming are in the mood for celebration, because they are in the top 4 of TI, but they still have a challenge on their hands, of course, to make their way to the grand final. So to see how they're feeling, we said Insurrection Slacks.
Absolutely. We are feeling good. I am here with Ollie. Congratulations. What a fantastic series, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. And
Now Team Spirit versus IG, no? Next. I mean, in the lower bracket. And upper bracket is right now.
Does it feel like you two know exactly?
So winner of that goes to final, winner of that goes to final. Okay.
I think so, because we know them very well, and I think they know what we are gonna do.
So how do you prepare for something like that then?
What we can do is like just playing, like we know how they gonna play, so we just want to counter them. Yeah, and play. If we can play like 50-50 on the lane, I think we are good at the late game.
Well, you guys played a lot more than 50-50. In fact,
I had Maggie, no extra spice or veggies, and it was just okay.
26% win rate with Phoenix across the entire international. You have never lost a game with Phoenix here. What makes you so much different than everyone else?
मुश्किल है अगला मैच कौन जीतेगा. I want Secret to win, but it's very hard, like you said. It's very difficult. Depends on the draft, and I hope there is close matches, dude. Like close matches is what I want.
It's better. Yeah. You know? Well, it looked like that during that Phoenix egg with the Magnus save. But I do have one final question for you, and this is very important. What happened to the Aegis in game 1? I need you to tell me. How did you walk me through the whole thing? Like, go ahead.
Yeah, because like I used the egg, and we say they will come because I don't have ulti then. We just kill the roach and we go out and we keep talking, and we didn't know he didn't pick up the Aegis. And also he didn't know himself didn't pick up.
Yeah. What was your reaction when they stole it?
Like when we going to push the tier 2, and we say, Doom has the Aegis. we are shocking.
Well, not a shocking victory coming out of you guys. Congratulations as you move on, have another match later today, I believe.
That was a big blunder by them, dude.
And we'll get ready for our next one. Let's head back to the panel.
Thank you, Slaxon, Ollie. It's Ollie's first TI, you know. I don't think that mistake.
Rima Fernandez, what's up, dude? Welcome.
Especially as it was a 2-0, and as you can see, we only have 4 teams remaining in the bracket there. We've nearly completed.
Come on,
our
secret.
Lower bracket as well. We've just got one more. Well, technically 2 more matches to play out. But do we see the consolidation final as a lower bracket match? Not really. It's the second place. Okay, fine. It's how esports works. Kyle's just looking at me like, come on.
No. I'm just still like thinking about the interview, to be honest. Like the upper bracket, I didn't believe in team spirit at all, and now they've kind of I've just got the vibes.
Vici good team. Yeah, they are a good team, but I don't know what happened today. They just played like shit.
But Secret LGD, like these are the best.
Alright, this is a match. This is a hype match. LGD Secret.
All right. Well, you're going to be seeing Spirit face off against IG at the end of the day, but coming up very shortly indeed, it's going to be Secret versus LGD. This could be a preview of our grand final. We don't know, but we do know it's going to be an absolute blinder. So stick with us. We're going to take
Come on, PSG every past 40 years. Yeah, but they already won a TI. LGD already has a TI. No, not LGD. Wings had a TI. So Zao 8 had a TI. LGD never had a TI. Yeah, you're right. Any good Asian teams still in scene? Dude, so many Asian teams. Just now you saw 2 Asian teams play. IG versus Vici. Now next game is one of the like most hyped or most prestigious team, LGD.
Be keeping more of an eye on the Dota 2 map.
PSG LGD.
Instantly recognizable.
Not LGD. Yeah, LGD never won.
2 ancients. For goodness sake, the icon for the game itself is the map. But our battlefield, despite being the Mona Lisa of MOBAs, has had plenty of touch-ups over time. How have we modified this masterpiece to get to where we are now? Well, perhaps we should start with one of the most controversial additions. I say, pro players,
Shrines.
remember when shrines existed?
Dota Asian dominance? No.
记得呀，TI8决赛啊，那个猴子一丝血吃了个圣坛，配小林克直接满血的。建议可以永久删除啊。
Yeah, there was like 3 base shrines. You can never go high ground. You can never end the game. And then if you die once, the enemy team gets like 15,000 gold from nowhere.
Mid laners, they wouldn't even go back to base to heal. They'll walk back to base, pop like 1 or 2, and walk back to the mid lane. They're so lazy. They wouldn't even go to the fountain.
Yeah, it was pretty good. It made the game really fast. You just heal up with your team, just keep going, you know?
Yo era de los supports que lo usan solo para uno mismo, que le llega si su carry o si su medio necesita.
Who's the guy though? Who invented shrines? Like, tell me right now, who was it?
You'll have a hard time finding them. Much like you'll have a hard time finding my old chums, Sithel and Quirt, the side shop owners. Not because they're being protected. Quite the opposite, in fact. We obliterated them. Oh, side shops. As depressing as their inventory was.
Oh, Poppy good stuff. Yeah, I just hope it's not a, experiment and screw up some shit.
I remember I had really hard times, like, trying to get used to it. Like, I went to the side shop, nothing was there. Like, oh shit, there's no side shop anymore.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I thought still there. Yeah.
就是你在野外，我现在具体已经忘了，当然是边路商店能买些什么。
What do you buy from there anyway? Sometimes there's like ultimate orbs there. What the hell am I doing with ultimate orbs there?
Back then you still could buy Blink Dagger and blink away from the side shop. Like, so that was some cool place you could do. There was a lot of extra layers of skill to.
Alright guys, I'm gonna turn off the cam because I'm gonna eat. So give me 2 minutes.
Say like C comeback.
I thought it was kind of nice
There's no excuse for experiment, I know.
He was a nice guy.
Well, you never know, dude.
I don't
Poppy
know,
sometimes
he
do
deserved
shit drafts.
getting removed, to be honest.
They were removed because they were replaced. Replaced with the incredible invention of multiple couriers. In days gone by, that single courier shared by all caused lanes to be lost, friendships to be ended, and mid-players to incessantly whine. But now, with couriers for all, we can breathe a collective sigh of relief. Mids, still crying though.
If I'm being completely honest, when we only had one courier, Boxy would just hog it 24/7. So being allowed to all of us have our own courier was a great addition to the game.
Last time I used to play with Dubu. Every time he's gonna say let me just carry, let me just carry.
Mid laners that in these days think that they are superior human beings than everyone. Like, this is my courier, only me can use it. It's like, sorry man. Didn't mean to bother you.
You'd rather have players focusing on their spell casting, their laning, their map movement, their warding, all this stuff, rather than microing a courier because there's only one. It's like taxes. You just have to do them. No one likes doing them. They're there. You shouldn't have to file taxes in Dota, right?
Eso era muy, no sé.
They won't do it. Yeah, hopefully they don't. Let's see how the draft goes.
Era una especie de abuso al burro que nunca descansaba.
I miss buying courier. I miss having one courier on team and buying it.
You buy it and you share with everyone, but one toxic guy. That's what I used to do. If the guy was being extra toxic, I wait for him to buy his relic. And I would tick with a control and I'm like, yo, this is my relic. Oh.
It is an amazing thing for Dota. It's amazing. Whoever created shrines, not amazing. Whoever created 5 couriers, amazing.
Amazing indeed. And isn't it also amazing that this one map, with these small changes, could bring us new and exciting gameplay for over a decade? Towers move, shops are closed, outposts gone. What's that? Outposts still in the game. Well, the Dota map, much like the game itself, is constantly evolving, yet always feels familiar. Fret not for the lost features you miss, for they shall live forever in our hearts, as long as we remember them. Good night.
What an amazing video by Pyrian Flax, who has joined us here at TI. Great stuff. Now, gentlemen, we have a very good series coming up. Tsunami, tell me about this current series that we have.
I mean, I guess it's okay. I guess winner bracket finals is kind of hype. I guess it might be 2 teams who might be rematching come around grand finals. I think that these are 2 of the favorites for many people. European, China, doesn't matter who you are, you're looking forward to this.
Well, it looks like the teams are ready to hit the stage.
Alright, I'm gonna make a call right now, alright?
Welcome.
Any team that loses the upper bracket finals will go to the lower bracket finals and also lose. So let's say that LGD loses upper bracket finals. They'll go down and they'll lose to the winner of Team Spirit versus IG. And they'll get out. Let's see if it happens.
Paris Saint-Germain, LGD, is a team that needs no introduction. Not only has this team taken 4th and 2nd in one of the most competitive regions in Dota, but they have secured 3rd and 1st at the Singapore Major and the Annie Major, respectively. This team featuring Ame, Nothing to Say, Faith Bien, Xin Qing, and Y has been considered to have the highest probability of winning the entire tournament. China has not won a TI since 2016, and LGD is here to rise to the challenge and carry on the legacy. Representing the European region, Team Secret has dominated.
This is Paris team.
Online tournament
PSG LGD, the football team. They partly own LGD in China.
Taking out both OG and IG in the upper bracket. Matumbaman, Nisha, Zai, Yasser, and Puppy have been showing that they are prepared for any team with counter strategies, and their patience and ability to reset quickly after team fights make them incredibly strong contenders to lift the Aegis. When asked about today's match, Puppy said, LGD are the team we respect the most. They feel like a brother team to us. We learn a lot from them, and we enjoy playing against them. May the best team win.
They represent China.
Now, let's take a look at some TI memories with Xiaoba.
PSG, Paris is PSG basically.
就是决赛日的前一把都没有输过，然后最后一天就直接输了2个 BO3就回家了。当时当时还比较小嘛，然后我们队伍所有比赛都没人说话，然后后面我们进了一个电梯以后，电梯出故障了，然后我们队友之间就互相安慰，哎，我们还是活着就好，以后还有机会，所以就想得开很多。
I'm back to connect. Welcome back.
我们就是每打就是当时状态不是很好，然后每
They represent China wearing PSG. Yeah, because they own PSG is the owner.
说一句我们最强。
I miss Navi. Me too, man. I miss Dandy especially.
Oh, 当时拿下冠军，心情就感觉很激动吧，然后完成了自己梦想，就有点像做梦一样。当就是所有人在为我们欢呼，我们出去举起冠军盾的时候，觉得这是真的，不是在做梦。就 TI4决赛打完以后，我们赢了，然后我们去举盾的时候，被队友和我们队的工作人员就是抱起来往天上抛，就现在还记得。
Dandy Goat, yeah. He didn't retire. He's still playing for a team, but they are not. Their team is not doing well. Dandy is still playing. Dandy has his own esports team right now. I don't know the name, but he still has his own team.
Yeah, I agree.
PSG LGD versus Secret.
Oh right.
I was about to punch, but
this is a clash of two titans. I think you have two really interesting playstyles, and Secret and how they usually kind of play reactively and defensively.
Going after the match.
Take the fight to them. For me, it's
going where?
See, like, are they able to hold off LGD the same way they did?
You or me?
So for me, that's the most exciting part of the series. Like, can Secret put up the wall as usual?
The wall.
The wall.
We hear so much about the wall. Insania, not Insania. I asked you that question already. Jenkins, tell me.
As well.
That's right. Insania too. Yes. Tell me about the wall.
Well, Team Secret, the only way that I can describe them is that it looks like all of their heroes are being microed.
Me, don't know. I am going for a movie, Venom. That's at 7.
And they need to disengage.
So before that, if the game gets over, I'll play one CS.
If they need to like re-engage, they just all, you know, drop on a pin. Is that a saying? Drop on a pin? I don't know. They turn around and they all go. On a dime. There it is. Okay. They all turn around at the exact same time. Like, Puppy, these might just be actors, and Puppy is microing all of them. Because they do that, it means that they can force you to use abilities, and then they take fights when you don't have those abilities up. In other teams, it's like, in those fights where they're trying to disengage, they might lose a hero, and so they can't fight when that ability is down.
How was the game? 2-0. Reachy through, IG were dominating. Not playing today, I will play, but not after this game. I have a movie to go at 7. So I'll go for the movie, come back and play later in the night.
And then they take the fight because they're fighting down a low ground where they don't have that mischance and they don't have the vision disadvantage.
I think that's part of it, but I think it's also just the way that they team fight you. They don't give you anything for free. They're really, like you said, right, quick at pulling back. They won't fully commit into you until the time is right. And I think that's like Seeker's biggest strength in the series. They're going to be really patient, and they're going to make sure that they wait out until the right opportunity occurs for them.
That patience is legendary. And now tell me just a little bit, Tsunami.
We scrim today. Don't know if Mark's team is there. We can scrim again.
What do they bring to this match?
I think of all the teams to have played out throughout the entire group stage and come this far through the main event, LGD have established the meta of this tournament more so than anyone else. I think Secret kind of go to the beat of their own drum. Like you mentioned, Jenkins, it does feel like Puppy's a puppet master to an extent. And LGD, if there is an overlord, it's probably Xiao8 Xiaoba as the coach, but
the director.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But in terms of individual gameplay, I think LGD, in terms of their drafts, in terms of how they play around their supports and their off lane, all these dynamics within the game, LGD set TI10 on the right path. And if anyone's going to make it to grand finals, I have considered LGD to be my favorites.
Yeah, 100%. My favorite thing about these two teams matching up together is, like, I mean, it's hard to say exactly how important this is because maybe just like, you know, LGD doing everything right is more important than this. But if you name a trend in the last like 6 months that's new and interesting, LGD probably invented it. They did the 3 nulls coddle first. They did the okay.
Wait.
All right.
Insania says that's not true.
That's not true.
Okay, well, I have a list of about 7 things that I can go on.
Okay, the coddle.
Okay, they popularized. Did you do that first or what?
So Mickey did it first, and against 9 in a pub, and then 9 did it, and then they started doing it.
Okay.
So Mickey did it first.
At the Animajor, they were doing the dataless, satanic, right-clicking mid thing.
Yeah, Mickey did that too.
Did Mickey do that as well?
I don't think so.
Does he just invent everything and
No,
then
just
LGD? All right, well, IO-Lycan, I'm absolutely certain. I've never seen that before. Have you seen that?
True.
The IO-Lycan with shared
here.
control. I think that shared control is one of the least abused things in Dota. And back when like Beastmaster had all of these summons that you had to control, there were very few like tier 1 teams that were actually sharing control.
Prediction on after the draft.
But it should have been everywhere.
Need to see the draft for predict.
It should be standard, but it isn't. And so LGD, like, they're constantly innovating. And the funny thing is, if you name trends the previous 6 months, it's Secret. It's Secret that made those.
True.
So it's like both of these teams are just hugely innovative, just at different periods of time. And LGD just happens to be coming into this tournament the stronger team. But now Secret's
Who's calling me?
And so the question is, like, who's going to be more innovative when they're both at their peak right now?
And
What's up?
They need to resolve the beef, Sumi.
Hello?
Hello, what's up?
In the group stage
Right.
between these two teams. And that's not satisfying.
So,
I need a
I ordered the phone, okay?
And at the
Okay.
time, during the group
And
stage,
I
was like,
wanted to
man,
create an
it
Apple
can't
ID
be a
saying,
definitive winner now, but
By the way, you're on
save
stream.
Give the detail.
revenge until winners
Oh,
bracket
okay.
finals, and like I
Okay.
said before the
So
walked
this,
out, I think you're gonna see a
while creating the
rematch.
Apple
This
ID
is the
tasks
grand
for
final.
your name,
This
right? Whatever
is
you
the
want for that.
grand
Yeah.
final matchup.
Giving
Let's
name
go.
at example.com. What is exactly? Is it an actual email address or is it some random thing? You can
No,
give?
Apple ID does not matter to your. It does not connect to your. What do you say?
Because if I give my Gmail, it says this email address is not available. Choose a different address. So is it? Can it be a random, not an actual email address, right? It can be some.
Yeah, Apple ID is different and your email address is different.
Isn't that impressive?
Okay, because placeholder for this Apple ID they've given is name at example.com. So I was expecting.
Yeah, so give.
Against LGD?
It's a tricky one. I mean, these two teams are.
I don't remember what I gave. 1 second, hold on.
I think they brought so much to this tournament, and they have yet a lot to show. I know that from experience. It's going to be tricky. I think.
Yeah, mine is my Gmail, dude.
Understanding of the game is unmatched. But Secret have shown so far that they were able to break anything that came their way.
Okay, let me
Now,
see
to me, the
what I
big
can.
question is,
Contact
is
Apple and see
Secret
about
gonna be
how
able
it
to
works.
Break LGD, what they're going to bring to the table, and is LGD going to be able to
Ryan bought
level
phone,
that?
yeah.
Do they have, can they level up? Can Secret force them to level up, and can they follow that?
Before and after draft, come on. I don't know. I'm leaning towards Secret before draft. I want Secret to win, so I think they will win. Secret will win. Let's see the draft now.
But they are good at identifying when they have a small window of time and they bring 5 heroes to the bottom lane, collapse on that. And what I like about Secret is that after they do these big collapses, they're not impatient about their next play. They're willing to wait for what they think is their highest percentage fight. And I think that's where like the idea of a secret wall comes from. They will sort of split the map in a way that they think is favorable in order to get the next highest percentage fight. They'll never take bad fights, and they never give any.
What is draft? This is what you're seeing right now. The pick and ban phase is called as draft in Dota, which way you form your team or your lineup.
In preparation for TI, they found the abuse, and I think they are the best team at enabling it. So this is a big.
So this phase is called drafting
it's
phase.
a big save from
You
PUBG,
draft
like,
your
I
team,
can counter this.
your
They're
set
gonna
of
have to do
heroes.
that. LGD saw it coming by banning the Invoker. It's a hero that's considered very good against Tiny. Of course, one of the best heroes in the game at kiting the Tiny with his spells. The early Vessel can also allow you to push timings against the Tiny early and try to, outpace him. And what LGD did with the AA ban is they're threatening the IO second after the Tiny, which is a deadly combo. So now Secrets, they have to set up for the Tiny, but they also need to set up for the Tiny into IO potentially. LGD has also the freedom to not go for the IO if they feel like it was addressed properly. And that's one of the things with the Tiny first pick that makes it really strong this tournament. Also, why the Wyvern will be here is a pre-counter to IO and to Lycan. We have seen teams do the Tiny into the Lycan, and this is also why the Smag and Wyvern is such a good opener versus Tiny, as we well learned yesterday ourselves, because it covers a lot of angles. It's good heroes versus Tiny, the skewer, force him out of position, you get enough time to actually burst through him, the Wyvern, the HP burn, the Wyvern curse, of course, if anybody's close to Tiny, he's just dead.
Animation pug, yeah, animation
plus
pug.
the Lycan angle on it. Very strong opener. So let's see what LGD has to offer to this, because teams so far haven't been abused by this opener, especially OG, unfortunately.
Were you surprised that Secret burned a little bit of their reserve time in the first phase? Because I would think when I used to prepare for drafts, especially as like the most meta hero of the tournament, I would know my opener right away.
Oh, good.
They must have been talking about what is LGD gonna pick that's not IO and not Lycan, and is Wyvern Mag good enough against it? And here you see how LGD, they don't go for the IO, they don't go for the Lycan, and it's smart, because these heroes are already countered. They go for
These heroes are picked. The top ones are picked. The ones in the bottom that you see in red are banned. You'll see the time over here.
We have seen that with the...
This is LGD, this is Secret.
We have seen that with the Lycan Bite.
I'll be right back.
The IO Overcharge. The Bloodlust is one of these spells. And now probably their approach is, hey, Ogre is going to be very strong on the lane versus Mag and Wyverns that are not very strong. And it's going to push our Tiny to even stronger timings. So very strong opener from LGD. I would say that so far both teams are kind of looking at each other. It's going to be a Tiny strat, well-rounded. From LGD, you always expect very well-rounded strats. And now we're going to see how the second phase is going to develop and if one team is going to get the edge on the other.
I also like the idea of the Ogre Magi, as in, Team Secret, they're ready to buff up the carry. They have a lot of backup for him in teamfights, but you also have that empower. You don't want, I feel like in this patch, you don't want your carry to get outscaled by additional, extra heroes helping him.
Exactly.
They match that from LGD,
So
I think
this is
LGD,
Ogre versus Mag, right?
Yeah. They never feel like they're going to get outscaled or out-tempoed or out-timing. It's always, they're ready for it. And I think a lot of that's because of how they view the draft. If the enemy picks some team fight, they will match that. If they pick some buffs or laning, they will also match that. And they'll try to equal the edge through, also in the draft, but mostly through individual play and team play.
And Secret, they don't like being on the back foot. They don't like having to, they like scaling into the game.
Oh, okay, this is that's what I said, no? LGD is a team, it is owned by PSG. Partly owned or sponsored, I don't remember. I think partly owned.
Both teams are in the comfort zone. Now you see with the second phase, LGD is removing heroes that are considered heroes that can take away the scaling of Tiny. Ursa cuts through him no matter the stage of the game. Ursa with Mag, even better. Same for Necrophos. It was actually their own answer yesterday, LGD, that they did against, it was VP, I think. That's when Tiny LGD went for the Necro. Very strong on the lane, can follow him around. You can put Necro 3 versus Tiny 1. You can put as a one-on-one mid. And you get the Necro Aura plus the Necro ulti versus Tiny throughout the game. Always great. And teams so far haven't not flexed the Tiny to support position.
This doesn't tell in what
that hasn't been used yet,
what phase it's currently in.
Or maybe because the Tiny,
So
the Tiny one hasn't been...
Okay, it says ban phase and it's for LGD. Okay.
I feel like it's a weird dynamic.
Why you bully me, bro?
They're the strongest. Is that at the end of the day, they're the strongest because they have so much impact and power. You really want them on the core position. But you're saying there might be value. Do you think in this game in particular, there's value in putting
Next is banned.
No,
Okay.
It's also much harder from first pick because on first pick, if you
No, Secret's time to
what
ban.
happens in the second phase is you're gonna get counter picked on the 18 pick and the 24 pick, meaning the last pick of second phase is to second pick, and the ultimate last pick is also to second pick. So it's very hard to keep flexing heroes because you're gonna have to show your cards before second pick reacts, right? Which is also why this Tiny on first pick is strong because you're building such a strong strategy that it cannot really get counterpicked. You're basically putting something on the table. It's like, hey, we're gonna play the strategy and we're gonna cover the angles early, which is what they're doing now with the Ursa Necro Nakes. Is like in their heads, they're taking away what they think will beat Tiny 1, and then they're like, beat it, basically, right? And it's going to be up to Secret whether or not they can do that.
They have to beat it with what LGD think is the 4th best strat against Tiny, because they're banning out the best 3.
Right.
I was actually thinking, because usually a lot of what I see in this tournament is you'll pick the most imba hero on their first pick, from first pick, and then your next pick will be the best core
So
that you
first
think
pick.
is against their 2 heroes.
Snap
But because LGD, they're already sort of committed to the Tiny game, they want to focus all their bans on Tiny, they're just picking out Ogre so that they can focus their bans to protect Tiny.
So here, in my opinion, the Snapfire, why it's interesting is it's a very solid hero.
I
doesn't
can
really
get
do
it
too
only
much.
because
Keep
I'm in the
mind
UK right
second
now. I
pick,
wouldn't
they
think
wanna
of
play
getting
their
one in
cards
India.
with the next 2 picks. Here they want
What and all you got? Just the phone, or you got the whole
kit?
kit?
That later.
A phone, watch, and the
5,
AirPods.
in my position, in my opinion, sorry, would have created a problem for Secret to address, whereas like Wyvern 4 versus Ogre 5, you're going to have a big laning problem. This Wyvern is going to get zoned out of the lane, the Mag is going to get very bullied. Now they build this lane that is a very strong, solid one, Mag Snap, lanes into anything, lanes into Ogre 5, lanes into anything. Now LGD should expect this Wyvern to be a 5 and not a 4. So now we're just,
Right now only
Secret
phone,
is still
okay.
not revealing. They're trying to stabilize their lanes. making
The
sure they
13
don't
Pro
get
Max or
the
13
game
Pro?
off with a really big disadvantage 5 minutes in. And this is the really tricky part for LGD. Now they have to start exposing themselves, drafting-wise. with the
Other
next 2
things
picks.
I think will.
They're forced to commit into something.
I would recommend you get the watch route. It's really helpful, especially if you want to be active. The watch is like I wear it every single day. It's really useful, especially for me, since I sit in front of the computer every single day and every like for extended hours. The watch is what reminds me to stand every 1 hour. It'll tell me to stand, walk around, then it'll take a breather. So this is what helps me get out of the PC for some time. So in that way, it's very beneficial.
And then the Wyvern ulti doesn't stop that. The Mag RP is not going to stop that. At some point in the game, Tiny has status resistance on level 20. RP doesn't do anything. So here shows how confident
Pro Max,
LGD
we will get it
is
in next few
Tiny
months.
Lycan.
Alright.
And to me, the reason
iPhone 7, not iPhone 7. What is that? I Watch 7 or Watch 7, whatever. Apple Watch 7 just came out.
with laning the Lycan. Lycan's going to hit good timings, and they're going to bring the Lycan
Tiny,
You're looking at
Lycan,
minutes 20 with Lycan, right?
Phoenix,
You need the
Ogre.
and you need Lycan with the Overlord and the...
Man, this draft is scary from LGD.
This is a Phoenix into Snapfire. I know, like for a lot of people,
This
it's
is
a pretty
scary
big
draft
counter
from
to
LGD,
the
dude.
Little Shredder versus Egg, but I think LGD, they've identified that it's not so simple for Snapfire to just hit that Egg. There's a lot of things just running at them. You have an Ogre in front, some Lycan will scouting you, and 2 giant hounds just running at you. I'm also curious about one thing about whether Secret decide to put this Magnus as carry, just because they've seen the Lycan.
Interesting.
This is when I've seen Magnus as carry. I'm not too sure if it'll scale well enough for Tiny, maybe a little lack of damage, but I would be curious if they want to go for that.
If they do it, then they have to play on earlier timings because it's definitely not going to scale into the Tiny Lycan. They will lose
Scary
them.
in which,
I
like,
think from experience,
when I say
they don't
scary,
like to play on
their draft looks good.
They want to be the ones
LGD's
kinda
draft
drawing the
looks
card
good.
and having kind of LGD mess with them. But both teams like that. This is when one team is going to end up
Why did they get Weaver?
having to play maybe out of their comfort zone, and that's why drafting is so important. But now when I see the Weaver, to me this really looks like I talked about how the Wyvern Fire is very weak on lane. Weaver is very strong. Weaver 1 is super strong. Weaver 1 can do really well against the Lycan lane by herself, and now Wyvern actually isn't griefing the lane anymore. He's even helping. He has
You
spells
actually a good kill threat in that lane, right?
Completely.
Weaver plus Wyvern.
So they're taking another approach. Weaver also kind of interesting versus the, this tiny, hasted, bitten, like Weaver also Sukuchi's around. She doesn't suffer as much. I don't know how well it's going to scale into it. It's going to be a Weaver with Empower, buying Skyly versus Tiny, all of that. The scaling to me is still on LGD's part. But Secret, they have some very good things going for them. They have this immense team fight, a lot of lockdown. But this is when the Phoenix also, like of course it's not good versus Snap, but it's one of the best heroes in the game against both Magnus and Wyvern. The way Phoenix fights, start the fight, plays the egg. Magnus and Wyvern, they have no counterplay to that.
I'm honestly a bit surprised that they went for Weaver. Like in terms of stylistic choice, I think you're completely right that Secret sort of want to be able to wait for their timing, form that wall. I think this game.
There was a Bruno that picked up this
they think they can break LGD.
Is Bruno good this patch? I don't think she's good.
In whatever tournament it was.
She gets
Sorry, I forgot.
like completely
what Tundra did was
countered
they
by
would
all
actually
this other
abuse
cores.
LGD's offlane. I think Faith God and Jinkyo, they're really good at laning, but they always sort of play to get what they want instead of pressuring their opponent. If you go overboard, like, you know, Fado would play these gyrocopters or something insanely aggressive, you can actually shut down their offline and sort of snowball off that. Like, I think that's what contributed to Tundra beating them. Maybe seen that.
That is the fourth most picked hero in
And you see how,
TI.
again, the last pick from LGD, it's a tricky one. They have
But not
good
this
coverage
patch,
from
right?
angles and
The
pick
previous
blindly again.
patches.
This is the bar of second pick, whereas, you know, there's a lot of counter picking happening with the Weaver and the last pick too. And you can't really stop that. What LGD brought to the table, which in my opinion is the proper way to drive on first pick, is hey, it's a
Dude,
tiny
LGD
match.
looks good. I think LGD takes
We got to
game
ban
1.
the Ursa, we got to ban the Necro, whatever we think would get in the way of this, counter it. This is when I think
LGD looks like
first pick and second pick. If
early to mid game.
but if you're trying to play how
Secret looks good,
from first pick, you're gonna end up
right?
big trouble.
Secret looks good early to mid game.
The DK classic counter, DK breathfire.
Mid to late game, LGD will destroy, dude.
Damage reduction versus Lycan, very effective. Now it's gonna come down to certain things. I think Secret have a play of going to Tiny's lane with the Weaver in the snap and pressuring him and playing the Magnus versus Lycan 1-on-1. They might actually win 3 lanes. And they can snowball. Secret know how to push their timings when they win lanes. I think that's one of the angles that LGD might
my
not
food
be
is
ready
here.
for. But I would say that both teams are really happy in my opinion, and I feel like LGD scales better, so we'll see.
So the idea here for LGD would be to prevent that early timing, try to win that mid game with their team fight and outscale the enemy team, whereas Secret is just trying to snowball.
I think Secret's draft, they have to take some towers and take away farm from opponents, steal their camps. Honestly, it's a bit different than the Secret I usually see, but I think they're more than capable of it, and I think they've shown that in the past too. I'm very excited to see this game because I feel like it's two sort of opposing views coming into this game. It's just like some puppy versus Shaoi, and you'll see how their ideas clash.
Geniuses of the game going, you know, full force at it is something of beauty to witness, beauty to be able to watch it. And yeah, LGD think a lot about the minute 20 timing. They want to build up to that and see how hard they can hit Secret with it.
Right. And finally, if I were to ask you, I don't like asking this question usually, but usually I ask, oh, what draft
Both
do you
teams look
favor or
good.
something. This is just too completely
Yeah,
different
but
ideas. There's no
I think
framework.
LGD has a better late game.
Or would you say that one idea counters the other?
In my opinion, LGD's Tiny is very, very strong. They made the Lycan meta. They made the Tiny meta.
Right.
This is their bread and butter. They are extremely good at executing it. I think Secret is going for they went half-half in my opinion. I think they have the laning that can go really well for them and they're good enough to win the game, right? But they start with Magnus Wyvern trying to scale and then they end up going Weaver DK. Now they're taking a different approach, you know what I mean? I don't think they fully committed to one or the other. We have no Puppy Ench with TA taking Roche minute 7. Now we're like, they try to play this game and then they revert to something.
I think game 1 LGD wins.
I don't know if it's going to pay
Your
off, but
predictions?
Puppy has proven, you know, being one of the greatest minds of Dota.
Your prediction?
We're gonna have to see what the coaches think themselves as we have Frankie on the sidelines with Heen, Secret's coach.
Thanks, guys. Heen, plenty of counter picks in your draft there. Did it go how you expected it to go?
Sort of, yeah. I think the first half of the draft is usually easy to predict and prepare, and the later half is situational, so we weren't really surprised in this draft. And
Well, Heen, the game is getting underway. Thank you so much for talking to us. We're going to head over to Sinjin and Suns fan to get it underway.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Best of 3 upper bracket finals. Cinderin, Secret versus PSG LGD. The Juggernauts finally clash. PSG LGD. Basically the favorites of
Pretty
the
even,
entire tournament.
but
Didn't
LGD has
really
literally.
slow down
Table
much
your predictions.
in
Who's
the
gonna
group
win?
stage, but did lose one
According to the
game.
draft, who do you think is win? I'm saying LGD is gonna win game 1.
You know, it's funny to look back on how the group stage went and realize that I think in the second game of that series, PSG kind of rolled them, but like you said, it was the one game that they lost. I believe in that game, PSG LGD were rocking.
LGD, no, I don't know anything.
Death
Okay.
drop strategy.
Nijo,
Might have been their only
you.
obvious pick of the tournament. Secret just found a solution. They beat them with, ironically, Ogre Tiny in that game. So this time around will be played by the PSG LGD side, so maybe took a little bit away from that series and want to bring it into this match today against Team Secret. But yeah, after we've seen a lot of the main event played, I think it makes so much sense that these teams are going to face off in this upper bracket final.
Yep, it's only fitting for sure as Ame is going to be playing that Tiny. And I do want to talk about Tiny for a bit, but first, Magnus. These 2 heroes, in fact, are the 2 heroes of the tournament right now. They're continuing to get...
LGD wins BO3.
I do
Okay.
have to say, every TI, there's a couple of heroes that just don't... They just get past the ban stage for whatever reason. even though they're extremely powerful. But I think the difference for me, I might be biased because I love strength heroes. These are really exciting heroes to watch, especially the Magnus. So happy to see that this time around.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of, how to say, they just make plays, right? That's what makes them so exciting to watch, is that they make moments. Tiny with the insane cleave damage and the single target burst potential. And Magnus with, we've seen Horn Toss make many a play already. And of course the team fight potential here. So yeah, should be good to watch. In the off lane, we are actually going to see the lane that Seb was talking about would be problematic here for Secret. So we'll see how it goes. He predicted that Y on the Ogre would be able to just shut the Winter Wyvern of YapzOr out of the lane. And as a result, that Secret might put the Wyvern 5. But they have still opted for putting Puppey in the safe lane on that Snapfire. So yeah, if Seb is right here, this should mean a great start for Ame, as he would effectively be playing more or less one-on-one against the Magnus in lane, while Y would be bullying away YapzOr.
Definitely sees Shockwave not able to connect there for Zai. He's going to be playing the Magnus this time around. And Matu playing the position 1 Weaver. So things kind of going as expected. Faith Beyond on the Lycan this time around. So are we expecting the Aghanim Scepter into the bite of Tiny, turning him into a Rock Wolf hybrid?
We are very much expecting that. It seems to be the clear-cut plan that PSG showed Secret immediately on their third pick. They're like, this is what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
Secret with some decent solutions, right? You've got 2 BKB piercing disables through Winter's Curse as well as RP. You've got the instant catch of Dragon Knight. And speaking of Dragon Knight, he is destroying. Nothing to say in mid. Nisha is 12 and 4 against 3 and 2. Nothing to say is Puck.
Kind of unheard. I mean, Nothing to say has been owning so hard. We talk about how he's the one dominating.
Yeah, even I think PSG will win.
This is not remotely close. It is still early.
Their draft looks good.
It is a DK favored matchup, but I don't think it generally goes this well for the Dragon Knight. So Nisha must have done something really, really well in the first few waves here.
Gets another Dragon Tail, more denies to come, just continuing to dominate. I mean, we typically don't spend too much time talking about the CS, but this is very one-sided so far in this mid lane.
Good news for LGD is, of course, Ame is the current farm leader by quite a margin. More or less just getting everything he wants in this top lane. The only thing he needs to truly worry about is the Arctic Burn, just chipping away at him. But
Ninja! Sorry, Nijo, tell me. What is your prediction? Who's going to win?
As much gold as needed on buying extra regen for the
Pick
time
one.
to stay safe in the lane, as Ogre Magi is very item independent. Even in the laning stage, isn't too important to get those boots, for example. Can just act as effectively a wall with his spells.
Nothing to say. I mean, he spent so much time trying to go get that bounty rune, and YapzOr just denies it essentially by taking it himself. He is finding absolutely nothing in this mid lane. We'll see if they end up trying to rotate somebody over to help him out in a couple minutes here with probably the 6-minute rune, I would assume.
This match.
Not so good so far for Nothing to say. But, I mean, in terms of comeback potential, what kind of options does Puck have in this specific game?
It's okay. I think, obviously, Puck thrives if it wins.
Yeah, late game LGD looks insanely good. Early game Secret has it, but depends whether LGD will be able to hold. And LGD, I think they will be able to hold.
Losing the Puck lane is almost the best, right? You want the Lycan to get the gold for the wolf fight like we talked about, and you want Tiny to be the shining carry of this game. Puck is not going to truly carry. He's going to be utility. Nisha.
Yeah, Nisha, illusory ore with the fire spirits of Jin Q. He's burning down. Nice body blast from Nothing to say. Not going to be enough for a kill, but forces Nisha out for now. In fact, they're actually going to go back onto Nothing to say instead. Gets off the illusory, but the stun comes out. YapzOr with the first blood. And Team Secret actually get another kill. Matu kills Faith Beyond in the bot lane. So Crimson witnesses for everybody. So just kidding. Only a small percentage of people. Check your inventory, guys.
Except if you're Fog, then you get one.
My God, how could he be so
the luckiest.
So you're saying Secret, okay.
So yeah, if you get left alone as Lycan against Weaver, Snapfire, this is a really rough lane. Lycan fares pretty poorly in a lot of 1v2s. You don't have any mobility, your defensive capabilities. You're okay with the Helm of Iron Will, but it's not nearly enough against the overwhelming damage of the minus armor that these two heroes have together in lane. So it does pay the price there for Xinq's rotations. Puppey is very much laying into him here. Xinq will have to back off, use the salve. Yeah, Secret absolutely off to a great start in this game, number one. I think if they could just see the game state right now, the exact farm, they would feel very comfortable.
Yeah.
All of their cores are getting what they want for the most part.
But of course, you are playing against a tiny Cinderin, and we've seen this so many
Do you
times.
play a game or watch party? Do watch party.
From Puppy. Ends up stunning Faith Beyond. Has to kill off the buzz, and looks like he's just barely going to live. Matu doesn't have another Shikuchi for a little bit here. Might be pursuing now. Not worth the trouble as more rotations came in for PSG LGD. You can see nothing to say, getting harassed out of lane again.
And Secret is winning heavy, dude.
Dragon form comes out to do some corrosive breath damage to that tower.
Nisha will get his level 6 here, so there is some play potential made with a Dream Coil, but the good news for Secret in that sense is that the supporting cast of PSG LGD doesn't really gank Dragon Knight very well right now. Ogre as well as Phoenix don't have burst damage. It's damage over time, and Dragon Knight's regen works very well against this type of damage, so he should be completely fine to just stay there and keep pressuring the tower. There's the
He's going to use his first coil. It's only onto the Wyvern, though.
Oh, he might get
Nisha
tailed
pursuing.
here.
Yep, Dragon Tail not able to be dodged. That's going to be an easy kill for Team Secret. It looks like the sacrifice will be Yapsor for a 1-for-1 as Nisha's still looking for a high five, pursuing it to the high ground. Still in the Dragon form right now. Why? Ticking away slowly.
Okay.
Looks like he will survive, though. You got pretty good value out of that Dragon form.
Yeah, exactly.
Getting a kill, getting the bunch of damage to that tier 1.
If it goes late game, I'm pretty sure LGD will win.
Huge.
And Team Secret clearly understand that the position that their Dragon Knight is in. I'm sure Nisha communicated, you know, my game is great right now. Let's play around me. Let's put some pressure mid.
Dragon Knight will fall off.
Rotations here to try to
Weaver will fall off.
onto that mid lane.
Supports will fall off.
Nothing to say. Well, at the very least here, be able to get a full wave with double range creeps, so getting a little bit of comeback, but as it stands right now is 400 net worth behind that Dragon Knight with 2 deaths. Honestly, thought it might have been worse than that, right? Like when we saw the start, he's keeping up somewhat okay here, and the bigger lane that Secret has the biggest win in is, as a matter of fact, the bottom lane with that Weaver massively out farming Lycan.
Yeah, Matu already has treads, Falcon Blade, so gonna do some damage to Jin-Q, forcing out that dive. But yeah, just early laning stage advantage for Team Secret. Is this a lineup that you think that they can, oh, you're gonna see the Avatos from Ame, tossing Secret away. Is this a lineup from Secret that you feel like can really take advantage of just like an early lead like this? Like, is it an easy to execute lineup?
I think when Magnus gets the Blink Dagger, I think you have a lot of options with both Dragon Knight and Magnus Blinks. You have a clear-cut stun, you have a repositioning ability against a team with 0 saves, except Sunray. So I definitely think Secret can turn this into a potentially snowball the game at around minute 15, while PSG might still be building up a little bit on their Lycan. But I'm with Seb on the logic here that in a way Secret are a bit on a timer, right? Like LGD's lineup feels like it can scale better, but they also do have that weak spot, and Secret has been very good at executing in specific points of the game this tournament. So if they identify when they need to get stuff done with their DK and Magnus, they definitely have like a 5 to 10 minute power play where I feel like they're just gonna be stronger. So Nisha's back onto mid. Bloodless to the tower here does Y.
Not going to be much of a defense other than pulling that wave, like you said. Nisha will be perfectly happy with that. Just continues to right-click away. There's nothing to say. Being pursued a bit by Matu, but not wanting to get Waning Rifted and potentially taken out.
And it looks like PSG are making the decision to not even try to defend mid. They're actually just going to trade for bot. This is widely considered a bad trade. The mid tower having higher priority and being more difficult to siege in general, but they've only parked Y there, and now, well, Xinq's gonna arrive, but it's too late.
Too late.
Tower's gone, so 1-for-1 tower. I think Secret again happy with this.
Yeah, 4-person smoke from Secret as Ame is in the jungle. Let's see who they actually try to pursue. Matu. He's gonna run into Ame. Avalanche has already been expended.
Matu did steal the Centaur creep though.
I try to go for this tier 1, but
small wins. Yeah.
Secret basically all in the top lane for the most part, minus Puppy.
Zai will keep him mid though, so they are getting a little bit of value out of the Dragon form up top, but not much. It expires
Ogre
now.
is strong. Yeah.
Zai will make sure that Secret don't end up trading 2 for 2 on towers here, but rather that they hold their mid while taking top. So really good stuff here. I think rotating Magnus mid is probably the best choice. It was either him or the Wyvern, but I think Wyvern is a bit concerned with just getting dove, as that is going to happen to Puppy instead. We'll get the cookie off.
Yeah, there's a little bit of space there. Continue to get pursued, but Yapsor's in the vicinity, gets the cold embrace off. That's going to mitigate all that physical damage. Now Faith Beyond rethinking his decisions here. Will just have to walk away, but Puppy basically dying to just these creeps. Very, very, I mean, that's death from 1,000 bites, Cinderin.
Yep.
Does not feel good. but PSG LGD get what they want there.
Funny situation, you know, there's a really good juke from Puppy. I think this is how he buys the most time, but also how he puts himself in the worst position. And the follow-up. And Secret do spend 2 TPs rotating down there with Wyvern and Dragon Knight to effectively not do anything much with it. So I think in hindsight, you know, sometimes you just cut your hero. It's not like this was going to turn into a tower push from PSG LGD. I think they were just going to grab that 1 kill. And they will be very happy to also get those 2 rotations out of it, making space for GQ in the top lane. Coil.
Yeah, Coil has to be expended. Nothing to say, trying to get these little bugs off. Jinq helps out a bit as well, but still being forced out completely by Matu. So Matu working on the Maelstrom, so about 1200 away from finishing that.
I feel like Weaver is the single strongest hero in the game to buy Falcon Blade on. And that's an item that's been gaining a lot of popularity in this recent patch after the extra buffs in 730. Even at the times when Falcon Blade was a rarer purchase, we would still sometimes see it on this specific hero, and it's because Weaver is a very much tempo-based carry, and all of the stats are just incredible. You want the mana regions, you can spam Shikuchi for the farm, you need health because you inherently have pretty atrocious strength gain on this hero and bad base stats, and you want the damage because you're a carry. So obviously has been a feel-good item for a lot of carries here, but we've seen it fade a little bit in popularity, but it's remained the pickup for Weaver through the entire tournament as a carry. And you're seeing there, right? He feels very confident up here, just pressuring the Puck and the Phoenix in the lane. They don't have enough to take him down.
Yeah. Well, in terms of item pickups, Zai, is that a... Yeah, Blink Dagger just got delivered to him, so that's obviously a big deal for the Initian base hero. That is Magnus. Nisha finds Y for now. Yapzor not able to catch up, though. They're going to take an Ignite for their troubles here. Nothing to say. Finished Veil of Discord, by the way, and actually bottled the Arcane Rune as well.
Very interesting to see him not get a single point in phase shift against Dragon Knight. It is a dodgeable stun if you're playing on distance, but going for the full-on damage approach here, nothing to say. And this is an important smoke for them. They're going to try to collapse with Shapeshift onto the mid tower. If they could find a pick, they could get this tower, but Secret with a good read are already all moving top toward Ame. And he will probably TP away. He's going to go bottom and play the triangle instead.
Oh my god, that was
very
close.
From
a half second away, but gets away nonetheless.
And Secret probably, they're going to rep back to mid, and Puppy will take care of probably just scatter blasting this wave and then backing off, just pulling it with a little shredder, but well, Secret need to do something more than this if they want to hold it. Just the summons of Lycan are doing it on their own, and Snapfire can't kill these off without using ulti. In which case, you could just pull them away for a second and go back in. And this is a really good push from LGD, by the way. They're giving Secret no opening, essentially, by doing it this way, but at the same time also forcing heroes to be in position and ready. But this is such a low commitment play. You just have a Lycan with the creeps there and the Vlads.
Yeah, they're just farming the jungle, poking at the tower. Yep. Forcing Secret to be kind of in an awkward spot. And yep, now the smoke comes out from PSG LGD. See what they want to do here. Nothing to say. Still working on his Blink Dagger. 1,000 away from that. As got off to slightly rough start, but based on his performances so far this tournament, I expect him to definitely bounce back in the mid game. Wrapping back around top of the Roche pit, and you can see that Matu is in the general area.
Oh, he's in trouble here. He's not expecting this move at all. There's a coil.
Yep, there's the... All right, they're going to get the coil off. He's not going to break it quite yet. Now he does, and, well, still silent, still stunned, and brought down. Big kill for PSG LGD, but Nisha and company want to get some revenge. Cooking on top of the Dragon Tail. Y taking most of the damage. It looks like he'll take out eventually. RP gets dodged by nothing to say. Has he loser or come out, but there's the curse to follow. It is enough to bring him down, so a 2-for-1. As the first death was, of course, Matu, but now the chase with Faith Beyond, popping that ultimate. Puppy just getting decimated by the Sunray. And with this, I believe PSG LGD will back away.
Really
Wolf
clutch.
versus Dragon.
Really clutch phase shift dodge on the RP, but still can't get out, and they get on top of him with the Dragon Knight and get the kill. And the curse next to the Lycan summons, this is something you need to keep in mind all game as Faith Beyond is. A lot of the time on Lycan, you can try to play around the curse so you don't get your hero stuck to your own creeps, but you also need to play them around your teammates. And in like these clutch positions on the map on high grounds, it can be difficult to find an attack angle without exposing someone. And Yapzor very quick to identify that, all right, there's going to be an illusory orb coming out of this phase shift. I'm going to just curse him next to the wolves and he's going to die. So very, very nice from
Into the Roche pit. Secret goes now. Nisha, of course, does not have his ultimate to work with. Zai, no RP. But they know a lot of ults are down for PSG LGD as well. Although Coil is online. But it's Roche is already at half HP. Looks like this is just going to be given up. Not even sure if they're aware this is happening.
I think they have a pretty good idea and are opting not to go. They're just too far away.
And they get the deny on Roche. That would be pretty epic. No. Matu gets the Aegis. Secret gets Roche.
Well, against some of the teams in the tournament, they would have been able to deny the Aegis there with the Wolf because nobody would have picked it up.
That's true.
Secret have watched the replays and have identified that Aegis of the Immortal does give you an advantage and is worth taking on a hero.
Yes.
So they will grab it there onto Matu. Very happy that he did his research there. Very new element to the game, Aegis of the Immortal.
I mean, it's one of those things where the pressure is so high, you can't emulate this, you know? And sometimes you're just thinking about other stuff, Cinder, and you know this all the time, casting. You literally don't listen to anything. Well, you don't listen to anything either.
That's
so
true.
I don't know. I don't know how you get by in life, to be perfectly honest. Ame has the Shadow Blade with the Echo Saber in tow, going for the Blink Dagger next, and then into the Silver Edge. So pretty standard build for the Tiny here. And how close are we to... I mean, Helm of the Overlord was finished now for Faith Beyond, and Ags will be next. So we're seeing basically the same build. Quelling Blade, no boots.
Now, what crit do you want on the Helm of the Overlord? Do you want the Dragon or do you want the Golem? I'm not sure, actually. Even the Thunderhide is super good for Tiny with that attack speed.
Yeah.
Right? So he's going to get a Golem this time around, of course. Doesn't get to choose. He gets whatever spawns here. The max health is nice, but at the same time, Wyvern does a decent
job. The Golem
job.
synergizes really nicely with Tiny.
What up, Deep?
Maybe they'll confuse that for the real hero.
Yes.
See? Anything's possible with TI. The pressure really gets to you. Sometimes you see things. Basically an even game, though, in terms of net worth right now. Still 3 minutes to go with the Aegis from Matu. Let's see what Secret can do to try to take advantage
Looking
of this
cute.
second light.
What, bro? What happened to you?
This is a 17.5-minute game that has 9 kills, and Ame has been in 0. He's 0-0-0. He's playing the Merlina Medusa of old, literally just farming side lanes, hoping...
Bro, how was your experience with iPhone, dude?
It's a very memorable game for me. It's all the way back from Dota 1, but when Merlina, I believe he was playing for King KS Int at the time. He had a game, he ended 0-0-0 and won as Medusa.
Man, what a boss.
Creeps all game.
What a boss.
And then they won. But Ame is going to get involved now, has Dagger and Shadow Blade, so now the farm is going to, the net worth is going to be put to use, so to speak.
Right.
As they are making an invasive play here into the enemy triangle. Going to be farming it up. One of the nice things about Helm of the Overlord, it can just farm ancient camps very easily. So as long
Just
as
ordered. Oh, okay. I thought you already got it.
There's some extra income for Faith Beyond. Naturally, they might find Matumba again.
Matu has a good idea that they're here, though, based on how he's playing.
Keep in mind, by the way, the 2 carries. Tiny level 15, Weaver level 12.
That's
Weaver
true.
won his lane. Like, this is just...
And
it's
he's
just
going to get a
Tiny
swarm
in a
off Faith
nutshell.
Beyond, using his ult, mostly for defensive purposes here. But Ame's in the vicinity, gets the avalanche toss, and down goes the Aegis.
Oh, Zai almost died.
Yeah, Zai gets cold embraced in the meantime, still has his RP to work with, but it's the Golem that's beating the crap out of him.
That was one shot kill, dude.
Still has his BKB available to go, but here comes Puck. He has to force out the BKB. Nothing to say. He's going to get stunned, but gets the coil off. It's only onto one from the backside. You see the Mortimer Kiss is coming as well from so far away, but the cannon
Bye-bye.
Ame blows up Puppy. Mid Mortimer's Kisses still has his buyback.
How do they fight it, dude? I don't think you can fight this.
Playing it close there.
Absolutely.
That's one of those high-risk, low-reward plays where you could get one attack in on the Ogre, not even close to killing him.
It looked awesome.
2 guys
Flashy
forced out BKBs, forced out ultimates.
Yeah, he is. This hero is so
LGD 2 strong. Yeah, I know. The draft is way better on LGD, dude.
We've seen so many games where it's like a 1v4, and like, okay, surely they'll kill Tiny and just beats the crap out of everybody just to run away.
Look at how that guy died.
Look at how much collateral damage he did to Zai there with just the combo and the tree throw, but good cold embrace does keep him alive against the ancient granite golem, who, you know, you shouldn't underestimate this. When we talk about Helm of the Overlord, a lot of the time we focus on, okay, is it the dragon can split push waves? Is it the golem that gives AoE health to the team? But it hits for 250.
Yeah, they all do. They're
It's
all
like
very
a hero.
strong.
It is actually an extra hero that you get as Lycan. I think Faith Beyond didn't even attack anything with his hero that fight. It's literally just the golem and the wolves doing the work.
As we're going to see an Orchid pickup by Yapzor.
Amazing coil, yeah.
somewhat late by his standards, minute 20 here, is very good against Puck.
Weaver is combo, dude. Combo kill.
Ultimately, it will fall off as Puck starts getting a good defensive counter items such as Yules, Lincolns, Disc. Currently, looks like he will go straight.
Secret has to win this. Secret needs to, Zai needs to, you know, do some crazy RP and horn plays, like how Collapse did.
You need to force out the disc, reset, and then make another go. It's hard to imagine a play where they can one-shot combo him. Because if you force out the disc, what's your follow-up? Like, all of the status assists is just going to make it too difficult.
It's no good against Tiny now.
Before he gets his spells off and resets.
Secret have smoked up now. I mean, this is so exciting. Every team at this stage of the tournament now, very close in skill. Most people give LGD the advantage, but I don't know if it's that much. There's the initiation onto Jin Q. Orchid going to prevent any type of getaway here. Nisha gets credit for that kill.
Yeah, nice pick. It is unfortunate for Secret only onto position 4, but it could start the makings of a push on the bottom tier 1 tower. At least looks like Nisha is planning on getting something done here, but at the same time, Matu is showing in mid. So LGD are offered 2 choices here, basically. They could try to go and defend their bottom tower knowing there's no Weaver, or making the map read that, okay, they're only showing Dragon Knight and Snap here. They could try to invade and kill the Weaver in the triangle. Presented with those 2 choices, they are going to defend bottom tower with Ami's Tiny.
We never thought about Wyvern. Wyvern has a Orchid.
I'll just say
If Wyvern ulti on someone and Tiny is around, that is a big turnaround. That's actually a good team fight for Secret.
I don't want to underestimate.
Wyvern needs to get a blink, and I think the Secret has a good chance in winning this.
If you did have to choose a tree as a weapon, I think it's not the worst choice, but I do think there would be better types of trees as well.
I'm sure we're going to get a lot of tweets about what would be the best tree for destroying somebody on the enemy team. I mean, it does have a pointy end, so.
Yeah.
And the ornaments can really hurt.
A lot of needles.
Plastic is terrible for the environment. Probably terrible for these heroes
Depending on what the ornaments are made out of.
That's true.
They have the same color as the ancient granite golem's eyes, so maybe previous victims of Tiny engraved into that tree.
That would be a great Arcana addition.
Sounds like an episode of Slax's lore show.
Yeah, sure, we're not going to say the name of the show because, you know, we don't want to plug anything.
Yeah, we don't do that.
2K net worth lead here for PSG LGD. Nothing to say. Like you said, the Eandis is ready to be assembled, basically. Just waiting for the right time here. Yeah. As Zai haven't really seen like a true initiation with the RP. We've seen like the single RP that basically at the beginning when he got his Blink Dagger initially, but not much since then.
Yeah, Hontos.
Looking for a quick kill on Y, and they'll get it. Seeing the power of this Horn Toss, Cinder, and this shard is S tier right now, no doubt about it.
Basically has around the same AoE, I believe a little bit more than Axe Call. Not around your entire hero, but in the frontal cone. It's bigger than Call, and obviously pulls enemies back so you can skewer, so very strong.
All right, Faith Beyond, Aghanim Scepter online. So
yeah,
he can bite Tiny.
Really managed to put the amount of pressure that I think they would have liked.
Yeah.
Before this now comes out.
Is that a new skill? It's a shard upgrade.
Let's summarize what Ame has.
Again, him shard
he has
upgrade.
4K health, by the way. So he has Ancient Granite Golem for the health. He has Bloodlust. He has Wolf Bite.
He now has a Christmas tree as a wolf. This is a new tradition that PSG LG is trying to get. The Avalanche toss. Matu gets blown up. Even pops the BKB, but cannot live through that.
Merry Christmas,
Puppy.
Secret.
Early Merry Christmas for them. Puppy does survive.
Dude, how did Tiny become a wolf?
I can't take this game seriously.
The Avatar, there's the RP from Zai, but it's more than a defensive.
How did Tiny become a wolf?
For Secret, and no buybacks to work with. The egg is popped. All right, Nisha is able to get that at the very least, but his BKB won't be around for that much longer, and so will his life. 3 dead and only 1
GG, bro. LGD win this.
for Secret here. PSG
Yeah, who's axe?
really taking advantage.
Tiny doesn't have an axe. Lycan has an
I
axe.
remember when Dragon Knight was a tanky hero, Shannon. Those were the days. But then the Dire invented the Christmas tree.
Lycan shard. Oh, okay.
Pierces through all armor you could possibly imagine.
That's right.
Obviously, the Silver Edge factor should be considered against the DK as well. I don't even think that was part of that kill right there. Had been using it previously for that Weaver burst, but Yikes.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Obviously, there's no way to know this, but the avalanche toss, Matu actually survived through that. Pop BKB, then die. If he had time lapse, he would have lived, almost certainly.
I don't know if he could have got the animation off. I think he BKB'd and instantly spammed time lapse.
Yeah, it might have been a too long of a cast animation.
Yeah,
That's
I think
true.
so.
I mean, either way, that's not a decision that you can really fault him for regardless. But 5K net worth lead now for PSG LGD, and Tiny Ame is looking quite scary.
He has 3.
Weaver can't do anything, dude.
Yeah. This is what
Weaver gets wrecked regardless.
I wasn't listening to
I don't know why they picked Weaver this draft.
CS does he have per minute? 350 in 26 minutes. Do the math quickly.
8 million.
That is very close to the truth. Good guess, good guess. It is more along the lines of I would guess about 13 or 14.
Okay.
But 8 million is not a bad guess for a first try.
Appreciate that, Cinderin.
Yeah, very good.
American education at its best again. So, what can Secret do to get back into this game? They have a lot of initiation. Again, we talked about Zai. They haven't been the ones to really start the fights in a lot of these cases. The PSG LGD smokes have really set the tempo of this game, especially after the online activation of the Aghanim Scepter for Faith Beyond, as we're going to see Tiny in wolf form again.
Christmas come early.
Yeah.
Here he comes.
I don't see
He's
the
got a
Christmas
star
tree
over his
anymore.
head. He doesn't find anyone.
He just has ornaments on his body. There's no... My God.
That is terrifying. It's a wolf that's glowing with lights everywhere. It just throws a tree out of its mouth.
Yeah, it's a thing of nightmares for sure.
Oh my goodness.
Obviously has his shard, as you can see, so don't, unless he throws the Christmas tree, he'll have it up despite what it looks like right
wait,
now.
when he throws the tree out of his mouth, he loses all of his glimmer because that's from carrying the tree.
Right.
So, all right.
One of the best cosmetics in the game, no doubt. That's the one I equip as well. Matu.
Roche is up again.
Has his BKB, obviously, but hasn't really found much farm after the fact. Cinderin has the Chrysalis right now. And they need a lot more damage from him. But really the problem is he can't survive a lot of this damage as well.
I think, honestly, that's the key word right now for Secret. Where's the damage? I think that's the biggest problem. How do you kill Tiny with 4K health and 20 armor with these heroes?
What's the scene? Who is winning? LGD is kind of winning.
Wyvern does good damage. Honestly, I think Yapsor needs to play the key role in killing the Tiny. He needs to somehow get the Curse Orchid and a lot of damage from Arctic Burn, or they're just not taking him out.
Well, the problem is now, even if you use Orchid on Tiny,
he has Satanic.
He has Satanic to dispel it.
Goodness.
So he is looking pretty. Going for a Moon Shard next. All right.
He has spider legs as
LGD
well.
wins this system.
Cross terrain as a dog.
So he's going to be a wolf rock spider hybrid.
All Chinese finals.
Christmas tree. Don't forget that. Very important aspect. There's the Avatar. And the break onto Nisha. He's going to get saved by the cookie. Here comes the
Wow, what a RP.
You can see the Sunray doing a ton of damage, trying to heal up Ave, and that Satanic is doing a really good
Can't do
job.
shit.
He's going to be able to find at least one kill here. The coil was on a couple of heroes as Yapster's going to take a tumble, but bunch of buyback from Team Secret. They want to try to win this fight, but PSG LGD, they're only going to cost them one buyback, and now the pressure is on to Matu on this Weaver, getting extremely low. But is able to sliver away just
What a fight, dude. What a RP.
PSG LGD only lose one. It's basically 3 buybacks.
RP, no point with Satanic. Yeah, but where was Yapsor's ulti, dude?
There's enough in the tank, right? Like, what's going to kill the Tiny and the Curse? It's a couple of Lycan summons and probably
Put the curse on Lycan or put the curse on
Secret did a lot of things
Ogre.
there in order to kill the
Tiny will wreck because of cleave. Tiny will wreck everyone out. Yapsor didn't ulti that time. That was a big mistake.
Could probably kill him there, but obviously LGD never presented them with the opportunity until now that they feel strong enough.
Yapsor should have ulted though there.
Now 8K gold lead for them. In a very good position.
Even with a nice
Yeah.
on Ame, obviously with the 20 talent giving you extra status resist.
Tiny would like literally kill their supports, dude. Like
with all the
in
lockdown,
2
They
shots.
just don't have the damage still. It's just the main issue.
And you see the confidence from Ame. He's actually confident enough that he doesn't need armor, that he's just going to go for the Moon Shard. The armor will be coming from Lycan getting the AC. A lot of the times you will see the Tiny... Oh, actually, they swapped it around. He wasn't confident after all. So they're going to get the Shard on Lycan for the split pushing Wolves. And then Tiny himself will be carrying the AC. I guess the communication was something along the lines of... Probably Faith Beyond's like, I'm getting AC next, and Ame's like, I kind of need the armor. So I want to get it. That extra 10 is very important for him to stay ahead, basically, because you did see a glimmer of hope there for Secret that you know, a little bit more damage on their cores, and maybe there's a kill there. So Ame wants to stay ahead of the curve with
we have an initiation from Nisha, but the Sunray from afar, nothing to say, is super fine. Even the Orchid being used, and the curse.
What a curse, dude. What bullshit curse.
In wolf form, down goes YapzOr to start this
Stupid
fight.
curse.
70 seconds, no buyback.
GG, bro.
A little
GG.
bit of a Little Red Riding Hood here, just that.
When he was supposed to curse, he didn't curse. Now he curses.
Yes.
Fuck
Why
all,
doesn't
dude.
really fit into that story so well?
Yeah, I was wondering where we're gonna go with that, but I don't know what children's stories they say.
I was wondering where Rush was gonna go, and it was down. 5-second kill.
Yeah, Aegis down,
and they get the shard too.
Faith Beyond.
For now, he might pass it on. He was planning on buying it anyway. I think. Okay, they have it on Phoenix already. Who could they even give it to at this point? Ogre?
Nisha, alright, Secret, do find a kill.
Alright, gave the shard to Puck.
Okay, so Waning Rift, yeah, a little bit of knockback, which synergizes with the ult, and it gives you a little bit of vision to be able to de-ward and whatnot.
Yep.
That's solid.
Some nice fairy dust.
It fits the lore, I think. I think that's fine.
It does. Fun fact about Puck, inspired by, which play was it again by Shakespeare? A Midsummer Night's Dream, I think.
Sure, I definitely read that one in school.
You don't know books, you only know movies. I don't know either, but I can pretend.
Yeah, I like how you bring up something you have no knowledge of and then rely on me who also has no knowledge of it.
My entire life is built around pretending.
Is the first one-time use, or is it like having axe forever?
The best advice you can give.
It's like axe, it's mini axe.
Yes, you keep 6k net worth lead.
Shard, most of the shards right now, Aghanim shards, give a new ability to all the new heroes. Scepter normally doesn't give new abilities, but increases your current ultimate or other abilities. So Scepter upgrades your ultimate abilities, and Shard gives you a new micro or mini ability, if you can say.
How do they kill him twice? Let's theory craft a little bit here. You're probably looking at a Horn Tusk Skewer into Fountain.
Yeah.
And then you need Cookie or Dragon Tail for the first life.
Okay.
But
you need level 20 on Zai to get that Skewer talent.
Exactly. Zai isn't 20, so I don't know.
I think you also need Aghanim Scepter on YapzOr to get the constant burn, percentage-based damage.
Yeah, could help. Okay, Ame's going to go ahead and 5-shot this top tower.
Okay.
Fair enough.
He's looking very nice. He's 25 now, so ends up taking the 2 toss charges.
And mid tower, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, okay. Lacking a little bit on damage there, Ame. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Okay, that wasn't as impressive as we've seen so far this game.
Gotta step it up. All right.
Maybe if he was a wolf, he could have killed it.
500 CS minute 33 for Ame.
Okay.
For comparison, Matsu with very good farm has 360 on Weaver.
Yeah.
Bye.
Oh, we're gonna see the break onto Nisha. Able to disrupt the Avatos combo though from Ame.
Ame has that extra toss charge, so with that level 25 might be able to solo the Dragon Knight even if he gets the full-on combo with Avatos into the secondary toss before Dragon Tail comes out. He's gonna get bit though, and go on the hunt.
Imagine Rapier on
He's expecting might try to poke either the bottom
GG,
tower
bro.
or farm
One-shot towers.
this area down here that is being scouted by a wolf, but very wisely Matsu just hiding off in the side. Now it's gonna show with the bugs. And hide again. There's no detection, I believe, on Ame, so can't kill him off, and he's going to TP out. Good read from Matumba Men there.
You just need to do that a million times more. I mean, that does waste a lot of time for Ame, obviously, but they're still sporting a double-digit net worth lead right now. And there's a double damage rune bottom.
It's going to be taken by Puck.
Okay. That's a little bit surprising, I won't lie.
It's pretty good on Tiny, I've heard.
Yeah,
maybe he can start
so.
3-shutting towers then.
But nothing to say is like, you know what? I had a rough start to this game. I only have 1 kill right now. Tiny's getting all the credit. Time for me to show up here. Has the Octarine Core, Boots of Travel, Aeon Disc, Blink, and Veil. He has...
You wouldn't think he got stomped in lane, would you?
I know. He's bounced back pretty admirably, I have to say.
Oh, he might see Matsu here. He could coil. Gem.
No.
Very close.
Already expending the Arctic Burn here. So only a minute left on this Aegis. And, I mean, okay, we have the Skewer back. This is on to Y again, so it's going to be a freebie. He seems to be the only one that Secret can kill pretty reliably without getting baited into a pretty big team fight.
Dragons, the Elder Dragon form is expended for this from Nisha, so once Ogre respawns, they are down that key spell. But the good news for Secret is they're effectively denying the Aegis value, right? There's 40 seconds left on Ami. He has not hit a base tower yet. So good job from them not getting caught out. I think what LGD really wants in this game, their play call, is we want to find any core and then force the buyback with a high ground push. But without finding that core, they just haven't felt confident to just press the issue. And it's understandable. You're against Wyvern, you're against Magnus. It can get dicey in the enemy base always. You get skewered into towers, and then if the enemy team tries to help, there's that curse. And LGD are probably confident as well that, well, guess what? If we're just farming, we still have plenty of room to grow. Tiny will be getting a Swift Blink sometime soon. And wonder what he's going to get last, actually, here for Ami. He's going to swap in the treads now.
I would think Daedalus.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, Daedalus plus Silver Edge, I think that's fine still, right? Double crit, but
yeah.
You could eventually, if you kill Roche again, get the Ags, which... I don't know, Ags is interesting on Tiny because it's from a distance, right? It's not exactly how he's playing right now. As Nisha is going to get the Arcane Rune successfully here. But yeah, still room to grow. I mean, we've seen Butterfly, obviously, in the past.
Wonder if there's any point he wants BKB as well.
That's true. You could be that guy and buy BKB.
Then you're only playing into Curse and RP, and you know you're not dying in either of them. And while you're BKB'd, you're forcing them to use those spells, or their Kyros are just going to disappear.
So Matu did get his shard, so this is going to allow the Swarm to reveal Invis units, which would be pretty helpful against these Shadow Blades.
Yep. It gives him a bit more spread damage with the Geminate attack. Pretty common pickup for Weaver. It increases your effective damage output in teamfights by quite a lot if you get the right position.
Yep, and I mean at 25, I'm guessing you can take the Geminate attack talent as well, right? Because that's just synergy.
Because stalling perfectly, yeah.
I think you're doing this game at least. You're
more than stalling. It's like LGD is playing very defensive.
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
They're afraid of Magnus on toss to base.
Say, Secret, despite kind of being stuck in their base, the lead for PSG LGD hasn't really grown by much in the last few minutes. It feels kind of like it's tapered off a bit. They're just kind of at a standstill to some degree. Take control of their outpost again and their jungle as a whole. As PSG LGD almost certainly just waiting for the next Roche, which will be Roche number 3.
They're really banking on at some point Secret are going to slip up and get caught, but they haven't for the last 5 minutes. They haven't been able to find a single core.
Like Hontos and
chase, but
what are they called, dude?
Nothing to be found. Secret are always
Skewer.
in the right position, but that's an easy kill on that.
Skewer to all the way to the fountain.
Make their way into their own triangle to try
like
to
how Collapse did with OG. This guy is tiny. Sumail is tiny.
I don't know if he keeps that, but level on Tiny.
Sumail was tiny, he was fat as fuck. Magnus destroyed Tiny, dude. He just Hontosh pushed him into base. Fountain.
Yeah, you can't get much better item than that from the jungle for pushing the tower.
The leveler's base stats are kind of
What's that? That was crazy. They OG lost because of that.
Wait, he gets 5 armor. Yeah, I didn't even know that. That's so random.
It got changed a while back. I think it used to be 60 attack speed.
How could a weapon give you armor? Good offense is a good defense.
Yeah, when he comes to level 20, his talent is increases or doubles the range.
Yeah, it's a play by Shakespeare. Look it up.
Yeah, he was really into basketball back then. Pretty sure he invented it.
So it's a talent. So level 20 is once he hit.
I mean, typically in the case
from mid tower, as in your entrance to fountain, you can skewer.
More lead for
that was a very specific number.
Yep. Because it makes you sound smart if you get very specific. Oh my god!
Holy shit!
That's like that. 2-shot.
Wonderful. Well, I found him.
Holy shit!
Finally a pick for.
I'm dead.
Nice voice lines there. Let's just keep layering them while Yapsor is still dead.
Can they just keep saying that? Then we don't need to cast. Just keep saying I'm dead until the game's over.
One day it shall take our jobs, no doubt.
Ultimately, we're going to have so many voice lines that can narrate an entire game.
Like bad big bird I spank
you.
Cooching away. Yeah, not taking the bait.
Interesting. I thought coiling there would feel good for nothing to say. You know, you've got Octarine Core, the cooldown's pretty low, and forcing BKB charges is by no means.
Bye-bye.
Seeing a replay here of Yapsor dying in 2 hits. As he is actually kind of happy about that. He finds it amusing.
It's like, I survived the first hit. Did you guys see it? I didn't get one shot.
As we have a sheepstick picked up by Faith Beyond now. So he is, he's really farmed himself.
Yep. Interesting choice. Obviously goes for something different. Oh, okay.
Double damage again.
Okay, I want to see him kill Roche with this. I think he's not going to. I think he's going to kill it without it, unless Secret try and contest, but he will hit for, what is that, 905.
Yeah.
When he's close to everything that he wants. Something like that.
Pretty good. That's what
Alright, we'll fight double damage. Okay.
Okay, they want to go for a fight now. He has the bloodlust applied. Ame. How many shots will it
Bye-bye.
take against Nisha? No, we'll back away for now. Oh my god!
Holy shit, dude.
Nisha, despite having a BKB! Oh my god! Secret
GG, GG.
because Tiny is gigantic.
GG, dude.
What happened?
What the fuck, dude? 6,400.
already used his dragon farm, so even if he buys back, it's alright. Roche is dead. That has Aghanim Scepter
GG,
on
bro,
it.
GG.
And I
That
believe
line,
nothing
that
took that, if I'm not
that
mistaken.
fucking draft by OG. I mean LGD. Fuck.
Yeah, and he consumes
Okay,
it. So
let me ask you a question. When is the last time you saw a hero that wasn't PA crit for over 2k without a rapier?
about 30 seconds ago, Cinderin. The buildings, there we go. He's not even
Fuck, dude.
putting the leveler in his inventory. Happy with a penta-edged sword. There's the buyback onto Nisha. And the buildings are going down quite fast. Oh, all right.
Bye-bye.
Skewer back into the tier 4. He's gonna have the buyback now onto Matu.
Oh, fuck.
Can they kill the raid boss? Nope. He's just gonna heal back to full HP again. And of course, he still has that Aegis for another 4 minutes.
Super heads up play from nothing to say they're getting into them on the back line when
Secret has to get something out of this. Zai looking for an opening, but it's not going to be found. Instead, he's going to go out of his grave. Buys back into the game. Looks like Nisha. That's
GG, bro.
back. 120 seconds in the grave for you. Ame triple
Fucking wrecked, dude. Secret.
Christmas tree, lights. Just say anything, and it makes sense at this point, Cinder. And that's 2 sets of racks for LGD. Into the top
3.
lane they go.
Fuck, look at it go, dude.
Matu, that's 1 shot to half HP. Has to time lapse it up. Already expends the BKB. They can't defend this. There's absolutely no way. 45k net worth lead out of nowhere for people.
Hey, Vec, what's up, dude? Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the subscription, dude. Appreciate it. Fuck, dude.
What an absolutely filthy performance from Ame. Oh, my
Nijo,
goodness.
this is what I told. Poppy experiments and does shit sometimes, and this is what Poppy's draft does. Weaver was a bad pick. I don't know what Poppy was thinking there. They had no control for Tiny. No control for Tiny like it.
Time to ban Tiny, I guess.
Absolutely ridiculous.
This is what I meant. Poppy, when it comes to such things, right, he tries to experiment a little bit.
Like, this was such a stalemate for so long. Effectively, PSG-LGD and Secret were kind of avoiding each other, but it favors PSG-LGD's strategy overall. That it's such a great job at just buying time for Tiny.
Tiny like, yeah, it was fucking crazy.
We get Silver Edge. Now let's go. And they're just
Nobody can stand. What was Weaver supposed to do? Weaver is like fucking CM.
Absolutely, Cinderin. PSG LGD take game 1 in very convincing fashion. Let's see what the panel has to say about the big bad wolf with that huge Christmas tree.
Thank you very much, Cinderin Sunshine.
Again, draft will be picked. Yes, game 2 now.
LGD. That was sick. So now, we did get a chance to talk about it a little bit before, but Jenkins, you were talking about...
I think it will be LGD versus Secret. I think it will be all Chinese finals, dude. Like I said, the loser of this game will go to the lower bracket and lose against the winner of Team Spirit versus IG and get out of the tournament. So if Secret loses here, I am calling that Secret goes to lower bracket and loses lower bracket also.
You know, when we were talking in the green room, that
And if LGD happens to do that, even LGD same thing. Goes to lower bracket and then, you know.
if they're letting something through after that second ban phase, chances are it's something that they're fairly confident against. And of course, that's
It's like the Tier 9 curse. Well, Tier 9 never happened, right? Did it?
It was tested. They know how to play it.
Oh no, it happened. Tier 10 was supposed to happen last year. It didn't happen. Tier 11 technically.
Don't risk it. Don't risk it.
That Tiny was dominating the match, especially toward the end. Let's check out the stats from that last match.
Tier 8, LGD lost to OG and then came to... OG lost, right?
LGD, they kind of flowcharted Team Secret. As powerful as the Tiny was, I think this was just like
Bad
one
draft.
chain of events that could have happened in the draft. Them opening with the Tiny was more of like, okay, they're gonna pick Mag. We have confidence in our Tiny strategy.
LGD will lose. Let's see second game how it will be.
They're like, okay, Lycan's still in the pool. Why not do our Lycan Tiny strategy? But this is just like one of their varieties, because we also mentioned earlier, Jenkins, like the IO Lycan was another pairing.
What TI came from upper bracket? No, dude. One TI LG went, OG went down and then came up, bro.
A good backup plan to help solidify our game plan. And they picked Phoenix into Snapfire, so they were like, I don't really care what Secret's up to.
Yeah,
we're just gonna follow our choose your own adventure draft.
I think something Aoi said on an earlier panel earlier in the week is that LGD has such a deep hero pool.
Look, I can't go back and see the old tournaments.
They can run.
How do I go and see old tournaments?
Like, okay, you have this like an offlane, right? So you're going to inherently lack disable if you're off.
How do I see the old tournaments, dude?
At least like going into TI, like that's what the meta was, just generic stunner offlaner. But because Nothing to Say can play this Puck mid and do so well on it, it means that they can pick Puck, who's like not exactly an exceptional hero currently, but they needed it for the draft. And it's like, it's not just Nothing to Say. They can do this on all of their roles where they just flex a hero, and it means that they can have these strategies that other teams can't necessarily pull out.
So when we were talking about Secret earlier, you mentioned the puppy wall, and you said that PSG LGD they'll need to break through the puppy
So
wall.
LGD went down and then came up in TI.
What
TI 9.
Secret can do to come back?
2018.
Secret, I mean, Seb talked about it beautifully on the panel, and I think we saw it play out exactly like you said. Like,
Yeah, you're right.
With an idea in mind, where they had this,
So
like,
they lost
Dragon
2
Wyvern
times to
couple
OG,
scared.
dude,
OG
back to
was, I
back.
believe, when OG played their Tiny.
They went down, they
Yeah,
came
and then
back
you
up.
have the Max Stewart in the Tiny, and the Tiny is no longer
LGD.
playing.
Fuck, dude. LGD is getting. I think this year they will win, dude. LGD.
But
even last time, same thing. See, came here, lost here, came back up, lost. Oh, they lost here and went out, dude. See? LGD lost here and went out. Liquid versus OG was the finals.
Core synergy felt slightly off. And I think if Secret wants to beat LGD, they have to commit to one or the other. I think one of the Secret's biggest strengths is
Yeah, I think so.
They pretty balanced drafts that are well-rounded, but LGD seems to just be putting all their eggs into one basket, and if you don't respond in a similar manner...
Yeah, I know. I was just telling about LGD, like how they went down, came back up.
We actually have a clip from that last match that kind of showed Tiny just kind of bulldozing through the enemy team.
I know once upon a time, one of the compendium predictions was, what is the biggest crit gonna be of the entire tournament? I believe in this one he hits some 2K crits on the Wyvern. Wyvern's the first. Yep.
2275.
First you see her, then you don't. That's a DK. That's a Dragon Knight with an Assault Cuirass as well.
Oh my Gaben!
And that was a Weaver.
Unbelievable.
Being the keyword.
Yeah. I mean, I think LGD just recognized their draft scales up nicer. Like, it doesn't matter. These 2 cores that Secret have, they're never going to output damage to threaten the Tiny. Because if you think about it,
Yeah, bad draft, dude.
Base, he's just too tanky. Like, who's going to be killing him? Weaver's damage is way too slow. And if Tiny gets one hit on Weaver, it's time-lapse and run away. So I just feel like the core matchups and the concept that Secret went into this game with is kind of like...
Puppy experimenting, dude. Experimenting.
Yeah, it's the well-roundedness that was almost their downfall, because unsurprisingly, we were all picking Seb's brain during the match.
Oh, yeah.
So he was
basically casting the game for us back then. That was
so
great.
I won't take credit for any of this analysis, but he was saying that Secret basically strayed away from whatever a game plan against LGD would be, which is if you start out with a Mag Wyvern and you see an enemy Lycan, this Lycan is going to be useless for quite a while, because even if the Lycan gets 3,000 gold, the Aghanim Scepter is not finished yet. That's 3,000 gold that's doing nothing for an offlaner right now. So if you're able to take advantage of that, take towers, make the map smaller, then all of a sudden this Lycan Tiny combination doesn't become as terrifying when you have more map control.
It's funny because Y said in an interview that basically they're really comfortable with just going late, and they think that they make better decisions than other teams, and that they'll just like pick better scaling than you. They're confident in their strategy and that there's going to be some timing that they can beat you at. And it's like, come on, come at me, like try to beat me. And they kind of did that against Secret. Like Secret was, they were trying to play early. They were trying to play to snowball the lanes, but like they just couldn't do it against LGD. And so it just makes you think like what you were saying, maybe what you do is you pick your own strat. You all in on one hero and see how that goes. And maybe you hit some timing that you can actually beat LGD at.
Well, Team Secret they're down one game, but they're not out yet. Let's take a quick look at it behind the scenes with a secret rapid fire.
Back with more rapid fire questions. I'm stepping in for Casey. I'm here with Nisha. I'm here with the Yapzor, Matu from Team Secret. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Who played in the very first TI Grand Finals?
Navi versus. I don't know.
Right?
1 second.
First TI, you were there.
I think it was a Chinese team.
Yes.
But I'm thinking eHome.
That's right.
That's right?
Very good. Can you name all the teams who won TI?
That's a hard one. Navi, IG, Alliance, Newbie, EG, Wings, Liquid, OG twice.
All right, I guess it's not so hard. You nailed it in order and everything. Who is the last pro Dota player you talked to that is not on Team Secret?
Artur, I guess.
Boba.
I can't say I remember.
Who cares about them?
Who cares?
We
Who
don't need to
cares?
talk about any of them. What was the last movie you watched?
These questions are something. The last movie.
The Hunt?
The Hunt?
Yeah. I don't watch many movies. I binge watched the entire Ozark, The Death of Stalin.
Death of Stalin.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like violence?
Yeah.
Okay. Who would you say is the worst teammate in interviews?
I have no idea, unfortunately.
If you don't know, then...
But like, I guess me.
Well, I wasn't going to say it. Who is the worst teammate in interviews?
I would say Nisha.
Nisha.
Poor guy got put on blast by your whole team.
Oh, that was so good. Not only are they great in the game, but they have like the big Dota encyclopedia memory where they can name the winners of TI for all of them in order.
That's because they're looking to put their name at the very end of that list. Matu was this close to saying secret.
I love that they all struggle. Like, what was the last movie you watched too? It's like, I don't know. I just play Dota. Like, that's all I do. They don't. There's no room in those brains for anything other than Dota.
Do you have the same experience, Insania? Have you watched a movie lately?
I can genuinely say I don't remember the last movie I watched.
Oh my god.
All right, well that's across all Dota professional gamers, I suppose. They don't watch movies because they play a lot of Dota. Now, let's bring the teams out for the next game. All right, so now LGD is taking the stage. They are 1 game up, and Team Secret is 1 game down. And neither of these teams have been in the lower bracket at all. Like, they made it out in the upper bracket in group stage, and they've made it all the way out here. So, what is the mindset for these teams coming in? What is the mindset for Team Secret, knowing that they're 1 game down?
I think Secret has to be thinking about the Tiny, right? They had a planned answer for it, and it didn't quite work out the way they expected it to. So the question here is, do you ban out the Tiny, or do you leave it and try to beat it again? I think Puppy sometimes can be a little bit stubborn when it comes to these things, so I wouldn't be surprised if they had, like, we're going to try it again. We just messed something up either in the draft or in the game, and then they leave the Tiny and try to beat it. But based on what I saw, I think you probably want to ban that Tiny out. LGD seem way too strong and too comfortable playing around it, and maybe try to give them some other draft where you feel like you can outscale the LGD timing, because I think that's really the key thing for Secret. If Secret are allowed to sit back and LGD has to come to them, I think they're very happy playing the game.
I was overhearing Seb, our special draft panelist, talking with Tsunami. Tsunami, tell me a little bit about what Seb said about what he would do if he were in their place.
Okay, I don't know if I can do this verbatim. I also definitely can't do a French accent.
Do it with the French accent.
No, I can't do the French accent.
No, let's leave out the French accent. Let's just do it in Tsunami
So
accent.
I specifically asked if you could erase all the bans from your mind. He wasn't a big fan of the Weaver. And so I was like, okay, you get rid of the Weaver. Say that that's why Secret are not sticking to their game plan, is because Weaver can't follow up with the timings that the Mag Wyvern was going for.
Mhm.
Then what is the concept? And ultimately it was what I had said earlier, that you have to commit to an earlier idea if you're going against a tiny Lycan. Halfway through your draft, you can't be like, well, actually, maybe we can outscale the Lycan, actually. Maybe we can outscale the tiny. So I want Secret to fully commit to an early idea. I don't think that they should go late to late against LGD, because I think LGD will always win late game. And I do think that maybe let the Magnus go through, even though it's been the hero of yesterday and day before yesterday. I think that Secret have enough of their own independent strategies that they don't need to rely on a tournament meta. They have enough strong heroes of their own. Like Yapsor Rubik was quite popular in their group stage match, and it was a 1-1 split, but I think heroes like that are a little bit more unpredictable would be more successful against a team like LGD.
Jenkins, you were mentioning earlier that you were interested in the picks and the counter picks on the side of Team
Are we really
Secret,
gonna
but
see
they really
2-0?
don't that well.
Yeah, so
It looks like it.
LGD
I don't know.
does this really interesting
Puppy.
thing where
Puppy's draft was stupid.
in a vacuum, they're picking heroes that are quite bad. So, for example, like the Phoenix versus the Snapfire, you have this counter of instantly killing the egg with the what the hell's that about? I don't play
Dude,
that. Like
none of the heroes on Secret even got an opportunity to use their spells or do anything. They just came, they saw Tiny, they ran, they died.
But it's not really the case anymore. It's like in practice that doesn't necessarily happen because of how you want to play the game. This is like an offlane. You're wolf biting somebody. You've got the necro book. Like it doesn't matter.
All right, well, let's see how this goes in Game 2 of LGD and Secret.
PSG LGD versus Team Secret. Game 2.
Welcome to Game 2 as we get ready for the draft. The other panel might have someone who can quote Seb, but I have real Seb here. So that's a bit more valuable. So let's see what you have to say, because I was interested in what you were talking about at the end of the draft panel.
Who did this voiceover? It's Pudge, dude. Voice actor of Pudge, voice actor of Earthshaker.
You either beat
I forget his name. He's this guy.
You saw the late game. You saw this Tiny, how he ate the Weaver alive. Even a DK that's considered one of the tankiest heroes in the game just dies in 3 hits. And so you either believe that something is going to fight that, head to head.
This guy.
Which, in my opinion, is a bit ludicrous. Or you decide to break, to abuse its weaknesses.
This is a guy who, and this is his wife. She is the voice actor of Gladius in Portal.
Calling you an attraction because it makes you sound like a zoo animal. That's not what I meant.
I hope I'm attractive.
You're attractive. Yes, this is Ellen. You probably just recognize her by her voice. Have you seen the line to come and meet you?
Well, I'm honored. I'm honored that Valve asked me to be here. I'm honored, Casey, that you wanted to talk to me.
I love your voice already. Can you list some of the things that we hear you doing in the game?
Sure. I'm Ellen McLean, and as some people may know, I am the voice of GLaDOS in the Portal game series. And I am the voice of Brood Mother in Dota 2.
So she's Brood Mother.
I'm that beautiful Euro trash girl. Death Prophet. Follow your fate. So those are some of the. Oh, and I also do. I'm the administrator in TF2. Victory. Overtime. And I'm Overwatch in the Halo series, and I'm a Seattle actor. What can I say? I get to work with Valve, which is like the coolest thing ever.
Can I just go to lunch with you and listen to you talk for a couple hours?
So where is this guy? This is the guy.
People appreciate.
This is a yeah. See the draft, yeah, I will.
Pudge is he's a guy that likes.
You're Pudge?
I'm Pudge. Fresh mate. I'm
so excited.
Storm Spirit, who's that handsome devil? I only want blue tangos in my dressing room. And then people.
Earthshaker.
Oh yeah. Earthshaker. There are many Earths, but only one Earthshaker.
When you're thinking, is your inner monologue in any
And he's the guy who announces every TI the match. LGD versus Secret. This is the guy who's announcing it.
No, I tend to think in my own voice. I mean, because this is work. I only do voices when I get paid, except when I do them when I don't get paid. No. I really. I was doing voices since I was a little kid, and of course, the interesting thing about my voice is.
The Bantai, obviously.
Good counter in the game, good counter in the lane.
They don't want to get one tapped every time, dude.
And we're gonna ET instead. Once again, I think Secret's approach of the first phase is very, very solid. Just like game 1. They're covering all the angles.
Like and tiny band, okay.
something I noticed that's interesting is that LGD is actually first pick again, and Secret are Radiant again. This means I believe in game 1, Secret probably picked Radiant, because in this game, LGD had choice, and they chose first pick.
Yeah.
So I always find it interesting when you have these two different opposing ideas. Like, it does seem like in this draft, Secret clearly think Radiant is the best, and LGD are just first pick all the way. I was just curious, like, why do you think that happens?
I mean, Radiant is very favored by teams right now because the Roche is such a big objective. And when you play Radiant and you want to play around the Roche area, you have your triangle to farm with. 2 lanes plus triangle, meaning your economy is doing great. When you're Dire and you have to play around the Roche area, you're playing away from a triangle. And you're playing, you know, in a...
the most band in this TI? No, dude. A lot of people played IO.
Economy there.
Especially in the group stages.
Radiant in the mid game versus Dire has a huge advantage. And which is why teams favor Radiant. Now LGD, you know, the LGD first pick has not been sold by Secret. It's understandable that they want to go first pick again. But as I said in the game 1, it's like LGD, they have to build some sort of strategy that is too strong for Secret to counter. Else, the 2 last picks of Secret, especially in the hands of Puppy and Heen, you know, they are going to make the most out of it. And it's going to be a really hard game for LGD to play. So this is when Secret, they want to keep their options open right now with this pick. And then they're going to start, you know, countering.
Play 20 minutes of Dota, no idea how to get into it. It takes time, dude. Play one hero, start slow, keep playing that hero until you understand the lanes, you understand the items, you understand the timings. And then after that, once you have mastered that one hero, then move to the other hero, other roles. Don't try to learn everything at once. You will get confused and you'll be lost. No, all time I was banned most of the time. Some fun facts. I learned this TI. Acha?
Exactly. And funny enough, it's a Puppy.
What up, Punch? How was Venom? Please don't spoil it for me. I am going. Just tell me if it's good or no.
You have the X versus relocate. You have a way to lock down the gyro. You know,
how was Venom?
A lot about movement speed abuse. They just run around the team fight and nobody can stop.
I will lose this match. You are not even playing, bro.
Pick up the Wind Ranger. We saw Yapster go for some arcane boots straight into a shard, and that shard, I'm not gonna lie, it looked like one of the better shards in Dota.
Okay, thank you.
It's positioning in Dota is so much, and that shard, it tends to expose the heroes that don't want to get exposed and just make the fight more chaotic.
No, definitely. Special mention to the Anchban too. Very good hero to protect the ET with. Puppy has shown how much troubles, you know, he can cause. And he was one of the ET was
yeah, this Legion Commander pick is fucking scary, dude.
And there were teams that didn't know how to deal with it. Puppy crushed
the whole point, Legion Commander counters both Windrunner and counters Gyro. Like hard, and especially early to mid game, it counters hard.
Same effect for ET. It's like the movement speed enough. Because usually when I think of ET,
they were showing 5 most picked and 5 most banners. Acha. When are you going? I'm going at around 7. 7:15 is the show.
It's not good against Gyro on the lane.
Look ready to go? No. I have to go take bath. I am not taking bath today. Now what's the draft says?
This gyro is gonna get, no matter how big the IO gets. One ET spirit, whether it is magic.
I am leaning towards Secret's draft. It looks good
this is them taking away
compared to LGD.
Once again. And to me, with the Wind Ranger and the Beastmaster,
but again, they have some good counters for early game ganks, especially from Windrunner and Wind Ranger and Gyro. Because LC counters both of them.
Remove 60% of damage on gyro.
And Bane, like LC and Bane counters both of them heavy.
It's stronger than Vessel, the spell.
Which opens up for ET and MK to zone them out.
He's gonna have to kill the Bane in these fights. Of course, you have the sleep and the grip. Very strong laner also. Now what Secret is doing is they're gonna play. They should be playing the map with this. Think about it. Gale Force, Wind Ranger Shard, Global Spell, Beastmaster Hawks, Relocate. Vision advantage. It's going to be really hard for LGD to pick the right fights. Secret are going to pick fights that they consider fair for them and unfair for LGD.
Dude, if LGD picks Spectre here, Spectre is banned? No. Okay, Spectre. If LGD picks Spectre here, LGD wins this.
They're taking a different approach.
Like, no question about it. LGD wins this game.
Smart team, they're great players. If anybody can execute a different style of Dota, it is them. So now
Puck is banned.
Do LGD read what Secret want to play for? And do they have an answer to that?
If LGD picks Spectre,
in my head when I first
I
saw
think
it, I thought that's a bit weird. It seems
the
very
game 2-0.
Something that LOA actually mentioned.
If they don't pick Spectre, it is pretty even.
I think in the last game that they ran Monkey King and Ame, they had an Oracle in that game. That allows you to get the 4 hits off. Legion's the exact same thing. You buff his attack speed, make him maybe magic meal and take off
the stuns from him.
Remove his stun.
They banned Sniper. What the fuck?
And all of a sudden, even though Legion Commander on his own, he's not supposed to be good at team fighting against Aojaro.
Why did they ban Sniper? Oh, they think. Okay, they think. Okay, never mind. Offlane support. Yapsor on Wind Ranger. Safe is open, so mid is open.
What LGD excels at. It's like they understand how to make a hero, in this case Monkey King, or how to make, in the other game, a Tiny, really shine. They understand what the weaknesses are of the hero, and they know how to counter, you know, like to make up for these weaknesses. But now Secret is taking a completely different approach. It's like, you want to bring this monkey to critical mass? We're not fighting into this monkey until we decide that it is a good fight. Which is
Lina. That's also a good ban.
You can second guess the beast pick. You can be like, why would you pick Roar into press your attack, into sleep?
Leshrac. Okay.
Legion counter beast.
So monkey carry.
They're looking at the map. They're looking at the vision. Looking at this
ET support, LC off, Bane support, Leshrac mid.
So now I'm very curious to what the secret last pick is going to be. I think you can either add up on top of it, but I would also say that there's a route where you already realize with Beast, with Gale,
Void Spirit is good actually.
With Relocate, you already have enough tools to cheat.
Void is good.
In a right
Void
way,
Spirit is good for Secret.
Cheat the game, and then maybe you want Nisha to also be a hero that can kind of stabilize in a way. You know, like
Void
at some
Spirit
point
is
you
good.
will have to take fights to win the game.
Update in CS of 1 GB. When did it come now?
That really solidifies that. You'll have vision, you have mobility advantage on the map, makes map presence, which I think is what Secret's good at, like really good at in Dota. So I'm glad they're drafting this style.
Yeah.
They go for Ursa. So this is damage.
Ursa, okay.
So it's Jarkov
So mid.
Yeah,
Mid gyro.
Definitely. It looks like something like that. Very interesting. They get really early timings, the secret heroes. Ursa is going to force the Roche fight early. If they consider that this gyro has a great lane against the Leshrac, and they have the Wisp, and Beastmaster hits through super early timings, right? Hawks early, Helm of Dom, much more useful than the Legion after the laning phase. If this gyro, they consider he has a really good lane to the Leshrac, I hope so, right? They decided to put him there. He also hits crazy timings. It's going to be a
No
gyro,
update,
super high
dude.
level, a lot of gold, playing with a Wisp. The Wisp might even play with the gyro instead of the Ursa.
I've got one question for him, which is you are 1 game away now
Bruh.
from making it to the grand finals of TI10. What did you say to the boys before
Rip
you headed
boys.
out here for your second draft of the game?
再赢一把就能进总决赛了。出来之前有跟队员
就是在选选手，在选选选手，啥才是？
我们的目标不仅是进总决赛，我们是
就是在选他。
Our goal is not just getting into the grand finals. Our goal is to take the Aegis home.
Well, you know what? There's quite a lot of people who think you have a very high chance of doing that. Thank you so much, Alba. Good luck. Let's head over to Syndred and Sunsfan.
Thank you, Frankie. Sunsfan here with Cinder in Game 2, LGD versus Secret in this upper bracket finals. Winner secures themselves top 2, Cinderin, and into the grand finals seat as we're seeing a ton of high fives. Great work all around. Great teamwork. I love this. This is what makes Dota great. Now get first blood.
Do you think 2-0 to 1-1?
Alright, I'm gonna try to see who got most.
I don't know. This game is even. So this game is not one-sided. The draft is even. It depends on how they play. It can go either way. But I think Secret has a little bit of edge.
You gotta love the sportsmanship. This match, this specific game,
8. Alright, now Nisha's ahead.
Is worth millions of dollars. Okay, millions. I don't know if you
Let's see.
noticed.
Let's see. If it is, if Secret wins, then we'll have a game 3. Hopefully there is game 3.
On the brink of being taken down to the lower bracket if PSG LGD can get this win. Looking at the lineups here, Cinderin, do you agree with the panel?
Yeah, I think Secret's lineup is very, in a way it's similar to the last game in the sense of what Secret should be trying to do timing-wise, but the way they get there is totally different. So last game, we were like, okay, Secret, you know, you're going to hit this like minute 15, you want to start taking fights, etc., but they never really managed to be able to fight into LGD from a team fight perspective. This time around, they're going to try to play fast as well, but they're doing it in a different manner. They're going to be splitting the map more. They're going to try to find pickoffs in side lanes with Beastmaster with Shackle Shot into relocates. Yeah. They have a really good core matchup in the Ursa against Monkey King and Legion Commander. They have a way of killing Roche as Radiant with Beastmaster Ursa. There's just a lot of good things, and honestly, when it comes to Secret in this tournament, I think in many ways their best hero has been Matumba Man on that Ursa. They've had a lot of really great wins, so when it's crunch time here and they have to get a W here, I think it's a very great choice for them to try to go for this. And I think LGD weren't expecting this last pick Ursa. They were, you know, you see IO Gyro, it's very easy to default into mode, oh, that's Io Gyro carry. But
That's right.
Nisha is one of the players that does play this mid once in a while. So I think maybe a little bit of an element of surprise favoring Secret as well here. That said, though, LGD's lineup is very stable. Strong team fight, good scaling, and all of the things that 7AUI talked about with enabling Monkey King are very much true here.
I mean, Secret had to ban Tiny. They had to ban Magnus. That leaves Elder Titan open. That leaves Monkey King open, as Ame's going to be playing that position 1 this time around. Start taking some damage. I want to talk about mid lane again, though, Synderen. Gyro versus Lesh. Who wins this lane? Not one we get to see too often.
I would feel like just instinctively that Lesh is favored here, especially when he starts hitting level 3 and level 5 with just the Lightning Storm harass. Gyro is a short-range carry, so in order for him to go and get CS, he needs to expose himself to taking that damage. Leshrek's base armor isn't the best, though, so Flash Cannon can make a difference in this lane if Nisha even goes to skill it at all. He might just go max out the other 2 spells and play this a little bit Thompson style with the more aggressive roaming way of playing here, but yeah, I do overall like Lesh here a bit more, I have to say. But for now, they're pretty even. As a matter of fact, Nisha is actually pulling a bit ahead on the first waves.
Yeah, he's off to a pretty good start. I mean, I guess from his perspective, as long as you just tie the lane, I guess maybe that's the goal. I don't know, but we'll see what the rotations come out in this early game for Team Secret. Although you do have an Io, so that's not really a ganking potential. I guess Yapzor is the one person that could try to set something up on this Wind Ranger.
Nightmare.
Yep, Nightmare into nothing, though. It's just going to delay things, trying to take out this boar, as Zai will have to deny it himself.
Courier.
Okay. Looks like Yapzor is able to clean that one up.
It's something that's worth keeping in mind about the Bane.
I completely forgot about the courier.
That Bane is actually relatively good at killing the boars. If you find an angle to get in behind, you have a lot of damage, and you trade really well. And killing boars might sound like a small thing, but they give a lot of experience in gold if you manage to get them. That time around, though, Zai did get the deny. But it is something that Wive will very much be looking for in the lane. Even if you don't kill the boars, as long as you force them out, realistically...
Why does it look like Beastmaster has crabs in his hand? Or lobsters? Looks like Beastmaster has lobsters in his hand.
Angle for the power shot, I guess.
Angle for the right.
So I need to see Beastmaster running very good way. Yeah.
More damage from...
You know, don't spread misinformation. This is how it starts in there, and it snowballs from there.
Yep.
But bot lane, I can see Matu, like you said, playing the Ursa. And, I mean, the mid lane still, I mean, I would say it's relatively even. A lot more denies going the way of Nisha, though. Is the homing missile coming for nothing to say? Yapzor comes in as well. The homing missile connects, but the Split Earth follows suit as well. Rocket Barrage doing so much damage in this early game. Nothing to say. Forced to go to the other side.
Oh, dude.
Nisha not quite in range to actually finish him off, though, so nothing to say. Gonna be able to get to the high ground successfully. Gets off the Split Earth. But he's kind of stuck here. He doesn't even have mana. Has to deny himself to these creeps. Yeah, so still wasting a lot of time. That's 20 seconds.
And that might have looked like a really weird gank. This is a level 2 Wind Ranger TPing mid, but Wind Run, even level 1, is very nice for kills. Like this is the 15% slow for Gyros to just keep running down the Lesh. The extra bit of right-click damage on the power shot was enough to at least force the deny. And like you said, yeah, he doesn't give the gold over to Nisha, but this is like a full free wave plus all the wasted time of the Lesh. Effectively, Nisha is now very far ahead in that mid lane. Closing in on level 5.5. So when he gets level 6, I think we could see Yapzor maybe even moving to mid again. Yeah. And that time around, nothing to say will not be able to pull off what he just did.
Yeah, Matu gonna chase Faith Beyond, but Jinkyu with that Elder Titan, very hard to fight into with that Echo Stomp ability. I mean, okay, so for Nisha, I haven't gotten to see a ton of games on him playing this mid Gyro. Is the build, is it any different than position 1 Gyro? Do you still, I mean, Io gets the choice, I guess, later game who he wants to actually attach to, but what about the build overall?
I don't know what he wants to do in this game. I think there's different approaches to it. You can go more of a carry style build with the Dragon Lance build up, but you can also either look for something like Diffusal, or you could look for even a spellcasting build with Veil E-Blade, which I think we've seen Thompson play sometimes in the past. But bottom line, Poppy.
Bye. Bye.
Oh my god, first blood goes
Bye.
of PSG LGD. Jinkyu with the briefcase. He has definitely come
briefcase.
to play, Synderen. But, I mean, you have to give up something, right? We talked about the Tiny and Magnus. Elder Titan has been extremely strong and been banned in a lot of games as well.
That is a pretty nasty lane synergy when you think about it. Just giving Elder Titan all that attack speed. Easy kill for him. Onto Puppy. Will TP mid. Refill a little bit here. They're going to try to contest the bottom rune against NTS, but Shackle almost latching. They will get the haste here, though. Nice for Nisha. This is a really good rune on Gyro mid.
Yeah.
With that 3 points in Rocket Barrage, he has a great great amount of chase down potential onto any hero in the game right now.
Nothing to say. About to hit level 6.
Yo, Carmack, what's up?
As long as it's not denied. But you can see the level advantage going the way of Nisha, of course. But Matu, with that rotation, kind of has to play a little bit safe in the bot lane.
Bye-bye, puppy. Bye-bye, puppy.
And now he's in trouble.
Bye-bye, puppy.
We'll look for a tether onto Gyro. We'll get it here.
Okay.
Nisha with the haste.
Saved.
Puppy also has haste. Fun for the whole family.
That's right.
They're not going to do anything.
Yeah. You could just try to bait some TPs potentially, but Y is making his rotation over through the river here, level 3 on this Bane Elemental. And, sorry, just Bane now.
Yep.
The Elemental was deleted from his name, sadly. As he's still working on his boots here. Faith Beyond playing the
No CS today. CS later in the night.
Homing missile with the roar, of course. Can't dispel Fury swipes.
Yep.
But more so a thing in the laning stage, I suppose. All right, mid lane. Y. He said made his rotation, but Puppy gonna heal up Nisha pretty nicely here. As the 8-minute rune will be up for 40 seconds. Matu in the meantime has to pop his Enrage. Yapzor TP's here as well.
I was just about to say Matsu's doing so great in this lane. He's level 6 against level 4 Legion, but 1v2, they still just absolutely crush him with this Elder Titan.
You will stream today off from work? Today is Saturday, dude.
On each other here. Yapzor will seize in
Saturday is off from work.
Well, he's running it through 3 heroes here, that Spirit. So would hit very hard if he had a target, but...
I mean, is there a point with Matu just tries to go into the jungle, getting like a Morbid Mass, something like that? Or, I guess with Puppy here, he can just get his
finding Yapzor here, he's going to need to wind run this.
8-minute rune.
Middle tower is under attack.
It is top lane.
Yeah, we've not even talked about Ame this game. There's a Monkey King in this game.
That's true.
He's just free farming. The lane matchup is obviously very good against the Beastmaster, so he is level 7.5 against Zai's level 5, measly level 5, and it's because Yapzor has made these moves. In particular, the mid first attempt onto Leshrac obviously comes at a cost. As playing Beastmaster against Monkey Bane is absolutely...
Saturday, Sunday off, yes.
Having said that, when you get to mid to late game as Matu, going to be forced out here, there's nothing to say he's made his transition over. Level 7 now on that Leshrac. Yapzor in the vicinity as well, but I believe they know he's here. Diabolic Edict with that pulse never going to work. Nothing to say he's going to get initiated on by Matu. But the press the attack takes off the shackle. Matu has to take or use his Enrage now to just back off. So they've expended quite a few resources, but do defend the tower. But playing Beastmaster against Monkey King, especially in its position 1, just axes with the vision to take down the trees, that could have huge implications in this match.
They have to shackle LC. If not, then they will just every single time do that.
Again to dispel that. Nice sidestep by Matu. Sidestep that split earth is nothing.
Bye bye, puppy.
Chase now. One more right click will do it. Down he goes. And Nisha's made his transition here as well. So nice 2-for-1 special.
He has to shackle LC, dude. If not, then he goes off. So it's pointless.
Like you said, very important that split earth doesn't connect. It gives him the confidence to chase them down. And I believe he was tethered the whole time as well, so giving him that little bit of extra attack and move speed that he needs to get that Lesh kill completed. With Gyro rotating as well, you do defend the tower. You did a lot of damage to it though as PSG. You took down about 85% of it or something like that. Mid lane Nightmare.
Yeah, we got the Nightmare, but nice. Split Earth, yeah. Nightmare's taken off by Puppy, very nicely done. Here comes the call down, trying to get the kill onto Y instead now. He gets the Brain Sap off, here comes the Echo Stomp. Another side step from Nisha. Leads to a kill.
Nice.
And Nisha working on, I believe that was the Diffusal Blade. So going for the Diffusal Blade into Ags, I would assume. And maybe we'll see a Diffusal Blade on Ursa as well. I don't know, but a lot of mana drain against this Leshrac.
Diffusal is a good item against Monkey King in a lot of situations, I think, for Gyro. You know, you get the nice mana burn and the slowdown so you can chase him down when you're in a favorable position, and you can create distance when you're not. Then you just diffuse him and run away. So I definitely see a lot of value in that here for Nisha. Yep. Bottom lane pressure is going to be applied again by PSG. Secret will give up the tower this time. Not interested in going there.
Bye.
Pretty close, actually.
Did he just solo him?
Yes.
Indeed. Wait, top net worth for Ame.
How did Ame solo him? I didn't see that.
He just right-click him. It was actually pretty simple.
Okay, so Puppy was trying to ward, I'm assuming, and had nobody to tether to?
Yep, slightly out of position.
Okay.
But top lane looking to be taken out now by Secret. As bot lane has already been given up. So it's going to be essentially evened up on towers now. And Matu, yeah, he is working on Defusal as well, so going to see a lot of mana burn this game. Which means BKB for
Tumbler's toy.
Nothing to say is going to be ultra important. Going for the Yules first to set up his own split Earth. It's going to be fun casting these fights with split Earth and Earth Splitter. Yeah, sure that won't get screwed up at all.
Flying a 50% chance every time.
Yep, 50-50.
It's not bad.
Jinkyu working on a drums. Okay. Not an item we get to see very often anymore, but I love it.
Yeah, and this was going to happen in this game.
Really?
Secret will get the Roche with Ursa IO. Yeah, so about the drum, I think the way LGD are thinking about this is they need to squeeze every little bit of move speed and attack speed out of this game that they can, because it's going to be like a brawl once fights eventually break out. Like Secret will try to look, as we talked about, they'll try to find these pickoffs around the map, and with any sort of movement speed bonus you can give your team, maybe you can reset away from these dangerous situations, or you can, you know, just reset in general. Creating distance between yourself and the Secret lineup is very, very useful. It's Ursa, it's Gyro, they want to run you down over extended periods of time. And there's multiple heroes in his team that really benefit from the attack speed. Legion Commander in the duel, Monkey King, like Seb and AUI talked about, get those 4 hits, right?
Guy running into an invisible, nothing to say, but Matu gets the enrage off to try to go for Y instead, but there's the Fiend's Grip. It's not going to last very long thanks to that status resist. Zai was already taken out, so it's a 1-for-1. As you can see, Nisha hooked up with Puppey right now. Trying to create some space in this enemy jungle, so looks like it'll end at a 1-for-1, but definitely in favor of PSG LGD.
And one more thing, just to finish off on the whole drums thing. Jinkyu is building his Elder Titan as a true, I don't want to call it true position 4, but I think you get what I mean when I say that. Like
he's getting Ags after this, by the way.
He's doing damage, okay? He's not gonna, he hasn't even skilled his aura yet on level 7. He's going 2-4-0. Just really wants to get that Astral Spirit in there and get in and deal damage. There's a lot of value to having high level Spirit here, get all that armor and just go in and draw attention away from your Lesh. And I think the way LGD think about it is, well, if we send in all of our heroes in full force, Secret might be able to kill one, but it's going to come at a cost. You can't ignore an Elder Titan that has level 4 Astral Spirit running through your team. Nice check from
definitely a
Yapsar.
beast.
Look it out.
That's true, though. A lot of position wars you can kind of ignore to some degree. As oh, we see
Relocate.
the vault ability used by Y, but you can't jump high enough to get out of this. So down he goes to Matu. And the relocate will likely just bring them back to their original location, which is mid. So a little baby blink here into the tier 1 tower. Have the Alpha Wolf available for the
No
extra
glyph,
damage.
they're going to give it up.
And
Nice play from Secret.
all right. So very even game to start this. Although last game kind of started the same way, and it was really Ame's Tiny that started to really create the separation as we talked about as ad nauseum.
It doesn't feel like there's going to be as much of an unbeatable carry this game for Secret to face, though.
Is that because Tiny's not in the game?
That is a really big part of it. They will, of course, still buff him up with ET, with the drum, with press the attack, with with a natural order eventually. But at least for now, Secret are in a pretty good position in this game. Unfortunately for them, not really seeming to be able to get very much value out of the Aegis. At least they got them the mid-tier 1, but I bet they would love to be able to get a little bit more with this, like find a fight with Relo, or maybe get some top tower damage, or even the full tower, but it's not looking very likely right now with the way LGD are pushing out the waves.
Matu's Diffusal on the way. Nisha, his Diffusal on the way, so they're going to have double Diffuse to work with Cinderin. And I'm assuming BKBs will be coming right afterwards. And for the side
Blade Mail on Legion.
I mean, what items are important for them this game? Obviously the Blink Dagger for the Legion is probably one of the most important ones, but I would assume Nothing to Say has to go for, I mean, is it a BKB right after Yules, or do you need to, I mean, once he sees these Diffusals come out, it's going to hurt him.
The 2 BKBs are definitely huge. I think Elder Titan's Ags, something further down the line, will be insanely powerful this game as well. Jinkyu gonna try to stall this tower push with a good stomp.
Yep, with the overwhelming odds as well, but
they still have to glyph if they want to hold, and they will.
So Secret will back up as a result. Only 50 seconds left on the Aegis, so they don't want to overextend here, because despite going against the Elder Titan, they will have the Roche advantage for the majority of this game.
Monster's taking some pretty serious damage here. We'll have to back off there a bit. And I wonder if PSG LGD are trying to stall for the Aegis to expire and that they actually want to fight. Like we've talked about, Secret's lineup is more eager to take fights that are a little bit more scrappy, a little more skirmish-like in nature, where they get to split the enemy team apart. And LGD would love to play more tight.
Secret is looking good, dude.
Titan Leshrac combination. So
Secret is looking real good.
And not try to force the issue, and they will lose their Aegis here as a result without really getting too much out of it. Well, they're somewhat sticking around. Now, out we go to the mid lane.
All right. Now that we have a little bit of downtime, Synderen, trivia time for you.
Oh no.
What's the active of Diffusal? We've had this conversation before.
Oh, I have answered this correctly in the
Oh no? Yeah.
Don't hover over it. Don't do it, Observer. You can do it, Synderen.
Why can't I remember this?
Diffusal blade slow. What is it?
Purge.
I forgot.
Inhibit.
Inhibit, yes.
Ah, okay.
One
Never
of
mind.
the greatest names of all time. One that you would never guess.
I got a quick one for you. What's the active of Trusty Shovel?
Dig.
Good.
Get wrecked. All right, now we can put this.
That was very.
Now we can put this terrible segment to bed as this is the upper bracket final, Synderen. Stop going off topic. For God's sake, we got the BKB now online.
Not bad, I guess.
For Ame as he takes apart his Echo Saber, so we'll likely just finish that again.
Yep.
What is the item for him that really helps him take off?
Oh, that's the
In his
BKB.
position 1. I mean, past the BKB. Like, what would the next item be after Echo Saber?
Oh, those are eggs around, monkey.
We've seen a little bit of variation.
Yeah.
And we don't see Ags anymore either on this hero.
There's a couple of approaches. Sometimes I think.
I don't know why Arsa is going blink.
Sometimes Scotty. I would imagine he gets one of those.
He is already in lead.
Maybe a case to
They have chase potential with Diffusal. Then why again blink?
Sure, maybe, but the Wind Rangers, like flat out full support.
Get a basher or an abyssal and finish.
Being spotted out here, you can see the Wukong's command from afar. Ame is going to force out the erased Ramadu.
Yeah, okay.
And Secret on full retreat. So ulti for ulti. One has a
Don't get a blink, dude. Don't get a blink. Get a abyss.
I mean, they have a lot of
Abyss or get
the trees in general for Ame is pretty risky this game.
What is that called, dude?
Ranger, you got and the axes from Beastmasters. See now a smoke.
What is the item that I'm looking? Butterfly.
To get active here.
Doesn't look all that likely that they find a skirmish though. This is likely going to turn into a
Butterfly is good here. There is no counter for Butterfly on our opponent.
Going for nothing to say, who has already pushed out the wave and is on his way back into the jungle.
Only one guy can make MKB even if he makes.
He's probably dead actually.
Yep. Nisha, not quite the vision, but they see the Pulse Nova, the Vault from the Horsey. Not enough to catch up though. The homing missile will end up connecting, but you have reinforcements from TSG-LGD. Nightmare save.
What an insane read from nothing to say that was. It's one thing that he avoids the gank, but he even started a little bit on the big camp before he backed off. And ran back through small.
Now we have a full team smoke from PSG-LGD.
Yeah, because now they know where Secret are. So now
but they're scanned.
Yep, they're
Secret
scanned
does
out.
scan them successfully. The courier apparently didn't get the memo, but is going to be left alive apparently.
They can follow it on the way to Zai though.
Yeah, all right. They actually auto-attack at once, and Zai doesn't really notice. Faith Beyond jumps in with that blade mail and the duel. This is going to lead to his first.
They can fight this.
The Echo Stomp does connect, but not sure if PSG-LGD want to pursue any.
Dude, they could fight this.
A power shot again, scaring him away.
What the fuck did Secret Dash do, dude? They could have fought that.
For Faith Beyond.
Yeah, that looked kind of strange. It looked like Secret with that scan had figured out exactly.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Still ended up having Zai a little bit stranded.
Yeah, nothing to say has been inhibited. But another save on the homing missile. So another blink dagger being built here from Yapsor, still pretty far away, but
Secret just fucked up there, dude. Secret had that. Secret could fight that.
Yes.
Nightmare, one of the most satisfying abilities to use in the game.
Really?
It is so
Do you have
nice.
like a quota that like once per day you have to say that?
I'm hired by Valve.
Yeah, they knew. What the fuck?
Look good, and
They got initiation also. Free initiation, dude. 3 guys went and used everything on fucking Beast, dude. 3 heroes used everything on Beast.
Nothing to say. Getting some jungle time right now, but see, Matu gets back.
Are you serious, dude?
Healed though for the meantime. Popsy and Rage. You can see the duel go off, but not a whole lot of damage to follow. Faith Beyond is able to scurry away in his pick form. They're gonna stop the Fiend's Grip in its tracks. Ame's already popped his BKB. Roche at half health.
Nice reset out from Secret here.
That was close.
Absolutely nobody in that. Their Ursa was so low health when
Scared. I guess they're scared.
Gonna try your luck with Roche? There's no way, right?
But there was no reason to be scared. All the LC duel is done. Enfeeble is gone. Titan stun was over. Holy fucking monkey and Leshrac.
Can play a little bit more aggressive since some of these BKBs are down for PSG LGD.
No roar, no reload for Secret. So any catch now for LGD is big. They don't have their saves available this time.
And Earth Splitter, which is one of the biggest things in this Roche fight, is down for a long time.
Gale Force is on, dude.
He's back in base.
Gale Force is back.
Forcing Y back. He's gonna get slowed.
Uh,
Trying to create as much space as
Perfect
possible.
fight.
Gale Force, nothing to say, has to pump his BKB. The Legion Commander's dead. Nothing
Perfect
to say,
fight.
by Nisha, creating as much space as possible for Matu to get not only the Aegis but the Shard as well.
Go, 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 go. Chase, chase.
Two here, Nisha. The very least they'll get Y. That's going to be an easy one, but looks like nothing stays a little bit too fast. Jin Q in the meantime, though, Rocket Barrage is there. Trying to take out Puppy, but the juking around the trees. The high five will not be reciprocated.
Dude, Yapsar missed every. Yapsar missed every single. What do you think? What is that spell called, dude? Power shot.
Love the way that Secret set all of that up. They just take full advantage of the key cooldowns on the LGD side.
Every single power shot, Wind Ranger missed. Yapsar missed.
Zoning off. Two heroes and the first use of Gale Force. What a beautiful cast there from Yapsar.
That is a really good shard, by the way.
Yeah, it is really good.
Global ability.
Gale Force is broken, dude. Gale Force is broken.
It's one of the most satisfying spells to use in the game.
Super broken that is.
That one. As you see the heat map here for Yapsar. Oh,
bye bye.
In with that blade mail. That's going to be a dual victory for him. As Matu working on this tier 2 top.
It is going to be a Maelstrom now for Ame. Not going for the Scotty or Deso. We'll be getting the more. I'm not sure.
Now he's going for
more farm heavy item.
Basher.
For his ult. There's no denying that. And it is completed now. So basically more spread damage, right?
This looks Secret game team fight. I mean, yeah, Secret are looking good here for now.
All the options that he had.
For now, they look better than LGD.
Choice here. In a very close game once again, but it feels like this time Secret have. There's a little more potential for winning this game. Like it's basically neck and neck, but there's not. I don't know about you. I don't get the same feeling that in 10 minutes, all hell is gonna break loose, right?
Well, because there's no Tiny.
Yeah, but
We've had this conversation.
It's not just that. It's also what they
Gale Force on the Jin Q, being brought back into the force of the Primal Roar. Nice kill there for Secret. Easy pick off indeed. Matu gets off the defusal. Faith Beyond just continuing to get right clicked away. The bash connects as well. Into the piggy though. Pig pull. Will it work again? Earth shot. A couple more right clicks will suffice, but TPs are coming. And that is Ame, the monkey versus the bear, getting up some nice right clicks on the Matu. Up the Earth shot with. All right, that's the Aegis. Down he goes inside the Wukong's command now. Yep, no Io with that ult available. Matu might just be left to die here. And indeed, he does.
That was a bad fight.
So a little bit over aggression there from Matu.
Yeah, I think it just took him way longer to chase that than he was expecting. Again, pick pull, so amazing. Just really changing things up there. Bought an extra couple of seconds, I think, for Faith Beyond. And at that point,
a month ago, that would have been a sarcastic comment.
Yeah.
And by a month ago, I mean like 3 days ago.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining me today.
Hell yeah.
Cinderin. Puppy's getting some farm in the jungle in the meantime. Nisha has his Dragon Lance, is now going for Aghanim Scepter. I thought that this would have been purchased a little bit earlier, but...
So confident, yeah. That, like he said, the pick pull really extended that chase. If that pick pull was not there, I think it was dead.
Hit from outside that.
Dead and safe.
Not to mention, of course, the stats on this item still very good. 16 agility, 12 strength is pretty good value for what you pay.
Yep, for sure. Matu getting help from Puppy in the jungle now. We already saw the Basher, and BKB is next on the menu for him. And I feel like a lot of these fights, Cinderin, are going to come down to, I mean, not the most uncommon thing, but Roche is so important.
Yeah.
And I think it's more so if PSG LGD are able to deny Roche from Secret. That is the biggest deal, as opposed to, because with this entire plan in mind, we're assuming Secret's getting every Roche for the most part, right?
Yeah, it's the most likely thing. I think one of the really good things about denying Roche from Secret is then that Secret don't get it. I agree.
Jin Q, Gale Force, he's able to walk it off. Looks like, that looks like me when there's a lot of wind, just trying to waddle away.
Are you trying to win the awkward contest or what? I concede. I concede. Yeah, it is true though. In all seriousness, it's more important for LGD that Secret don't have it.
Dude, Monkey is leading so much, dude.
Aegis carrier in the Leshrac, of course, but I think
Scardy is gonna come out for Monkey.
this game very much come down to Matsu's ability to play almost over aggressively, and he needs the Aegis too.
Dude, this is looking bad right now. If Monkey gets Scardy before the next fight, I think LGD win this. Because Secret can't go up. Secret can't contest high ground with Monkey being alive. And they have no way of picking off Monkey because of LC and Bane.
I mean, it's not easy to deny them the Roche, but
I think LGD wins this, dude.
The ult from Elder Titan and then obviously Wukong's command, which last time the Earth Splitter was on.
LGD wins this.
So that was the biggest reason probably for them.
When he what do you say? So you get attributes from Scardy, from the orb, which buffs your overall you know, HP, damage, armor, everything. But you get that slow, right? So when you do Wukong's command, in addition to your slow, even your army slows heroes. So nobody can fight inside the Wukong command. Like, they can't move around easily, especially if Monkey hits once or twice. So it's very hard to gain control inside that fight. So they can't push inside. They can't push high ground now. The only way Secret can win is outside. If they force buybacks, they kill and they go high ground. And plus, this guy is gonna get shard now. Who nothing to say. Leshrac. He's gonna get his shard, and his shard. What it does is his stun over time. It keeps putting over there. Like every 3 seconds, stun will be happening automatic. So they can't push high ground.
And they are going to fall off in value against more stat-heavy items, right? Especially when you're playing against multiple.
Melee Scardy works, yeah, it works.
Already covered. A little bit of a dive bomb on the way out. Says hello to nothing to say. So looking at it, just perspective.
Yeah, I think LGD win this one.
Less value right now, unfortunately for them against LGD duel. Didn't find it.
He's gonna get stopped in his tracks for now.
Bye bye.
But the BKB is forced out. But there's the Fiends going to follow. Can they get the bash on the line? First hit bash is there.
Look at Monkey. Look at Monkey. Look at Monkey. You can't fight this anymore, bro.
Puppy has to reload him out there on the gyro. Oh, I missed the stun.
Comes back in, hooking up to Nisha, who gets off his call down. I think they already popped his BKB, so not a whole
Look at Monkey, dude. You can't fight this.
And the right clicks from Jin Q are nothing to be scoffed at as Zai stuck inside his own Gale Force here. He gets dropped. Yapsor trying to get nothing to say at the very least. He'll do so. But again, the boundless strike from Ame. Nisha gets up the diffuser blade onto Ame.
They can't get close to Monkey, dude.
Actually connect with a huge press the attack. And Ame still being pursued by this homing missile.
GG, this is GG.
So a couple buybacks end up being wasted here for Secret. At least they get a collateral kill here on Jin Q. Okay, well,
he is very fast.
He is quite fast. Pops the drums. The attack, has the spider leg.
Collateral kill itself.
Very difficult to catch people for Secret here. And I feel like this blink dagger is going to be a huge
They
deal
fucked
on
up,
Zai.
dude. Ursa fucked up by going blink.
Like they have no initiation.
They have 2 defensive items, 2 diffusals, and they go blink. Like, what decision making is this, dude?
Puppy actually managed to reset out of that a little bit and delay the fight, and Secret with the buyback.
GG, boys.
Managed to.
You just ran through, yeah.
Only lost the Ursa as their core, but just as good.
Ursa needed BKB and damage item, dude. Why do you need refusal and again bloody fucking blink? What pressure, dude? Itemization they don't know to do.
Is not spawning yet. This is a 2-minute respawn. They obviously don't know.
When you're under pressure is when you're taking fights, not when you're fucking deciding in base what item to make. 2 people make a diffusal on their team. 2 people, and they then go and get blink. When they know that there's monkey.
After like 10:40, just looking at the clock here, 10:45.
They'll have to go rapiers, dude. Secret will have to go rapiers. And LGD will have to massively throw this game in order to lose. Secret cannot go over high ground. At least for the next 15-20 minutes, Secret cannot push high ground. The only way Secret win is if LGD fucks up.
In situations like this to go against Elder Titan late game. It's
Nothing to say. Mistakes have been made. Yeah.
He now has the axe and spider legs, so he's gonna run in with haste.
The only way Secret win is LGD fucks up. LGD is winning, dude. Havelock. Secret fucked up big time.
Any plus armor items, they're gonna be literally taking pure damage from the Monkey King, from the Legion Commander, from Edict, from Elder Titan himself, who could honestly just almost solo the gyro. So that's a very, very concerning thing that Secret have to find a way to deal with.
All defensive items, dude, and everyone. What nonsense.
Disappearing. They will try to get one of their own bottom, which looks to be successful here for Nisha.
They're going to trade and they're going to smoke. Relocate is available for Puppy here as Nisha. You can see his Aghanim Scepter is done blinking. Okay.
Bye bye.
Pressy Tech's not in range. Finally gets it off the Gale.
You can't kill anyone, dude.
Trying to look for the roar. Does so successfully, but
you still can't kill anyone, dude. Bye, Gyro.
He's taking so much damage.
You can't kill anyone, dude.
Nothing to say, it's still alive. Finally, Secret can expel that disgusting demon. The depths of Dota. The bash onto Jin Q. This is going to be another kill going the way of Matu. Double kill for him. Double buyback from PSG LGD as well.
Yeah, they want to protect the Roche.
What a big mistake from LGD, dude.
I think they're still just going to get it for free.
Big mistake from LGD.
Looking to invade first.
Why did they fight when Monkey is not there, dude?
But obviously, if they've kept track of it, they know it's coming up now, and the App Store will see it.
Let's try. Yeah, but why did they fight when Monkey is not there? Yeah, Monkey was not there. See, Monkey is bottom farming over there.
He was not expecting the smoke and clearly
it's not bottom, sorry, top.
So long, but nothing to say. Can that force step is clutch, and then the grip, buying the space, but it means why?
Now Monkey comes. Wukong.
Does get caught, killed, and
killed the Gyro.
Aegis and Cheese going the way of Secret here. Huge.
Aegis, Cheese, and Refresher Shard actually, which I would assume goes to Beastmaster.
Actually good fight, dude. Actually good fight. Monkey ran off after that. I thought Monkey was not there. Actually good fight. So good fight from Secret. Game may turn now if LGD throw one more. Yeah.
Tree line area that they were at did not allow him the cast point to be able to actually get that off in time.
Yeah, it took him very long to connect.
And it was an immediate Yules right after.
Yeah. Secret had an exact plan for what they were going to do there. To connect on and finish that kill. So 3k gold, Aegis Cheese Refresher, big swing here for Secret. For the first time in 10 minutes, they are favored by the win probability by a measly 53% to 47.
Wow.
But this is a very important fight coming up. Nisha has a double damage rune. He has to get dueled here by Faith Beyond. Nisha's going to kill them all off. Let's see if they've even noticed he has it. He is rocking the bottle, so showing it on the tower. If anyone had clicked him there, they would know.
Yeah. And he still has Aegis for 3.5 minutes. Everything online now for both respective teams. The Tier 2 tower will fall. PSG LGD kind of biding their time here.
Yeah. I think ideally they want to try to outlast the Aegis if they can. Fighting into Secret now is really hard. Double damage on the gyro. Sure, you've got the armlet on Lesh, or armlet, yeah, right. Halberd.
Love to see that.
Yeah, great item. He's got the Halberd on Lesh against the Ursa primarily, but they're still.
Halberd and Echo Saber. That's the thing. Item that I was getting confused. Halberd, Echo Saber.
High ground won't. I mean, even with this Aegis, it's still going to be pretty difficult against an Elder
really
Titan. I don't think Nothing to Say has Shard, but if he were to get it, that would provide a lot of space. Be able to try to defend these towers. He did buy it.
Yeah, he has it. So
now we're going to see the split Earths. Infinity. Oh, Gale Force is there. Nothing to Say. Going to get pressed the attack.
See, that is a split Earth. See, you saw that Leshrac Sun, no?
Absolutely.
See, it keeps happening. See.
There as there's the save from Puppy to the other side of the cliff. And Nisha just continuing to go to town on this tower.
Alright, dude, look, Secret are doing it.
With that double damage like you talked about, Sinner.
Secret are doing it, bro.
Aegis and Cheese and Refresher Shards still on Secret side. And with that, LGD will just give up the top barracks. So full set for Secret.
Secret are doing it, my friends.
Yeah.
It's still 2 minutes to go. There's no reason to stop. He's now put onto Puppy. Oh, the jump in from Zai. He's just going to get dueled and brought down immediately. 50 seconds, no buyback for him. All right.
Here comes Monkey.
Wukong's command. This is not the level 25 Monkey talent. He's not quite there yet. So it is manageable for Secret, but I don't think they're going to go without Zai.
That's such an insanely fast boundless strike. Zai was going for a blink roar and got stunned right away, and then they turned it into a duel victory, and that will stop the push, but Secret probably still relatively happy. They got a full lane of barracks. They have a minute and a half left on the Aegis that they probably will end up not really getting to use in this situation.
It's about a 1 minute.
It's good value.
1 minute time window for that.
It's technically possible if they set up the play right away.
But yeah, it's really hard to go high ground without getting that pick off first. So the pick off on Y provided them with quite a bit. And now the neutral items are dropping, Cinder, and anything game-breaking here. Got Witchbane.
Spell Prism is very good on Leshrac. Aesthetics Cap found on Puppy could also come very much in handy against some of these PSG LGD heroes like the Legion Commander. They will give Spell Prism over to Nothing to Say. So 18% CDR, 6 all stats, a lot of mono regen. The mono regen largely irrelevant here. I don't think the fights will be long enough for him to run dry, but you never know. It could happen.
Diffusals.
That is true. Against the diffusals, it could make a difference. It's going to be stunning out the Hawk here. Gale Force.
Gale Force again. Nothing to Say. Literally running in place. He's on a treadmill. Needs to work out, get some cardio here. 30 seconds with the Aegis. Nisha trying to go for this tier 3. Nothing to Say, doing so much damage though. Nisha has to be forced after safety. They don't want to get baited in with this Aegis expiring.
He obviously does have the Aegis, but dying there
makes that fight really awkward.
Yeah, that could have made it really awkward. Like, we're making it sound like, okay, his death and he's not truly dead, but it would have set the scene for LGD to land all of their connective spells like Elder Titan Monkey King setup.
Subir, what's up, dude? Welcome to the stream.
Full retreat mode.
क्या हाल चाल? कुछ नहीं भाई. Secret versus LGD देख रहे हैं.
The best pick that Secret can find in the beginning of the fight is Bane. If Matsu can jump on him and kill him off immediately, that makes a huge difference.
Now he's going Scepter. See, now he's going Scepter and Butterfly. Bruh, just get Butterfly instead of Blink. That time only would have won the game. What, bro? I should be replacing Mantu in Secret.
And that's assuming, I mean, he would pretty much have to use the Abyss Blade to try to get that kill.
Pro player doesn't know to itemize.
Yeah.
To dispel that.
Even if he presses, then there can still be a bash proc, and Matsu kills him so fast that a lot of the time he can't react in time. So, and obviously, you know, something we maybe don't talk about enough in general about Bane, Enfeeble. Very important spell. You saw it there in the Siege. He just cast it on the gyro, loses 60% damage, 60% regen, and also the cast time reduction as well. So it is a pretty cool spell against Io.
Yeah, true.
That Y could make a big difference with. I think Bane, by the way, one of the highest win rate heroes of the main event. I don't remember what it was.
ये है भाई बहुत procrastinate कर रहा हूँ. क्या solution पता है?
Unusual for Bane.
Solution तो नहीं पता भाई.
Noteworthy at any tournament, really.
Can be a bit skewed because PSG likes the hero a lot.
I never saw MK carry this hard except this TI. No, MK is a very good carry, don't.
Just joining us, this of course is the upper bracket finals, best of 3 PSG LGD.
Especially this lineup because of ET and other support heroes around him is really good.
LGD's only loss in the entire group stage was the one single game to Secret. But you noted before that was a game where they picked Death Prophet.
Swinging to Secret right now, isn't it? One fight will define the game now. Yeah.
Smoke from Secret.
This will be into LGD's ward.
Like,
LGD have someone here
I'm still favoring LGD's team fight if they all, you know, fight together.
He's still stuck inside.
I still favor LGD.
Not able to reach him is Secret.
But Secret got big advantage on the top after getting the tower, the racks.
When the next Roche is up for another 40
Good luck, bro. Thank you, my friend.
Ame is Lotus orbed. Has the butterfly. He is.
It isn't about primary. It was never. I didn't get you.
Cap on him as well.
This is Romania. This is a Transylvanian accent.
Fuck.
I don't know what that got. I have no idea where that came from. That's funny though. Pretty big item here. You're playing against some key stuns, and of course, just to recap how this works, whenever whenever you get debuffed, you get 40% status resistance for 3 seconds, so it makes it harder for Secret to chain stun him, which is very important against, especially Primal Lord. Also Shackle Shot. And it's all about, SaTurrrDay is all about getting their dispels off, right? Like getting the press the attacking, the BKB, and then they can stand their ground.
Roche is up in 40
Ame
seconds.
with an uncharacteristic mistake there.
What's that?
He was boundless striking the mid wave to push at the exact same time they smoked. So smoke actually broke boundless strike being a physical ability.
Secret.
And this could give Secret some really good info because now they're seeing Ame's movement.
Yeah, they do see this. They're gonna deward is PSG LGD, so Secret. And of course, with the vision advantage, I mean, with just having a Beastmaster on your team, will allow you to be able to see Roche when he actually does spawn if they want to put somebody in there, either a Hawk or a Boar. But pretty early respawn for Roche.
ET got Scepter, huh? Yeah, ET got Scepter. Holy shit, okay.
Ags and Refresher Shard and Cheese and of course Aegis to work with. So many items.
Spawned, the Roshan spawned.
2 minutes in now. Whoa. I hear
What?
a roar, but the
Yeah.
have to safety for nothing to say. That's one
Roar
down
wasted.
Again. He still has that Refresher Shard.
He used it instantly.
Oh, he used it already.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's a bit of a loss here for Secret. That could have actually played a key role in their upcoming fight, but now Zai won't.
Okay, he has refresher. He had refresher shot.
Get this Roche, which has just spawned. So one roar down, like you said.
Alright, guys, moment of truth.
That just goes out the window.
Do you know if they saw him pop it? Was it in vision?
Oh, the shard? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they saw him pop the shard.
Maybe they'd be more aggressive if they did not.
I was like, yeah, they did see him pop the roar. It was literally on one of their carries.
Alright, thank you. And Faith Beyond with 80
Tindren and Sunspan, epic casting always.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of double damages at this tournament, I won't lie. Gale Force are trying to create a little bit of space. You can see the save there from Faith Beyond.
This sets up for
yeah, this is going to be very annoying to deal with, and yeah, Secret just has to get the hell out of the Roche pit.
And it's very clear what their play call is for LGD. Stall out the DD. We don't want to fight into Gyro DD, now it's gone.
Roche just so confused. Why won't anyone kill me? Why am I getting invisibly stunned constantly?
Look at that, dude. That is so annoying, dude. Look at it, dude. So annoying.
Yes. I mean, if this was an old patch, the Monkey King, if he had Ags, he could solo it without even hitting it.
What is it that Greek myth is of the guy who needs to keep pushing up a boulder?
Oh, I don't know.
Ah!
Why is in a lot of trouble? We get forced out to safety and gets the grip off as well.
Alright, dude. Mantu, bye bye. Bye bye, Mantu.
Down goes Matu. 90 seconds does have buyback though, and will expend it immediately. Wukong's command running out. There's the roar from Zai. Is there enough damage from Nisha to take on nothing to say? It's going to be close. He's getting the high ground. The power shot not going to be there in time, but Yapsor jumps in, gets the shackle, focus fire. It's
You can't kill, dude.
even the axes are dodged. Oh boy, Secret have to get this Roche. They have to get a pickup.
One to fucked up. One to fucked up.
On the kill itself.
One to fucked up, dude. Aegis is a saving ace.
Use the buyback, very important one at that, but at least they get Roche and a bunch of items.
Oh, that was fuck. Oh, that was fuck.
Yeah, that's going to be on Ursa. So you're going to have the lower cooldown on the Enrage, and you can use it while disabled. So Fiend's Grip essentially nullified if used correctly, Cinderin.
That's a really, really big count.
28,000 net worth, sorry.
Still can't remove the duel. That will obviously stick, but it's huge for Secret to get this. They now have 2 cheeses, one on IO, one on Gyro, 2 more for a pizza.
Can you cast it while you're dueled? Like, I know it won't dispel, but does it activate
so. No,
like the...
I don't think so. You're silenced, right? So you shouldn't be able to. But yeah, that's a big one for Secret.
Oh, he decided to not go butterfly. He's going satanic. Arsa is going satanic. Matumba man, dude. Sorry, that's what I meant. Not Mantu is a CS guy, no? Matumba man. This is so annoying, dude. Look at this so annoying spell.
In a commanding position in terms of net worth. You wonder what the call here is from LGD. Do they want to try
You
to
can't push up this, dude.
Obviously, there's going to be a little bit of a timing window where he doesn't have Aegis or buyback. His buyback on a current cooldown of 6 minutes.
Like you put it in one area. Every 3 seconds it'll keep putting it. Dumb. And he can cache multiple of it because of a talent that lowers his cooldown. So you put 2 stuns over there, it'll keep doing the tuck, 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 whatever.
Take more and more advantage and get more farm out of the map looking for key items, or they will see if they can somehow at any point find Y out of position with that Ursa so that they can build up a fight. Y will have buyback this time though if he gets caught.
Nisha just hit level 25, so he takes the talent for the flat cannon cooldown reduction.
Yep.
So that's going to have a pretty high up.
Could have just taken 3x cooldown. Why didn't he take 3x cooldown, though?
And Matu, the extra attacks coming out for him. Any big talents for?
Yeah, exactly. It's very hard to push. That's what I said. It is very hard for Secret to push high ground, but somehow they managed to get the top tower with top racks before Leshrac got that shard. They got that Aegis, they took that fight, that got top racks, but now mid and bottom very hard for them to push. See, Spells Prism he has Spell Prism.
15k net worth lead for Secret. It doesn't feel like it though, does it to you?
See, Spell Prism
LGD and they're just so crisp, but
and talent.
to get another racks here.
It's not an easy game to end, but Secret are definitely in a commanding position just from, like when you look at the map and how it gets played by both teams, that is clearly that there's one team that's clearly behind and clearly ahead.
If you got your stun forever. Not forever, but it's very hard to push high ground and contest in that area. Especially when Wukong is there. Imagine you take a fight, Wukong slow plus this constantly stunning you, it's like, you know, so annoying.
Can be placed by Monkey King, can delay and just defend for a very long time, and obviously if they have any sort of strong setup. A lot of the time what you do against Monkey King is
Monkey has two rings on Monkey.
Yeah, that's big.
Looking for Y, there's the roar, he's gonna get decimated, no, the force step again with the press the attack. Beautiful shackle though, but not resulting in a kill for Secret.
So fast to react.
They're just instant. The press the attacks have been absolutely on point for Faith Beyond, and Force Staffs as well. Secret, that was their first attempt at getting a pickoff here. Of course, with this Aghanim Scepter on Gyro, can at least do chip damage, but the split arts are just
Look at the
so
creeps, look at the creeps. Just die, dude. The creeps just die.
I don't know how you go high ground. It's only a minute left on Aegis, and I think they might have to just wait it out, Synderen.
Yeah.
Earth Splitter, Echo Stomp, Split Arts, Wukong's command.
I genuinely think LGD are going to smoke the moment this Aegis expires and try to find Matu. It's a game-winning... It's their only true win condition for the foreseeable future, but it's so high impact if they pull it off that they genuinely could just potentially end the game in 2 minutes.
Right.
If they have any wave that they can connect into the enemy base within a minute, 60 seconds is more than enough for Monkey King and Lesh to take the
But
towers.
that does feel very transparent. Like Secret should know that that is the win condition for LGD this game.
They definitely
Expect them to play ultra passive here as the Aegis is expiring shortly.
I feel like Io should be close to the Ursa right now just in case, but he is playing with Gyro. Secret are maximizing farm on the map, and Matu will... I thought for a second he was going to show himself mid-wave here.
Ame doesn't have buyback, by the way. 400 gold away from that. Just stuck in his own base. And Matu, it's 2.5 minutes and 1,100 gold. Despite that, everybody else has buyback.
Aegis gone.
But if you're Secret, yeah, there's no way you're going high ground now. Let's just go for Roche number 5, maybe 6, maybe 7, so maybe we can get double digits this game. And I believe once you get to double digits, it just drops every item in the game at once and it's a free-for-all, right? That's what I heard at least. Maybe in a future
you don't assign Dota. Okay.
Oh, the Abyssal Blade, Matu!
Okay, he got it.
Buybacks in tow, and yep, Gem on the deck, but Faith Beyond able to recover it.
They were not ready that time with Faith Beyond. If you keep going for these quick pickoffs on Bane, eventually one is going to stick, and that one did, but... Well, the good news for Secret is it's buying time for Matsu's buyback, and they're still controlling the map, so even if they can't go high ground, this is still a good play. Not the most impactful kill, but it's more about the time rather than Bane being out of play, almost. Nothing to say. Disarm.
This is so annoying, dude. This is so annoying.
I don't know what to do here. If you're Ame's gonna jump in, get force staffed away thanks to the Hurricane Pike.
Secret winning, yeah.
And Bane, I mean, he's up in 15 anyway. Doesn't even have to expend the buyback. Gale Force just forcing them back. Wait. All right, they jump in, but they're just immediately retreating here. Matu can't make up his mind. Going for the LC now. Gets forced out again. Matu is going to find the kill, but that's a buyback now for him. Matu able to Earthshock to the other side of the splitter. Arts both the way out.
What the fuck?
What a god! Jin Q and company just decimating.
What is meant, dude?
Over-aggressive without the buybacks to work with. And PSG LGD hold big time. That bounce
What a play. I don't know what is Matumba man thinking, dude. He commits when Wukong is already committed. Like, what the fuck?
That was
love a replay of that one. That
sickening.
was absolutely
Super big throw. Super. Look at it. Look at Arsa now. Wukong is fucking committed.
I take that back. Okay, look at this. Yeah. So I love the attempt here from Secret. Instant ghost sector.
He goes out, then he comes back inside. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Ame pops. That's the press the attack. Double buyback now for Secret. As you can see, no buyback.
They can't hold this.
On Matu. He does have the money though. So trying to delay here. There's the fortification. And there's the buyback available if he wants to expend it.
They are going to keep going until this Ursa buys back.
Absolutely. And with this diabolic edict, the duel comes in onto Zyme, and the Gale Burst are trying to counter.
Wukong.
Wukong's command place as well. The jump in from Matu, that is a deletion of Legion Commander. No buyback, that's a dieback in fact. Matu, look at this Gale Burst.
Done. GG boys.
All this damage being applied to Monkey.
LGD win this. LGD win this.
LGD are doing it, Cinderin.
LGD win this. What a fucking throw, dude. What a fucking throw. What a fucking throw, dude. I swear. Dude, how are they not fucking able to see through it when I can see through it?
Counteracted really nicely, but the damage is just... Again, this is what I've been talking about earlier. I find it so hard to go against a late game Elder Titan that's so farmed. Like, you look at the way LGD's heroes play together. He gets in the Astral Spirit, goes in...
They had a window. They had lead. They fucked up because of their itemization. They knew. It's not like only I knew. They knew that they can't high ground.
Man, that was a sick game. Secret played super well in this game, in my opinion. But LGD, again, find a way to clinch victory.
Even not throw, I think LGD adapts very well. Dude, LGD didn't have to do anything. LGD had the draft which was supposed to do what it did from the beginning. Secret knew what they were supposed to fucking do, and they fucked up with 2 Desos and a Blink. When they were so far ahead, they let LGD come back. They let fucking go, you know. They know they can't fucking push high ground when the timings are hit. And the decision making to go back inside when Wukong is committed. What the fuck, dude?
American education again.
1+1 is 2.
That was fucked up, dude. Seriously. Bronze game. Bro, fucking Herald gameplay, dude.
What was that?
I was saying, give it to us. I know we want to do
Fuck,
simple
dude.
arithmetic.
So
All
fucked
I
up.
know is that there is one team now waiting in the grand finals.
Yes, there is. Wait, first of all, show of hands.
Finally, grand final year for yeah.
Finals. Raise your hand. Alright, there you go. There you have it. PSG LGD taking the series with a nice 2-0 against Team.
I said come back and this happened. No, dude. You didn't jinx. They fucked up. The minute I saw Blink queued on Arsa, I told you should not be going Blink. I told it. They did not require Blink. I called it when the minute I saw there was a Blink dagger queued up on Arsa. They fucking threw the minute Arsa went for Blink dagger after having such a lead. 2 Desos, fucking IO boosting you up, Windrunner, everything they have, and they still needed Blink. Fucking just buy a butterfly there, the game is over.
To be a grand finalist and make Secret sweat.
Scary, man. I don't know. It's really scary because Insania was saying, and you've said this throughout the entire tournament too, that Secret, when they're in that advantageous position, they're totally fine with just choking you out, right? Like, you described it as frustrating
Fucked up,
to
dude.
play against them, but now I'm just thinking against LGD. Just
Easy
go
money
for
clap.
the jugular while you
Welcome
can,
back, dude.
Because, good Gaben, at some point they're gonna beat you.
Well, I understand why you would think that way. I personally still think like Secret had this game. I think like they messed up in the end, and it was a poor execution.
I thought they would. How, dude? That's what I kept telling. Their draft, they cannot pick anyone off because of LC and Bane. There is no way when LC and Bane is sitting outside that these guys can pick someone off. You saw, right, how many times he survived. The only reason he survived that many times, Leshrac survived, was because of Bane and LC.
But I feel like even now that I sat down and
If Secret had Lina or Lion, then instantly they can, you know, burst. That time LC and Bane does not come into play. But in this lineup, when there's LC and Bane, they fucking can't burst anyone down. That is why he fucking served so many times. And they kept doing the same play over and over again, even when they know they can't push high ground. They had to let LGD come towards them, then take a fight. But they committed to a fucking Wukong in the end. That was fucked up.
I think for Secret,
I seriously don't understand that decision. Wukong is committed. He goes out and he comes back inside to kill a support.
I think trying to beat them early, that's what everybody's trying to do.
That was stupid decision making, dude. Stupid, like stupid decision making.
We don't feel the pressure that they do, and it did look like there were a lot of openings for them to cut creep waves and openings for them to farm a lot more than they did.
Yeah, exactly.
It's uncharacteristic of Team Secret to not consume the entire map. So you are definitely right about that. Like LGD can bleed. And
You sound like losing money though. Dude, fucking piss off, dude. I wanted Secret to win. Fuck.
Different at that point if it does happen.
It could look different. Well, LGD did manage to use this.
Don't say fuck. I'm not very excited. It's my bad. Sorry.
Grand finals. Let's take a look at the bracket.
Dude, I really wanted Secret to go to the finals. I didn't want fucking LGD to go there. And it pissed me off. I'm like super pissed because I saw it coming. I saw the item. I told you do not require blink. You fucking ghost blink. How do you push to high ground with the fucking Leshrac and Monkey, dude?
Maybe upper bracket out of the group stage. You had a little bit of group stage magic.
Can you believe LGD has not lost? Like the entire tournament, LGD has lost one game. One game they have lost, dude. Just imagine how fucking strong they are.
I feel like there's a little bit of magic dust going around.
If only you have a way to get it.
Starting from that series, I mean,
Again, my bad. Sorry. PG stream, PG stream.
Special about it. I don't feel like I'm watching.
Dude, LGD lost one game in the entire tournament. One game. That was in group stage. And they reached finals. That is like salute, dude.
They did fantastic in yesterday's series against Virtus Pro, right? They took
A dominant run, dude. This is beyond dominant, dude. OG also lost couple of games. These guys didn't lose any game. One game. From group stages to the finals, one game they lost. One. Not even series. I'm talking one game. They just lost one single game.
They're just like celebrating very quietly amongst themselves.
Mention run, I mean, yeah.
I feel like that they have that team synergy. But who has more team? Who would you say has the most team synergy, really, out of all the teams that are remaining?
I mean, I think LGD is the obvious choice, but I think if you put them aside, I actually think like when you look at Team Secret, you have a lot of individually very high skilled players, really intelligently put together drafts.
They lose Grand Finals 2-3 again. Rip, dude. That would really,
It's a very similar thing to Team Secret.
Suck.
So yeah, probably Team Spirit.
All right, well, cool. Well, we do have a great interview with the winners. We have Frankie with Shelba. Let's take a look.
Thank you very much, Sumi. So I've got one question for you, which is you're actually a TI champion, Shelba. You won back in 2014 with Team Newbie, and I'm just wondering, now you're in the grand finals of
Yeah, Wingston with Newbie won.
With LGD. Does this bring back memories for you?
只有一个问题 ，TI4你跟着 Newbie 夺冠了，然后这一次又再一次跟着老干爹进入总决赛，有没有一些回忆或者想起以前呢？
就是看到大家还在为 TI 盾。
He's Javit. Dude, he's filthy rich.
喜欢追梦的人。
He's considered like he's like Shah Rukh Khan level in China, dude. You know what I mean? Shah Rukh Khan, Amitabh Bachchan level. He's super rich. He's super rich and he's backed by some billionaires, and he has like shit ton of fans. So he's like Shah Rukh Khan plus level in China.
Even though he's cutthroat, man. Well, yeah, that's just a soft exterior, I think. I think inside he's like, whoo.
You streaming since 1? Yeah, what the hell? Yeah, around 1, I guess. Powerful, no one can touch him. And he and one more guy called Burning. Yeah, I don't know whether if you remember. Remember one guy called Burning? Anti-mage Burning. Even he is considered as god in China.
Was he speaking to me as well? No.
Should shift to Dota for being a pro.
All right, we were not.
Again, in India, not happening, dude.
What was that production? Oh, everyone. We interrupt this panel for an important announcement.
New hero.
Let's take a look.
New hero, dude. Depends, dude, whether you can master Dota. It's not as simple as saying I'll play Dota and become pro. She is the new hero. I think she is the new hero. Mercy. Yeah, Mercy. I think this is the new hero. Yep, Mercy. Mercy is the new hero, boys. New hero, new hero, new hero. Pog joins the fight this fall.
Can I just say this fall
And
actually
with be like a jab beti. No beti, dude. I'm just telling the fact.
in Dota 2. Oh, love to see it. I thought we were going to be having hype talks about Lina and the anime. I thought that was already very exciting, but Marcy.
That's a lot of dragons.
That's
You know, we get more of the anime, and now we
yes.
get the anime in our game again.
Yes.
She looks badass. I gotta
She
say.
does.
Oh, fan favorite, and I feel like everyone's just gonna love her.
Alright,
more.
guys. I need to leave.
She's a jungler.
And she's
fighting
melee.
the Hellbear Smasher.
Please be a support. Please be
Yeah,
a support.
There's
Every
no way,
new
dude.
hero.
There's no way. Have you seen that fighting? There's no way she's
Every
a
new
support.
hero, it becomes a core. You know, these mid laners are like, okay, I'm gonna take it mid. I'm gonna buy. I want it to be a support, please. Thank you.
But there's never new
You
hero
just had
carries. There's
Hoodwink.
hardly ever new hero carries.
Hoodwink, Willow. We've seen Dawnbreaker played as support.
Be versatile. How about that? Be able to do everything, Marcy.
All right.
Please.
No.
Become the hero you
Hard
want.
carry.
It's already confirmed. Because where were the teammates? Did you guys see a teammate in
No.
that video? No.
That was like
What
a
was she doing?
1v3. That was like a 1v3.
Hitting the jungle,
Yeah.
and she hit some lane creeps. That's
True.
a hard carry.
Yep.
It's solved. Sorry, bud.
Yeah, that's right, mate. Thanks, mate.
That's very exciting, and that's
Alright. I'll see you guys later in the night.
Generally ends is it the 21st.
Bye bye. I will go enjoy some Venom now. And come back later in the night. Alright, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for liking this stream. Meg, thank you so much for becoming a member. Appreciate it, my friend. Alright. Bye bye, guys. Ciao, ciao. What a scam, dude, by Spotify. I put music ad plays from Spotify. Scam. Full scam, dude. Alright, back. Bye.